Hey. Whoa. I was just about to jump into the... I was about to say hi. What the heck? Oi, Corey. Thank you for the sub. 2 months, baby. Oh, thank you so much. Hey, how's the... You like the sound effect? Does it work? Is it working? I can turn it up if I need to, but it sounds good. Oi, Corey, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Can we get some hype in the chat for Corey? For Corey with the sub. Enjoy your beautiful squirrely emotes. Your beautiful squirrely emotes. There's still 200 acorns too. That's true. How early are you? I am like 3 minutes early. Like 4 minutes early. Something crazy. Gonda, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Yesterday he was 15 minutes late. Today he's 5 minutes early. What is wrong with him? He's all over the place. He literally can't decide what to do. I am I don't have any water today. There's no water. There's no water because they shut down the water at my apartment. There's no water. Waterless. He's a waterless lad. I actually had to. I couldn't make coffee this morning, so I actually went and bought coffee. Can you believe it? Next thing you know, you're going to be calling me Jedi Aurora. I'm out there buying coffee. I can't believe it. I had to drive to get my brew, and it's actually really good. How do they make coffee this good? No, I cannot believe it. You have to. Gonda, you must believe it. Also, hi there. That little Italian, how are you doing? That little Italian, what is up? I hope you are doing well. Taiyaki. Oh! Did I make this right? Oh, I did. Okay, thank goodness. I couldn't remember if there was an I in that name. Taiyaki. Your art is so cute. It's so cute. Oh my gosh. Shiny, I saw your art too. It's adorable. It's adorable. I love it. Royalty soaps, what? Royalty soaps at the beginning of the... What? Hey, what? Are you checking up on me like every stream? What's going on? What's going on? What are you doing over here? Huh? What are you doing over here? Hello there. You're lurking while you're working on a bike. It's so that you can bike a Sims house. Oh, build probably lurking today so that I can build a Sims house. I hope that you have fun with your Sims. Hope you have fun with your Sims. Let's see. You had so much fun finishing up squirrel art today. It's so cute. Kim, I love it. Okay, I gotta drink some of this coffee. I have to drink some of this coffee. You got a notification on the phone? I don't know why they're showing up now. Probably Discord. You join the Discord and it gives you like little notifications. Or if it's Twitch, I don't know. It's jank as heck. It is janky as heck. I don't trust it. Not even a little bit. Oh, also, I've got glasses on today. Hi there, everybody. I've got my brew. I did not. I win. Okay, I just want to tell y'all that I win. I know that McDonald's tries to sucker you into going to their store. I know that they try to sucker you to go get some coffee and then you buy some food. Not me. Too smart for any of that. Instead, I went and I bought just a black coffee and that's it. Ha! Got him. That's what you get. The clown. The clown, you can't trick me into getting a quarter pounder. I got a pepperoni sandwich at home. But it's really good. It's very tasty. I very much like this. I'm going to start shopping around and see if I can find, like, the cheapest coffee just in case that I have problems. But my coffee maker's not busted. It's just, there's no water. They shut off all the water. A shame, really. The glasses really fit you. Is that true? Yeah, I thought that the glasses would be fun with the hair. Look at it. Look at this boy. Goodness. I tried to, like, this is the most, like, old style shirt that I have. I have a jean jacket that I could have worn, but this is as good as it gets right now. Where's the bone coffee? I couldn't listen. There was no bone coffee to be had. There's no bone coffee because I already told you there's no water. There's no water. Wait, why don't you have water? Because the apartment shut it down for whatever reason. Very frustrating. You guys like the glasses? Y'all are very sweet. It's a whole look. I know. It's a whole look. Now I just need to get some more 80s style stuff. Maybe some sunglasses or something. Like I said yesterday, I need like a tank top or something like that. But I hope that y'all are all well. How are you doing? What's up? Is it Wednesday? Is today Wednesday? I hope that y'all are having a fantabulous Wednesday. It is, and a fair warning. Just keep in mind we've gotten lots of new submissions to the fan art competition, and it's gonna be shutting down in like 2 days. Like 2 days, okay? So you got 1 day today. Oh wait, what? It's Loki. It's Loki Day. Oh boy, that's actually what Arisa's doing right now. Watching Loki. Ay. Loki, not interested. A leather jacket? I could get a leather jacket. That sounds expensive. That sounds expensive. Who's gonna buy that jacket? Who's gonna buy that jacket? Me? Well, where am I gonna find a leather jacket? I'm pretty sure that they don't sell that at Kohl's. Maybe you should submit something. Yata, I would suggest that you've only got a couple more days. It closes on Friday, okay? It closes. It's gonna be closed. Done. Bye-bye. Poof. You met the actor who plays Yoki. Yoki. Yoki is this egg component.
Bitties for leather jackets.
100 biddies for the leather jacket. Hey! Thank you, Kareem, for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. But you met the guy that plays Loki is Tom Hiddleston, right? Pretty sure. It's your brother's birthday, wherever that degenerate is. What? Degenerate? Shaking my head. Alchemic, you can't call your brother a degenerate. Just kidding. You definitely could. The glasses are cool. Oh, why? Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. Listen to that sound effect. Oh, I love that bird. I love that bird. I also have look at the side of the screen. I had Arisa drew the burb. Here's the bird from the front, and that's what the little button is right down there. That I asked her to speed sketch it. I didn't give her any time. I didn't give her any time whatsoever. I said, "Do you want a speed challenge?" She was like, "I'm watching Loki in like 5 minutes." And I was like, "Well, you don't have to. It's just for fun. It's just for fun." But here it is. It's adorable. I love it. Look at that bird. A Kenny stream is way more important. What? I wanted to call him something far worse, but you know. Oh snap. Oh snap. I'm pretty sure that I would be the degenerate of the family. If we had to pick one, it'd be me. So, I understand your brother, and I totally relate. Also, hi there, X Straight. What's up? How are you doing? Just keep the bird up all stream and confuse everyone. I'm gonna leave it right here, though. I am gonna leave it right there. Right there, baby. Boom. Yeah, but actually that's a little bit big. That's like as big as I am. That's hilarious. I'm definitely the degenerate of my family. Blue Jay. Oh no. Now listen, self-deprecation is okay. Did you hear me? Did you hear me that self-deprecation is okay? Also, the game's already running. The game's just been running. I just kind of left it going. You beat me to it. Sorry, sucker. Listen, I can do self-modding, all right? I'm a self-modding genius. What can I say? Yes, more bird. If I had time, I would have made the bird go like, I would have made it go like there's just a little tuffet. Okay, so let's role play and imagine together, you guys. Just imagine that there's a little puff over here, and then it goes, whenever that sound effect goes off. Okay, I'll figure out how to do it. And there'll just be like a little tuffet down there. Look, it's a little floof. Oh. Use all your channel points. Give them all up. Give me the channel points. I almost feel like showing the video, you guys, again, but I think I'll leave it alone for now. But yeah, that's a bird sound. I've been watching bird memes for the past like hour, and now I kind of want a bird. But I'm gonna see. Whenever I go to California, I'll be hanging out with Anti-Dark Heart, and maybe I'll be able to fall in love with their bird. We'll see. Maybe I'll fall in love with a bird, or maybe I'll be like, whoa, This is a lot of work. But birds are pretty cute. Birds are pretty cute. Are we just gonna keep calling them Burb, or are we gonna name them? They're called Red Bird. That's what they're called online. Online, it's called the Red Bird meme. It is the Red Bird, okay? Red Bird, that's its name. Your 100K channel points will be going to bird memes. Look out! The bird memes are swallowing all of your channel points. You can't make me use my channel points! Okay, Lynn's fine. The bird's taking over the memes channel. I've seen it so much in the last 24 hours. Oh, over your meme channels. Yes. I listen, apparently this meme's been going on for a little while. Apparently it's been around, but I didn't see it until now. I didn't see it until a few days ago. A few days ago I saw it, and before that, all the bird memers, they all knew about it. In fact, I'm pretty sure that Kelsey had it as a sound effect for her stream. I just had never heard it. Arisa was like, yeah, that's the Red Bird. And I was just like, I don't know the Red Bird. What are you talking about? You gotta leave soon, but hi, Kenny, how you feeling? Pretty great. Pretty great. I could use some more coffee, though. I don't think that I can, why? Again, every time that I say coffee, I say like coffee. Can I get some more coffee? I'm strong. Listen, I'm totally parched. I'm totally parched. Could you please give me some coffee? What'd you say, Dell? They're usually quite long-lived. The birds, they live forever. In fact, they have like they have places where they keep birds that their owners died because birds live for so long. Cockatoos live between like 30 and 50 years, depending on the breed. From what I've read, it's like either it's 30 to 50 years, depending on which breed of cockatoo you get. It's insane. These boys, oh, thank you. Love my cutie kids. I appreciate the follow. I saw you lurking in the streamies before it started. Were you watching some of the VODs? I hope you were enjoying the videos. But what the heck? This isn't even a video. This is fully streamed content. This is not pre-recorded in any way, shape, or form. Here he is. He's as live as heck. And, speaking of live, we're going to be live on Saturday building a big roller coaster Lego set. And I just keep wanting to say that because I'm super excited about it. You got to lurk. Do not apologize. Do not apologize. Get out of here, Mercs. Mercs gets the lurks. That's A-okay. Gotta head out for a bit. Already will be looking. All right. We'll see you later, Kareem. No worries. Kareem, we shall see you later. I hope that you had a wonderful time vibing with us for a minute, enjoying that. But we'll see you later. So the bird is more commitment than a child? Yes. Brats, time-wise is more commitment. I mean, depending, because people keep raising their children. My mom has been trying to raise me past 24 or so. It kind of depends on your parenting style. You're a little bit jealous about the roller coaster Legos, but have fun. Hey, love my cutie kids. I don't know who you are, but thank you for the follow. I hope you have a good time over here. We just like goofing around, playing kind of cute games. Sometimes they're ugly games. But I think we've only got cute games queued up for now. A friend of yours has birds. They're amazing. Tiz Waffles. Hey, how are you doing? Talented White Tiger. Hello. How are you doing? By the way, I can turn off this exciting music and I can turn on the cute music. Listen to that cute music. You can also hear water ASMR. Yeah, we're gonna like start any minute, you guys. We're gonna start any minute. It's a bird. Have you never heard that sound? That's the sound of a bird that's going. That's a bird. What's an ugly game? Outlast. Outlast is ugly. That's the sound of a red bird. If you look up Tiz Waffle, if you look up red bird meme, then you'll be able to understand what it is. It's an adorable bird. I love the one where the bird is attacking the towel and it's just like, and then he makes that sound all the time. It's so much fun. You have a friend with a bird. It hates everyone but her and her immediate family. That's because it doesn't know you. It doesn't know you. It's not used to your stanky self. The bird's confused, okay? The bird would love you, but you have to love it first. It makes it interesting spending time with her. Sassy bird. Sassy bird, not to be trusted. Not to be trusted. Oh, yes. So, for those of you that don't know, we've been playing this game because it's The Legend of Zelda, which is like the story about an elf boy named Link with a green outfit. And he's like, and he like saves people's lives and things. He's trying to save a princess or something like that. But the reason that we're the reason that we're playing this game is in excitement for a new Zelda game that, well, not new, but for a remixed Zelda game that's coming out pretty soon. You like the one where the bird is set to the you got that. Oh, thank you. God. Yeah, I was actually, that was stuck in my head. That was the last meme that I watched before the stream started. You got that something that I need. It's just a bird over and over just looking at the camera. It's spooky. It's spooky and I love it so much. But yes, Zelda, you can see his big ears. Here is Zelda the elf. Zelda the elf having to save, he's supposed to go save some princess somewhere. And we're having to travel to the desert and across the entire world. We're having to kill creatures and everything to bring the world back to justice. We have to bring the world to justice. There has to be justice for somebody. No links in the chat, Mangled Marionette. I've said 1,000 times, no links. No outside links. But anywho. What the heck were we doing in this game? I can't about. Oh, what? Anne's here. Oh, snap. Anne, how are you doing? Hello. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to you. We're playing Link. We're playing Link, the power of awakening. Oi, 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 oi. Oh, yes, we're getting the angler key because now we've made it to the desert. We've made it to the Yarna Desert. We need to get the angler key so that we can open up some waterfall or something. The main point of this game, if you haven't watched any of it, is to collect all the instruments. We got to collect the instruments, and we got to play a ditty for the windfish. The windfish is going to be very, very pleased with he's going to be very pleased whenever we finally play him a song, and he will awaken. That's why it's called Link's Awakening. Because then we can escape this godforsaken island. Ouch! I can't see where this stupid. Okay, there we go. Oh, thank you for the follow. Is that Grapes Octopus? Grapes Octopus, I love your name. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day.
I hope you're having a fantastic Wednesday.
I'm having a very goofy Wednesday. I woke up very late. I went and had to go get coffee elsewhere. I'm in a very weird mood. I'm in a very weird mood, but a very good mood. Good and weird. Good and weird. Whoop. Whoop. I still don't know how I feel about this new Legend of Zelda game coming out. I don't know how to feel about it. I can't tell if I'm hyped for it or if I'm nervous about it. Maybe a little bit of both. That's the only link that's allowed on the stream. The one on Kenny's stream. Oh my gosh. You want a link from Majora's Mask? That's illegal here. Oh, what? Anne! How are you doing today? What's up? Happy Wednesday. It's the best day to get married. Wednesday. The reviews have been interesting about Skyward Sword. I'm guessing they didn't change it much because that's what they did with the Mario games. They barely changed them at all. It's practically the exact same game. Also, hi there, Dormir Bell.
Hello. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello.
Sea Bear's Foam, Sea Bear's Dream. Both in the same way. Crash. Sea Bear's Foam, Sea Bear's Dream. What? What does that mean? And I love your squishy, your squishy clicky. I don't know if you've shown it to the world, but it's so cute and I love it so much. It's perfect. You're getting so good. You're getting so good at your pixely art. I must see more. I must see. Huh? You shared it so that so you can show it if you want to? Oh my gosh. She's trying to get free advertising. I like that. I like that, Anne. That's good. That's good stuff. In fact, you're being really forward, and I'm proud of you. So I'm gonna. I will show off this goopy boy. Let me see if I can find the most convenient way to show it. If we have to hear this stupid beeping sound the whole time, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna go crazy. You stop. Stop beeping. Stop beeping at me. Okay, I think I can share this window. Stop. Hang on. Hang on. Stop. Hang on. I can't read what you're saying. Stop. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Where is it? There it is. There it is. The goop. This is the click. Let me see if I can, look, I can clean up the window. There we go. This click the corner. Vibing with the bird. There it is. Look at that goop. Look at that goop. Okay, I can't even change the window, you guys. I have to turn this off, okay? There, you get to see it. You got to see the goop. Okay, there we go. There we go. Droopy, how are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Droopy. Hello. Also, a Fluggy, welcome back. Welcome back. I see you. Hello there. You're not late at all. You're right on time. You're right on time. You're here. I am so amused, more than with gaming. Oh, what? Talented White Tiger, did you just say that me playing games is boring? But that's the point of the stream, you sorry sucker. It's amazing. It is a very cutie. It's like the microwave beeping in the background. I know. It's the microwave beeping in the background, which you can eventually ignore, right? Is that what you meant? If it beeps long enough, you'll all right, I'm getting eaten. Annoyance, you are only getting in the way. A boss? Is that a boss? Except no food. Ooh, there's still food. There's food in the stream. Everybody gets food. Oh, hi there, Rosero. What's up? And Droopy. It's nice to see you. Hey, I hope you're having a good day. I am. I went and got coffee. I had a pepperoni sandwich. Today's been pretty great. I think I might need a bomb. I think I might need a bomb. I don't actually know how to deal with this at all. I don't know how to deal with this. Bossy boss. Look at him. He's very cool looking. Can I just dive in? Yeah, I'm hopping in. You fall down here. Okay, we need some bombs. We need to go fetch some bombs. Can we buy them? How much money do we have? Oh my God, you didn't say coffee. I'd forget that I made mine an hour ago. Talented, go get your coffee, you silly. Go get your coffee. Okay, we got plenty of money. Let's just go buy a bomb. Gulp, and he died. Nice job, Link. You sorry, sucker. Okay, well, no more microwave noise. All we did was touch one single cactus, and he perished. Link perished after one poke. He's never gonna be able to be fully vaccinated if he dies from one poke. Death by cactus. I mean, what a way to go. It's a true Arizonan's nightmare. Death by cactus. All right, let's teleport back. Oh wait, no, we can't go this way. We can't go this way. Blast it all. We gotta go around. Gotta go get some bomba. I'm kind of tempted to play the crane game again, just for fun. Just for fun. She's singing to the birds. There's a bird that likes to listen. There's a bunny that likes to listen. There's a bear with wings. What is that? What has he got? What is behind his head? I'm so confused. They look like French fries that are uncooked. That's his feet. Oh, that's his feet. He looks like he's got. I don't know what are they? Those do not look like feet. What the heck is that? Yeah, they're his feet upside down, but why do they look like that? Why do they look like ice cream? They look like ice creams that just got the sticks removed. It's very strange. It's freaking me out. Look at the bird. He danced. He's trying to sing, but he can't. Poor bird. Somebody teach that boy to sing. You're getting vaccinated on the 20th next week? Oh, snap! And you've almost been poked. You've almost been poked? You're so close to your poke. So close to the edge, and I'm about to poke. I'm glad that Norway's finally getting some of those dang old vaccinations. Those dang old vaccinations? Silly Norway. Akimic, you did the sound effect. You did it? I can't believe it. And did it. Look at I love that sound. I might make the gnome a permanent sound effect. I'm not sure. Maybe I should give y'all multiple sound effects at a time. What if I did that? Would that be good or would that be bad? I can't decide. Maybe we'll try 2 and we'll see what happens. Oh, what is this, by the way? You like this more than the gnome? How dare you compare them? I mean, we can have multiple, right? You've done it like 10 times, shaking my head. Oh no, Akivik, I'm sorry. I was ignoring your wowing. I can't believe it. I'm a monster. I'm actually a real monster. You were scared of the monsters in your closet? Little did you know it was the monster on your computer screen that you had to look out for. It was me all along. Yes, I'll challenge again. Okay, this time it's very tricky. I don't understand it. You ignoring me? What are you talking about? What? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Don't you son of a god! Come on! What if you're the monster? Yeah, I mean, listening to a little bit of that. If I could listen to the monster song a little bit more, maybe I'd be encouraged to do some karaoke. You know what I mean? Was Kenny the real monster all along? The real monster, not that fake monster that we all know about. Okay, what about this? Is too soon. Hashtag too soon. Oh, come on, close. It's the same timing every time. I'm very consistent. I'm just wrong. Maybe I'm a monster. Sorry. I'm sorry, you guys. I'll stop. I apologize. Listen, I'm annoying y'all. Let's be fair. That's annoying. Okay, look. This is way too early, right? No, this is perfect timing. Oh, yeah, that's some money. Boom! All I had to do was do early. Crunchy, thanks for the follow. What are those numbers I see there? Crunchy, 3, 4, 10. Oh my gosh, those are my favorite numbers. That's my favorite sequence of numbers. How did you know it, Crunchy? Crunchy, you hacked the mainframe and you figured out my favorite numbers. Thank you so much for showing them on my screen. Grabby. You finally did it. Shiny. What do you mean finally? Excuse me. Fine. Give me a break. This is a tough game. I'd like to see you play claw games online. I actually literally would. That's not a challenge. That's not me being mean. I really would definitely. I would watch you do claw games online if you ever did it. That sounds like fun. The only thing that I don't like about those online ones is that you have to pay for shipping. Like, dude, that's ridiculous. Like, I'd rather just go to the local arcade. Give me a break. Well, this is no Dark Souls. Is that what it's called? Is that Toreba? Toreba. Is that how you say that? I just don't like that you have to pay for it to be shipped. Like, come on, man. You don't even get the same tactile business. Like, I'd rather just do that in real life. But it could serve as decent practice. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a, maybe whenever if the Crane couple or Kuri or 10 come over to my house, then we could do that together. That'd be fun. That would be fun. It's coming from Japan. Oh wow, that's a long way. Japan's a far way off. I don't know how I feel about that. Let's go buy some bomba. Buy bomba. But yeah, I've got like plenty of Crane games in my area. Why would I? There are hot Crane games in your area waiting to be played that I would rather do rather than have it shipped. You still have to pay for your tries too. Yes. I'll buy all the bombs. It's content. It's worth it. It's worth it. You guys, if y'all donate enough bits, then I'll be able to pay for the shipping, and we'll actually get our prizes. Oh no, looks like the hype train failed. I guess we're not gonna get this one shipped to us. Too bad. Too bad, no prize. So many bombs. We got all the bombs. Now we're ready to blow up everything. Kaboom. I'm gonna break the wall first. Time to reload my bits. He's begging for bits again. Ooh. Look at all of those delicious rupees. That reminds me, whenever we were in Ope's stream, after a little while, Ope was like, oh boy, there's a hype train. I want to get that spider emote. actual extortion. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He was extorting spider emotes from people. Thankfully, I already have the spider emote because y'all are absolute champions. I'm going straight down. I don't even know if this hurts us. Nope. All right. Now what's hiding behind here? Le Bomba. Ah! Don't touch me. You still want your pink hoodie kitty? Which one is? Oh, Paris. Where is that, Alk? The pink hoodie kitty. Which tier is that on? Kim has it. How dare you flex like that? How dare you flex like that? That's cute. That's cute. What is that? Kim has it? Kim, you monster. You monster. Aw, Anne has it too. And shiny. Oh my gosh, everyone has it. Wait, what about, okay, where's the box? Yeah, that one. That one. I don't like it at all. Lens, I don't like it at all, but but he said, he was like, Kenny, how dare you you're flexing your emotes on me? And I was like, we can share it. I'll have 4 legs, you can have 4 legs. We'll share. You think that it's tier 4, but we only have level 1 or 5 here. Yeah. It's either all or nothing in this stream. Shake it by head. We need more tier 4s. Okay, you guys. All right. Alchemic, now I have a mission. Next time that there's Hype Train, I will bully everybody and I will stop them from supporting at level 4, all right? I will explain them the situation that we need the pink hoodie cat. Do I have the pink hoodie cat? Let me look it up. What's the name of it? It's called Hype Disguise. Let me see if I have it. I kind of doubt it. Okay. Come on. Close. I want to see. Let me see. It's Hype Disguise. Oh, I do have it. Yeah, I've already got it. But we can try to shop for a level 4 hype trade pretty soon. We can try. Oh wait, I've already been over here. Whee! I don't know how I got that alchemic. I don't get it. Maybe I guess it's just a roll of the dice, hey? Just a roll of the dice? And thank you. Angler key. Now where is this? Okay, let's try to absorb this this environment into our brain. Okay, this is to go straight out. This is bye-bye. This is bye-bye time. Okay. Well, there's so there's a boss over here, but he seems immune to bombs. He activates. Am I supposed to stab him? What do I do? No money, gang. Oh no. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You don't have to do any of that. It's just for fun. It's just a silly emote. What's this? It's like, oh, you just hit his head. Okay, no big deal. No big deal. We'll just smash. Also, look at the cool sound effects. I like it. I like it. Oh, hi there, wholesome trash bag. Nice to see you. Hi there. A wholesome trash bag. That's just what we need. I need somewhere to put my wholesome trash. Will you serve as the receptacle? I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. Come on, let me hit him right in the face. I am here to collect. Give me all of your wholesome trash. Look at the cool sound effects. I love it. All right, everybody. Your wholesome trash. Make sure you throw your wholesome trash over there. Over there, we finally have a place to put all of it. Goodness, this just takes forever. Kill him! I like his little, he's got a little propeller tail. He could fly. He could fly if he had wings. Somebody give this worm wings. There we go, bye-bye. His tail is my favorite part of the mini-boss. Yeah, his little propeller. It's cute. Give me that key. Also, they kind of force you to go down here. Not a very well hidden heart container, hey? Because look, they've got the angler key. They sucker you down there. They sucker you down there, and then you get that it's obvious that the wall need the bomba. Ow! You stupid. It's hard to tell the perspective because of the camera. It was the camera, you guys. It's just your standard Zelda camera problem. All right, so we got the angler key. Now we can go up and turn off the waterfall. All right, you guys, turn off the waterworks. Stop your crying, all right? Zelda will be saved, so stop crying right now.
Ooh, the shape of the key shows a fish swimming up a cascade of water. Go now to the mountain
Oh my gosh, don't tell me what to do.
A leap from the top will have you reach your goal.
Could you zip it? Could you zip it, Mr. Owl? You're spoiling everything. He just spoiled everything. I can't believe it. I know the bird, he's cheating. You just found out that you have this game in your house? You're annoyed that you didn't know before? It's very fun. It's very cute. It's adorable. Everything looks teeny tiny. Oh, by the way, I have the, all right, wait. Let me go over to her singing, and I'll show you all my, my puzzle that I have. Y'all can listen to her for a second. Yeah, here it is. Here's the puzzle. The puzzle. It's very cool. It's a very cool puzzle. I like its little, it's like miniature aspect. Everything's so shiny. Everything is so, like, it's just nice. It's just a good one. It's a good puzzle. High quality. We play it sometime. What is it, 500 pieces? It's 550? Oh, that'd be easy. That'd be easy. Oh, you've done that on stream. I haven't done that on stream yet. Is that true? I thought that I'd already done it. I thought that you were about to confirm that it's already been done. I know that I've done the, Mario one, and I've done most of my Pokemon ones. But we could do this one. I think I did this one, yeah, off stream. I think I remember that now. I did it on my table. But now I could get a better camera. I could get the better camera, turn it on so that we could see all the beautiful art. All right, now it is time for us to open up. Excuse me, Mushroom Boy. I gotta turn off this waterfall. We've done Eevee, Mario, and Totoro. Ooh, we definitely didn't do the big Totoro because holy moly, the big Totoro's 1,000 pieces. 1,000 big ones. We did that. We did the little 500, right? Rest in peace. Oh, I know it's sad, Shiny. I'm sorry that you had to see that. I'm sorry that you had to see the waterfall die. Oh, darn. Oh, darn. This was supposed to be a wholesome stream, but then he killed that waterfall, and I couldn't stop crying. He killed that waterfall, and it ruined my day. Actually, dead waterfall is tragic. Go ahead, Pigman. You can't stop me, Pigman! Okay, now we should be able to get the victuals. The victuals. You can do 1,000 easy. 1,000 what? 1,000 pieces? Oh, I mean, I can do it, but it all depends on the design for how long it takes. Like a difficult 1,000? Mamma mia. Could you imagine doing like doing that line puzzle live? What a nightmare. That would just take forever. We've got like giant Lego sets to build and you're like 1,000 piece puzzle, 1,000 piece puzzle. Sepper. Sepper. All right, up we go. Up we go. Yes, yes. Splendid. I don't remember how to do this, but I think that you gotta... I can't remember, but we barely have all of our... we don't have all of our our upgrades at all. We need our hook shot, maybe. But here we go. Here's the guy that's like, hey, I'm starving. Please get me some food. We'll get him some nom-noms. Now we can make it past this big waterfall. The big waterfall. We have passed it. Oh, and... I did not see that. I didn't know that it was too deep. Link dies, man. Yikes. He perished. Poor boy. Poor boy, you've killed him. You've killed Link. Who's gonna save the world now? Also, hey, how are you doing, Princess Toad? Fuzzy Boot. I don't think I said hi to you yet.
Hello. Hello.
Oh no, Link's bad at swimming. It's because of his stubby little arms. He can't swim. Ooh, I think that this is a dungeon, you guys. Angler's Tunnel, level 4. Oh, so I think it is. He's dead! I can't believe it. Link died in my arms tonight. I think you defend against them and then you stab their delicate undersides. Their delicate little bun-buns. Also, hi there, is that Diana? Diana, how are you doing? Well. Nice to see you. Well. Come over here, Pond Skater. That's their actual name, you guys. That's not a mean thing to say. Okay, they're actually called Pond Skaters. Can I push any of these? What the heck are these? You just got off of work, you're super duper tired? Well, sounds like it's almost time for a nap. Sounds like it's nap time. Kick back and enjoy a snack. Wait, you said, you do have food on you? Do I? Where? I've got a toadstool and a pineapple. Yeah, maybe I should throw a pineapple at him. I'm pretty sure that there's actual victuals that you get, right? Whoa, I can't believe that you just called him a pond skater. It's 2021. You're not allowed to call anybody a pond skater anymore. That's an old mean phrase from a bygone era. I'm sorry, you guys. My granddad used to call them pond skaters. That's, listen, it's just a habit, okay? I grew up like that. It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal. It's just how I was raised to say it. I didn't know another word for it. I'm sorry. We got a beak. A stone beak. Now we can put that on any bird statue and it will whisper in our ear. Whispering statues, my favorite. It would be great if I died. That would be good. That would be good. Then we won't hear the microwave noise. We won't be continually reminded that the chicken nuggets are ready. Bleep, bleep. Bleep, bleep. Bleep, bleep. There's nothing wrong with being a skater streamer. Oh, what? A pond skater? Oh, dear. You need to get this game. Do it. Princess Toad, it's worth it. It's worth it. It's a good game. It's very fun. Calm, how are you doing? Yes, indeed. I have the glasses on. Can you believe it? It's Kenny Remix. It's the Earl Remix. He never wears his glasses. They're actually, the glasses are a little bit off of my prescription, unfortunately. But also, besides that bad thing, they also have a blue light filter. So you know what? My eyes might be a little less tired. It's a weird decision to make, because the blue light filter makes me have less of a headache. But then the squeeze on the side of my head makes me have more of a headache. This rock has many cracks. There must be some way to shatter it. Yeah, I wonder. That's a tough puzzle. Free followers! Wow, look at that spam, dude. Look at that spam. That's impressive. Look at that, Alk. They did 4 in a row. How obnoxious. That's the most annoying I've ever seen. They're getting craftier because they know that they suck. Okay, so maybe I should what did Calico ban that helped? She banned what? The phrase "buy followers." Whoops. And we're dead. And we drowned. And actually, Link died. You like glasses, by the way? Oh, I hope you get the right ones. With the filter, too. Oh, yes, the filter is on them. I'll definitely get it once I have some extra money. Ooh, yes, it's fun. Dead is no good. Link's no good to us dead. Listen, whenever Link is dead, he's just another corpse. But if he stays alive, he could be the hero of time. Leave it, I love bopping them. Oh yes, it's like shooting ducks. All of these weird things that Automod catches that you're like, should I let it go? That's kind of weird. But instead, the buy followers thing is like, oh, I can ban that immediately. Splendid. Banned immediately. You clicked and you tried to delete it, and it started to take me to the site. Oh my gosh. Linz is interested in followers and is just too shy to admit it. You're just too shy to admit it, Linz. You want some followers. Listen, if you want followers, I can give you a shout out. Goodness, Linz. Don't go to shady websites for that. Well. You went to go put some pizza rolls in the oven, and you came back just in time to see Link die. Listen, it's not my problem that Link can't swim. I'm sorry. Listen, Link's just not a swimmer. He's not a swimmer, and that's not my fault. We need to unlock some of these doors that are down here. Ah, yes, I want followers for my nun streams. Ooh. Streams from the void with limbs. Oh. Void streaming. Sounds like it could be popular. A popular subcategory. Oh, this is an extra room. And we're locked in with the pond skaters. Locked in a room with a pond skater. That's my worst nightmare. You got a blue light on your newest pair. You also got the transitions. Oh, snap, Dell. You're rocking all the glasses technology. UV protection and blue light protection? Oh my gosh. That's almost too much. You're not gonna have fun with all that. Oh my gosh. Everyone's a streamer nowadays. It's true. They just keep streaming games and Why is Wyvern? How are you doing? The stream's going great. We're just playing some Lonk and I'm dead. I just died, but it's all right. You know what? Dying's part of the messing up my. Listen, there's a dash button and there's a shield button, and I keep mixing them up. There's only two shoulder button things, and I'm getting them confused. There's only two options, and I keep picking the wrong one. Now perish. We need to practice it. We gotta practice our skills, you guys. Our skills. I also have to keep that jump feather on the same slot forever because I am going to really mess up. If I change it, it's gonna be ruined. You have like 70 followers from streaming Geometry Dash over 3 years ago. Ooh, Geometry Dash. Kids love Geometry Dash, dude. Maybe I'll play more Minecraft and Geometry Dash. Maybe just a little spot of Roblox. Just to finish out the collection. What else do I need? Maybe Undertale. A little bit of Fork Knife. Yes. I see it all. It's all coming together now. It's all coming together now. Maybe I'll play some gacha. Oh, gacha. Get off of me, you stupid goops! No, they prevented my shielding. They prevented shielding. I didn't actually know that they did that. Chaotic Neutral Limb, how are you doing? Hello. Stab me. Oh, I'd have to play Friday Night Funkin'. All right, hit us with that Undertale streamer. We want to hear your wait, gacha? Oh dear. What do you mean? I can find friends on there, Kim. I can find friends on gacha. What? Champion the Raven Queen with the raid. Hey, Raven Queen. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the raid with a party of 2. Oh yeah. That's 3 sweet beans. Hi there. Oi, 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 oi. Champion the Raven Queen. I love your art for Squirrel. It's so cute. It's cute. It's cute. It's cute. I'm excited. I'm excited about being able to show it all off. It's so cute. Champion the Raven Queen. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hi there, friends. The coat of arms. I know it's so cute. Can it be the official coat of arms now? Click one stream gacha. Yeah, I watched it. I watched it, Kim. It was pretty beautiful. Colm, do you think that you'll ever play Skyward Sword? Yes, I'm gonna play it the day of. I'm gonna play it the day of release. I'm gonna go pick it up from GameStop and I'll start playing it immediately. Okay, we're gonna be on Twitch day 1 as soon as possible. But I'm gonna, as usual, I'm gonna stream somewhat at my normal time instead of doing some weird, like evening release or something. We're not doing any of that. I saw that Chaotic Neutral Limb. I'm sorry that you didn't get the job, but I'm sure that you'll find a better one. You will find a better opportunity. Clearly, that one's not for you. But it was very good of you to do all your submissions and everything. You should be proud anyway, even if it doesn't work out. You tried, and that's what really matters. Oh, Kenny streamed gacha too. It's called Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact is, I was thinking about that recently because I was watching, I think John Bon was playing it. And obviously, I was watching it because I like John Bon. But I was like, man, now that I've played Final Fantasy XIV, this game's even more of a joke. Like, all the things that I liked about Genshin Impact are better in Final Fantasy. Like, it's funny. it's funny. Now it's really worthless. Glasses Kenny! Oh my gosh! It's a rare shiny Kenny. Catch it! Catch it! The rare shiny Kenny. I just saw one. This is a random encounter. Random encounter with a shiny Kenny. Hey, how are you doing, Felix? Aren't you supposed to be in bed? Just kidding, you're supposed to be right here. You're supposed to be right here. Right here with me, Felix. Hello. They just keep getting you with those mimic chests. It's true, they do. I'm completely bamboozled. I'm a sucker. I'm like, treasure. It's because it takes forever. And I take the opportunity of opening a chest to be able to talk to chat. They're totally bamboozling me. Glasses Kenny. A shiny. Catch him. Oh. I am supposed to be in bed. Oh. You're not supposed to be in bed. You're supposed to be right here, Felix. Don't ever leave me. Don't leave me and forsake me. Felix always leaves me. Always leaves me and goes to bed. Man, that's a bummer. See? Gotta go to Schlepp soon. That's sad. That's sad. I thought that Felix liked it around here, but always goes to bed. Always chooses bed, and he says that he doesn't even like sleeping. But he likes sleeping more than hanging out with me. Kenny with glasses. I've never seen this before. Savvy. Here it is. I've had multiple frames. I used to have round frames, and I look like a professor, and I like those. But then I switched to this aesthetic. Get off. You stupid. They get on me every time. Push moving. Pack your bags, y'all. Kenny's taking Felix on a guilt trip. Oi! Everyone's invited. And we're coming along. You bet you are. You bet you are. Everybody's invited. Listen, there's snacks. I packed snacks. There's granola bars in the bag. Do y'all want a granola bar? I've got bottles of water. No, we're not going to McDonald's. Stop asking. We're not pulling over. I have snacks that I packed for this road trip. We are not buying any fast food. This is why I also have apples. Do you want apples? And it's also not green. It's not Granny Smith apples. It's boring Gala apples. Okay, I've got apples and granola, so we're not stopping. Stop asking for Sonic. That's not even the best place to go. Road trip to Sweden? Slow down, Kim. Slow down. I knew that I shouldn't have let Kim drive. I let Kim drive because I was getting tired, you guys. It was getting risky out here. Right? Do we have Pringles or just fruit? Just fruit and granola bars. I'm trying to think of what my mom used to pack that I was like, this sucks. It's granola bars. This sucks. I like granola bars, but not compared to McDonald's. We never ate McDonald's. I should say Sonic. Excuse me, but Sonic has amazing slushies. That Sonic is always what I got as a kid. We never went to McDonald's. Whenever I was super young, we used to go to the Berg, to the King. We used to go visit royalty. Ow! Ow! No! The homemade trails mix. Ooh, even worse. Even worse. McDonald's, McDonald's, McDonald's. But I want McDonald's. Listen. This reminds me of that joke from that one comedian. What is his name? I cannot remember the comedian's name. But he was talking about how whenever he was a kid, they wanted to go to McDonald's, and then Dad pulled over to McDonald's and ordered one large black coffee for himself and then drove away like an absolute savage. That's who I would be. That's who I would be for y'all. Okay, we'll pull over. Just kidding. Earl's just kidding. One black coffee. One black coffee, please. No kids' meals. John Mulaney, thank you. Thank you, Jonathan Mulaney. Cruelty. Such a dad thing to do. Get out of here. Boing. I imagine it. It's true. It's a true story. John Mulaney told me it. He told me it personally. Get out of here. You are 100% referencing that? Yes. But what about my Happy Meal? There'll be no happiness in this car trip. There's no happiness in this car trip. Our destination is sad, and so is our journey, blast it all. This is supposed to be a guilt trip. I've got an idea. I've got a little idea. Oh, you suck. Gosh, there's so many enemies. All right. Here's my big idea, you guys. Wow, gotta get the exclusive toy. We will only get Happy Meals if I'm interested in the toy, okay? Only if it's like a poke. Oh, wait, we can't swim. He can look down. He's like, oh no, that's some deep water. He can look up too. Beep, 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 beep. I don't think that we should die. Okay, it must be the other way. Never mind. We have to learn how to swim, you guys. Boyong, 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 boyong. When you had to babysit your nephews, they would want Happy Meals so bad. And when I got them for them, they didn't eat them. Oh my gosh, it's all too typical. Kids will demand something and then they won't even eat it. Dude, just put your toes in. Just tip your little elf toes in there. Just a little dip, Strimmer. Hey, Zelda Bits, yo! Thank you for that tier 2 sub. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, tier 2. Thank you so much for the big support. For the big support. Thank you so much. Hey, can we put some hype in the chat for Zelda Bits with the big subby for 4 months? Bless my soul. Bless my soul. How are you doing, Zelda Bits? Ooh, can we make this? Oh no, they don't give me enough. They don't give me enough juice. There's not enough juice. What else are you gonna play next? Oh, we're gonna play this game. Oh, you mean this evening? You mean this evening? I can't believe it. You're already begging for extras? You're already begging for extras? Shaking my head. I can't believe this. I'm playing this game right here, and they already want more. The glint of the tile will be your guide. Glint of the tile. What? What tile? What are you talking about? The children are ungrateful. I know. They ask for their Happy Meal. I get it for them, and they don't eat it. That's y'all. Whenever you are like, what's next? What's next? I like Zelda, but what's next? See, hi Kenny. I just treated myself to this game. Hey, Leslie at the disco. I'm glad that you could treat yourself to this game. That's awesome sauce. Leslie. Fun, 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 fun. Yes, yes, yes. This game is so cute. You're so right. You're so right. You're playing my game. No, I promise I didn't take your game. I promise this is my own copy. This is my own copy. I wouldn't take your game. All right, we're going to stay right here for a second. You're just going to casual draw some of us on a road trip to McDonald's with coffee? Kenny, can I have a Happy Meal if I pay for it myself? That is a kid move. That's a smart kid move, Savvy. You must admit, you were a smart kid. You were a smart kid. That's what I used to, that's what, if any genius kid would do that, they would be like, oh, Mom, can I have this? I'll pay for it myself with my money. And then, of course, the mom is like, you have literally $5 to your name and you want to buy this Happy Meal? All right, I'll get you it. What? That was not even close to touching. Look at that. What was that? Did you guys, now, I don't have an instant replay because I don't have that kind of technology, you guys. But did you, that wasn't even close, dude. It did not touch. No, it didn't. That's ridiculous. I'm done with this. I quit. I'm just kidding. We're gonna. Oh wow! What a nap! It's 5 a.m. Oh no. Felix, go to bed. I was only teasing, all right? The guilt trip's over, all right? We arrived at our destination. You are as guilty as you're gonna get. Felix is a bad boy, not get guilty. That's all right. Guilt's not good for you. It's not healthy. Okay, I'm watching this clip. Stabby, stabby. Let me see it. It didn't touch. It didn't touch. Thank you for the video evidence. It didn't touch. It didn't. Look at it. It's not even close. Not even close. These hit boxes are broken. Don't be shy. Share the screen. I would if I was if I was playing a game on the computer, I would. But it's hard for me to share the screen in this setup right now. Time for D&D. All right, Zelda Bits. Have fun with D&D. Thank you so much for the sub. We'll see you later. Have fun with the D&D. D&D. Oh, I love how they made it so that you can't cook it. Goodness. Uncookable bombs. My favorite. Yatta. Yatta. Oh, what? Let me out of here. Let me off this island. Oh my gosh. Zelda dies. No. I'm trying. I am actually trying. I can't do it. I can't get off this island. Oh. Okay, wait a second. You can do a jump with 2? Dude. Dude. If you can get it with... Hang on. First, I'm going to die. This is on purpose, you guys. This one's for the win. See how I jumped right into it? That's because it was on purpose. Just barely. You see how there's 2 blocks, but you can jump over 3? Okay, so 2 equals 3. All right? You can. So we get to jump over 1 extra block. Let's go see if that's a length that we can jump a little bit later. I'm getting really used to the death sound effects. Also, hi there. Awkward IRL. What's up? Welcome, Kenny. You can do it. Thank you for the encouragement. We got this. Yeah, we got this. So what's over here again? It's been a while since we came out. It's been a while. Actually, there's no treasure over here. No treasure in that zone. I love that little noodle jumping off the edge every time. Can we make them? I love how they look whenever they die. This is so funny. Rest in peace. Is that what happens to Kenny if we redeem too many hydrates? Oh dear. I drown. What? There's no hydrates today. There's no water in this apartment. Okay, I tried to drink the almond milk, but it was nasty, dude. I can't drink almond milk or skim milk or any of that stuff. It's gross. It's gross. I won't drink it, you guys. You can't force me to do it. I won't do it. We can't go down here. I can't get this yet. Let's see. So we need to... I already got this one. But what about this next one, hey? Come on, lads. Get over here. You find lactose-free milk tastes the exact same as regular? Dang it. You just body blocked me, dude. You just body blocked me, you stinking chump. Okay, so what about this? Because I think that you can jump on these guys and they make you spin, if I remember properly. What? Oh, I could have swore that you jump on their head and then they make you spin and then you can fly. Right? Right? What? I could have swore that you jump on their heads and then they spin you and then you could jump right off. Lurking? All right, enjoy your lurk, White Tiger. No worries. Ow, stop! Stop! Plus, it goes bad so fast I can't justify buying it unless it's completely necessary. You only drink it if you have something with it. Oh, yeah. I get almond milk so that I can cook. It's for cooking only. Oh, by the way, hi there, Elfie. Hi, Elfie. I totally missed saying hi to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But, yeah, I buy it so that I can cook. I just bought some eggs so I can make some waffles tonight. We're making waffles tonight, baby! Waffle time. Last time I tried to make waffles, I just didn't have any eggs. But I got some eggs. I got some egg. I first got the egg, then I put it in a bag. And now I'm ready to, excuse me? Excuse me, sir? I love how... Oh, what? I was going to say that doesn't hurt you, but it actually does. He could stab you through the corner, that sorry sucker. I guess it's actually good, because then you can stun him. Stop! Dude, this game's ridiculous. It's hard. Oh, no. Kenny's making waffles again. It's been a long time since I burnt any waffles. There it is. What are we going to do? We're out of hearts again. Dang. You got to go? All right. We'll see you later, Del. Hope you had fun. Hope you had fun, you sweet bean. That's way too long to jump. That's way too long. We can't make that jump. It's supposed to be like a tile, you guys. It's supposed to be a shiny tile. Let's keep our eyes peeled for anything suspicious. Should we try to die down here? Should we try to... I dipped my toes in. Wet toes. Wet socks. I hope that you left your socks at home, Link. Nope. That definitely kills you. That's definitely not what you're supposed to do. Well, that's too bad. Well, that's a bummer. Chili, how are you doing today? How are you doing today, Chili? Congratulations, you unlifed Link. That's because Link doesn't know what to do, all right? It's Link's fault. Link's fault. He won't figure out how to do it. Hey, can I move this? No, I can't move it. That's the funniest death sound. It's a horrible death sound. I hate that. I hate that. I wouldn't want to die going. Sad. Link must be allergic to water because my goodness, he drowns fast. Yeah, he's definitely allergic to Wawa. Now, I know that there's something to do with those guys, but I don't know what it is yet. I do not know what to do with that flower. With the flower. Okay, I'm gonna try to focus on these goopskis. Okay. First we move that guy. Now we're gonna get rid of that star guy. I can't believe that I'm having to actually try. I hate it. Darn it! Trying. Stinky. Stinky! Hydration is important? Yes, Link, hydrate yourself. Okay, somebody said... Y'all were saying that y'all saw something suspicious in here. What's... Oh! My fishing rod. Where's my fishing rod? Why don't I... Oh, wait, I don't have a fishing rod. I gotta... dig? Nope. No, I can't do anything in here. I can't do this. 10 out of 10 people who drink water die. Oh, what? Is that true? Those stats don't lie, Savvy. I don't like it. I don't like it. The stats tell a different story about water. If you were given a clue about what to do by the owl, I know he said something about a tile, right? He said a shiny tile. He says the glint of the tile will be your guide. The glint of the tile? What tile? Where? I don't see any glint. That's my problem, is that I'm not seeing any glinting tiles. Oh, dude. Come on, dude. Don't knock me into the water, dude. Yeah, so we need to find tiles that glint. Oh, wait. That looks kind of shiny. No, it doesn't. See, this has kind of got a glint to it, but I guess that's to be more obvious. Dig a tunnel? Yep, just dig down to the bottom of the earth. Find some dinosaur bones in an ancient civilization. I don't see any tiles. Nothing up here. No tiles here. I hate these guys. These guys are nothing. Let your conscience guide you. Yes. Use your inner Earl. Okay, I'm getting better at fighting these enemies, I think. Dies. Okay, so what's up here? I don't think I've looked up here in a while. Yeah, so there's no tiles up here. Oh, we've never been in here before. Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh, what? Come on, Link! Jump, you dummy! Is it really that far away one? How are we supposed to get over there? Dude. How do we get over here, though? That's way too far. We can't jump that. Yeah, it's this one. There's no glint. There's no glint on these tiles. We need this. It's scuba. No, I thought it was a scuba mask, dude. No scuba. Hey, don't shoot. Yeah, oh, did you see that dodge? Yo, Nagini with the 4 months. Holy
Day 5 heart,
moly.
day 5 heart,
Oh, we'll
there,
see you later,
5 left,
Bohemian
there,
Moon.
5
Thanks for
left.
hanging out. I believe it, you guys. I believe it. We found it. We found it. Magini, thank you so much for those 4 months of support. Please put some hype in the chat for Magini. Oh, for Magini. Magini. Oh, yeah. That's Pog. All right, we got a key. It's time to open some doors, you guys. While other people are shutting doors, we are opening them up. Open them up. Yes. I killed him because I was fast. Nagini, how has your day been going? What's up? It's Wednesday, my dudes. I hope that y'all are having a better day than Link here, because he's dead as heck. He's dead as heck. He died up there. He tried to jump on top of an enemy because he thought it was a Goomba. He thought that pond skater was a Goomba. But he misjudged their power. Okay, watch this. We're going to go for a no-hit run through this area so that we can make it to the key. There's a key spot right here. All right. We're going to go through, but this time we're not going to take damage. Just to make it easier, you know? We're just going to do a damageless run. Yeah. We're just gonna do this. You have a Goomba plushie? Ooh, I was tempted by a blooper plushie the other day. There was a blooper plushie and there was a road banana plushie. I was tempted by both. I almost had to get them. There we go. See, this is a damageless run that we're doing right here. Go ahead, stab me. Yep. I like that. Look at that. We trapped the star too. That's smart. That's actually smart. You just gotta stab this. You gotta spam the stab button. No. No spam. You have a Yoshi plushie? Ooh. Look at this guy. Oh, look at him go. Look at him go. I love that the music hasn't changed yet. It's just a boy. Just a big water boy. Ooh, we just gotta give him a little stab. Octopus! I know, he's cute. He's funny. He looks like a water spider. The water spider has bibbies. So... yeah, it's like an octopus spider. Exactly, I like it. I'm trying to get how he's moving. Is he just following me if he can? Confused. Oh, dude, that's nasty. I mean, I know that it's trying to be careful. Arisa! Hello! Arisa! The bird! The bird. Everybody loves the bird. The bird's the word. Oh, maybe we should stab him, you know, like give him a little whack. Give him a little whackaroo. Oh, come back here. Big dummy. Ooh, there we go. Now you toast. Skirt, skirt. Skirt, skirt, skirt. Oi, oi. Did you finish your show? Oh, you're back. You have a Goomba sound pendant on your tiny USB stick in case the USB slot is too deep. You also got a Yoshi plushie. A what? That's cute. A Goomba phone pendant. Adorable. Wait. All right, I guess we got to do the same thing. Oh, no. He turns around. The burb looks so wonky. I know, it's perfect. The wonkier, the better. The wonkier, the better. That's how you know it's a good burb. That burb is wonky in real life. Especially whenever the camera's really, like, zoomed in. Yeah, boy. What? How many hits does he take? Holy crap, dude. Eat bomb. I don't even think that he... oh, it stops him, though. That's interesting. Is there a strat where you can smack his buns like that? Interesting. Oh, you could just hit him while he's in the corner. Oh. Well, that's a fair bit easier, I think. 2,000 hits! I mean, look at it. He takes a lot of damage. Now, that's a lot of damage. Come on, buddy. Oh! No! What? He's invulnerable. He's a possible kill. He's got infinite lives, dude. He's got infinite lives. You can't actually kill him. He can't actually be killed in this game. You have to convince another CPU to go kill him, because you can't do it. Get dead. Also, I just noticed not everybody might be aware that cell phones used to have a special hole for pendants to attach. Oh, like a little, yeah, like a little hole so that you could put like a... See, pendant is not the word that I'm thinking of. What's the word? What's the word for that? It's like a key. It's not even a keychain. A charm? Question mark? I don't even think that it's those things. It's for a lanyard, maybe. But yeah, with a little hole in it. Do you have like an OG phone? Do you have ye olden phone? Ye old phone that you have to dial with that? I don't actually know how to do that. I don't have the ability to do it. Oh, he really said, I'll walk right over this. Why doesn't he do that all the time? All right. Let's kill this sorry sucker. Also, hey, Darren, what's up? What's up? It's nice to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a good day. Boy, I was watching some of that Noita last night. I just didn't say anything. Hope you're having a good day. We're vibing. We're vibing. The day is good. I got no water in the apartment, so I had to go out and buy my own coffee. There's no water. No water to be found. But actually, the brew is so good. Does anybody know how McDonald's makes their coffee taste so good? Do I need to just get a better coffee maker? Because that was actually surprisingly good. Oh, what? That's a wizard! You guys, I see a wizard in the chat. Not to alarm you, but there may be a magic user in the area. I don't wanna make any of y'all upset. There might be some wizardry going on. You best look out. Whoa. Here we go. Come on. Yeah, that's right, boy! You're dead. Now, you're dead. Thank you, Arisa. I appreciate it. Well. All right. We did it. Oh, nice. You gotta get crushed. Getting crushed with a Link. Actually, Link's gonna yank on this, and then he's gonna zoom. You don't even have to dash. You don't even have to dash. These eyeball things will stop attacking you if you kill all the enemies. Too bad I got smacked, dude. You glad to hear that you were enjoying the Noita bit yesterday? Aw, yeah. For sure. Darren streams are always a good time. Could we get a shout out for Darren? Just because I want to, okay? Just because I want to. Darren streams are fun to watch. They're fun to watch, and I like to watch challenging games personally. It's kind of, oh, the little magic guys. See, now those are the glowing ones. That's what the hint was for. The hint was not helping me with what I needed to do. I knew that the hint was worthless. I knew it. See, look, the hint was for over here. Because they have a glimmer. And now we can swim. Why? The other thing was just there to mess you up. It was just there to trick you. It was there to trick you that you could jump over the water, but you never could. But now I think we can just swim. Now I think we just can. We just do. He's just turned into a fish. Do I have to? Don't have to equip it, doesn't look like. Wow, he just needed fins to be able to swim? That is ridiculous. Actually, that's not acceptable. Actually, that's not gonna help you swim. He needs floaties. That's what I was hoping he got. Is that he just got some floaties. That would have been cute. It's probably the most inconvenient thing, right? Yes. These puzzles are always the most difficult that you can. The most difficult that they could make it. No more funny drowning. I'm sorry. Oh, hi. I'd appreciate some company on my night shift, so I'll be doing the lurkies. All right. We'll be here, Kathy. I'll be in the background cheering you on. I'll be cheering you on from the background. You can do it. Go, Kathy. Go, Kathy. What? This game is surprisingly difficult for being so cute. It may look cute, but it doesn't act cute. It's a nasty game. It's no hearts. They don't even give you any chance to heal. They just say, have fun not getting hit. And they don't give you an opportunity to heal. There's no, I beat a boss. They didn't give me any health. I beat a bunch of enemies. They didn't give me any health. I found treasures. They didn't give me anything. I got a new item. No heal. I could pick up a heart container and I bet they wouldn't give me anything. This game, it's just senselessly hard. It just doesn't, there's just no reason. You're not even really, you're not even in trouble if you die. You just have to go back to the beginning. You don't even lose anything. You don't lose any progress except for that which you just walked. So you just have to kill a bunch of enemies again and it just respawns them. And you don't even, whenever you respawn, you don't even get full health. Watch this. Just watch this. Just look at this. Oh, I respawned. Oh, joy. Oh, joy! More Link-related shenanigans, but my hearts aren't full. Why not? Why not? Why not full hearts? We just died. Dude. What do we have to do? So if we leave and we went back to a fairy, then we could have full hearts. But we literally can't earn hearts while we're playing this game. We can't earn them. We can't earn them because we're playing hero mode. It just doesn't make any sense, dude. There's no rhyme or reason. It's just like you have to one-shot a dungeon or you suffer, I guess. But you can't heal during it, so I guess you just have to not get hit ever. The way to have full hearts for a boss, the only way to have full hearts for a boss is to not get hit while you visit. Like you just can't get hit in the entire dungeon until you make it to the boss. Even the mini-boss you have to beat without taking damage. Otherwise, you won't have full hearts for the boss. Period. Even if you respawn, you can't find any hearts. So you're just out of luck. How do you start and stop lurking? Oh, by the way, lurking's not like a real thing or anything. Lurking's just whenever you basically are just saying, oh, Earl, I'm gonna leave the stream on. I'm gonna leave the stream on, but so you get my view. But I'm gonna be away from keyboard, so don't bother talking to me. That's basically all that it is. That's all that lurking is. It's nothing too fancy. We just made a command for fun. It's just a command for funsies. You don't mute the stream, mute the tab. It's true. If you mute the stream, you don't count as a viewer. If you're going for views, then yes. If you just want to like collect Chrome tabs and not count as a viewer, you could do it the other way. Stabby, stabby. Also, welcome back, A-Star. Also, Mercs. Mercs, you're like lurksing, then you're merksing, then you're. Welcome back. How are you doing? You could. Oh yeah, you can also help. You can help by hosting. That's something that I really haven't pushed at all. But somebody was talking about hosting. I can't remember if it was Click. But maybe I should turn back on my host alert. Maybe I should turn that back on and encourage it. I don't know. It's something that I thought was worthless, but it might actually help with the algorithm. I can't tell. Don't actually know what it does. Hosting is good. Oh, maybe I should encourage it then. I literally turned it off because I was just like, don't bother. Don't bother. Hosting is just basically whenever even if you don't have any viewers, it makes it so that your channel is, hosting the person's content. I think that all you do is that you just do, I think that you just put, what is it, dash host like this? Oh wait, it just tried to do it, didn't they? What is it, just dash host like this? Like that? Oh, but with the slash, is that how you do it? I don't even think that I get alerts for that. I really should make that be like a little alert and make it a little party whenever people do that. That would be fun. That would be fun. I'm sorry for not having that right now. I think I turned it off. Oh wait, no, I see hosts. Technically. Okay, well, whatever. Here we go. Y'all should host Mercs sometimes. Oh my gosh, Mercs out here begging for support. Mercs, that's not cool. Let's go to the right. To the right. Now kick. Stabby. If you're on the phone, it's an option with the share button. Oh.
Mercs, that's not a joke.
That's not how joke. Now I can just swim everywhere. That's nice, dude. That's nice. You basically see the stream on someone else's channel. Chat not included. All right, let's open this. Open it up. Wait, McGeenie, are you gonna go to bed? Oh, we'll see you later. McGeenie, thanks very much for hanging out. Hope you had fun. Hope you had fun. We'll see yous later. We'll see you later. McGeenie, hope you enjoyed some Zelda nonsense. Ah, no! Gaff! I thought they were gonna kill me. They grab onto you and you get stuck. It's so frightening. Okay, we can go over here. Here's another spot, you guys. Zoom. Yep, this is it. Get off, get off, get off, get off, get off. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm fabulous. You're gonna lurk for a little bit? All right. Have fun in the background, my friend. Open it up. Fits so well with the chest music. Open it up. You just got treasure. That doesn't work quite as well. All right, I'm going down. Oh, thank you for the host, Awkward. I appreciate it. I'll try to make it so that it shows up. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Apparently, it helps. That's what Click said. I didn't even know that. Oh dear. Oh. He's almost been streaming for 2 years. The flippers are too cute. I know, they're adorable. He can swam anywhere that he wants. He's a swamming Linky. Streaming for 2 years. Golden acorn. Let's go down here. Yeah, so... Oh, I see what to do. Professional streamer. That's about right. That's me. That's me. Look, I can hide. I can hide under the water. Open up. Open sesame. Oh yeah, I think so. The auto host list. Does the auto host list work like when the streamers start, or can you prioritize it so that it'll stop hosting somebody else and switch to somebody else? How does that work? Because I'll start streaming earlier so that I can grab all of the auto hosts. You know, just scoop them up. Scoop them up, you know? If that's how it works, you know, we could just get some bonus ones. Oh, what? What is this? Oh, well, what's this? Oh, you can make the priority list. Dang it. Never mind that. No early streams, you guys. You've been streaming for about 10 months? Whoa. Awkward. What do you stream? What do you stream?
I hope you have fun.
Priority list. Shaking my head. Wait, what? So there's another walk. So we've gone on this walkway. We've gone on that walkway. Is there another level? Have we gone through each one of these steps? But what about this one? That's the one we need to go to. Huh. I am confusion. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. Oh, Ahsoka, what's up? Do you like the glasses? I say, sometimes I wear glasses just to be comfy. Just for comfy. Just for comfy cozy. Aw, they died. That's sad. You do Papers, Please? Ooh, that's fun. I like Papers, Please. Papers, Please is very scary. Now, let's see if we can big brain this. No, only small brain. Only small brain allowed, you guys. We're not in. We need the nightmare key, huh? I wanted to jump across there, but I can't. Okay, so I gotta go all the way back. Or I could die. I've actually got a lot of hearts. Let's not die. Okay, so let's keep schmoovin'. Schmoove. Let's figure out how to get that last chest. The last chest should have the nightmare key. Then we will be done. But we can swim everywhere, so I'm sure we just unlock something with swimming, right? Link went from drowning toddler to to the world champion. To the world champion swimmer. I know, he could stay underwater for years. You have any more hints? Nope. No more hints for me. Get out of here. No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Oh, come on, dude. Dang it. I messed it up. Okay, so we already went over there because of the key, right? Ahsoka. Ahsoka, yes, more. Wait. Gosh darn it, dude. We went the same way. We all go the same. Dude. Serious? That's such a hard jump! That's such a hard jump from the top side. What? All right, back to the beginning of this. Dang it. Come on, man. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look at what's in our way. It's over here. It's right there. That's what we want. That's what we need, dude. That's what we need, man. Doesn't Ocarina of Time have that really annoying owl? Yes, it flaps by really, really slowly, and then he's like, "Hello, Link. I'm going to help you. You need to save Hyrule." Okay, so do we have to, we gotta go here, then we gotta go all the way around to get over there, dude? No. Too far. Don't touch me. Kenny's singing the song of my people. So keep back. Stay back. You better not touch me. What about down here, though? You got a question? I've got an answer, Mercs. What's the question? What time is it for me? It's gaming time. Gaming time! Yeah! Actually, it's 5:28. 5:28. It's almost lunchtime. It's almost lunchtime. Are y'all starving yet? What am I in? Get out of here. Get out of here, you little bloblets. Lunchtime. I'm just kidding, Ahsoka. I'm just kidding. There'll be no lunch today. Damn. All right, come here. All the fans of birds are probably enjoying that sound effect. Hey. I love it. Any bird fans out there? So we go up. This is a place that I haven't gone. You got cake, and it's got that cake. And I don't know if cake counts as lunch. And I don't know if that counts as real food. I actually, I don't know if that counts. You guys, is cake a meal? There's nothing here. So what's the deal, Pickle? What's the deal with this? Stinking eyeballs are gonna get in the way, that's for sure. So I can, I could have swam across to save time. Okay. So there's a shortcut there that I can remember. There's a walkway there, but it's this up here that we need to get to. It's that up there. But it's got an entrance. So let's go back down here again. I don't get it. Oh, this. Oh, we never made it past this. Silly me. I never made it here because I got stabbed right in the face. I got stabbed in the face. I remember that now. You guys remember whenever I died? That was awesome. Okay. This is where we get the Guardian Key. Boom. Now we're ready to beat the dungeon. Okay. Final boss, you guys. Well, not like the final boss in the game. I'm just saying this is the final boss of the area. And we're schmoving, and we better get schmoving too, because we got to beat this game before Skyward Sword comes out. We got to hurry up, you guys. Skyward Sword is coming out soon. There's no time for lollygagging. Go. Whoa. Where's the shortcut that oh, wait. I can't take the shortcut this way. Oh, man. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Gotta go this way, dude. Go. Swim, little boy. Swim, little boy. We must make it to the final boss. We have, look at that life count. We've got 2.5 lives. Ah, we got this one in the bag, you guys. Easy peasy. You must obtain sustenance. All right, go get some food. Get some food, you silly. Run, boy, run. We got this, you guys. First try. First try. 2.5 lives. 2.5, that's enough. Here we go. Oh, scary. What? You gotta go down first? Free hearts in the basement. Oh my gosh, wait. Oh, this is a swimming area where you gotta swim away. I think. Yeah, the boss. Okay, the boss chases you. Dude, he's so ugly. Look at that ugly boy. Ew. That is a ugly boy. Hey, Lost and Left, we'll see you later. You're welcome for the vibes. Anytime. Gotta stab his little angler bit, I bet. He's so shiny, I know. Look at his sparkle. He is rather handsome. If you saw this underwater, you would just leave. No more swimming. Swimming's over. So he's kind of stunned a little bit. Oh, I can hit him. Okay, I thought that he was out of range. Ugly indeed. He's got a brother or a little sister. Who is this? I'm killing your sibling. I'm killing your siblings. How do you feel about that? Come over here. Chop, chop. No, come back. It's a baby. The baby's way cuter than the big one. The baby's way cuter. This one's got those, he's got those like droopy cheeks. Okay, come down here. No, stop summoning your family. Come down, yes. That's what we need. He's stunned. Gotta wrap him. Come on. Oh, it's working out great. First try. How did that not hit me? That didn't hit me, and I didn't hit him. What a confusing. Oh no! Oh no! 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 I can't deal with this. Oh my gosh, dude! Holy moly! I'm just letting him summon all of them. They're gonna make it so that I can't get around here. Come on, die! No, die for me! Just stay down here. Stay down here. Don't adjust. Yes. Stay down here. Stop summoning them. You've already got enough. All right. Stop being greedy. Okay, we gotta kill some of these guys. There we go. Clear them out. Don't let them raise too high. Oh, come on! Come on, baby! No! Dang it, we almost beat it with 2.5 lives. Ah, we almost got him. We almost got him first try. Dang it. Okay, what's the fastest way to the boss? Teleport? Yeah. Teleport's faster. All right, let's go there with full lives, quote unquote. Full lives, which means 5. 5 lives that y'all can't see. Here we go. Oh, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. Also, Blue Skittle, what's up? Blue Skittle said, well. Whenever Blue Skittle said, well, I really felt that. I really felt that. It meant something to me. It meant something to me. I don't know if it meant something to y'all, but whenever Blue Skittle said, well, that was important. How's the Legend of Linking? I mean, the Legend of Illegal Links is, it's working out pretty good. Working out pretty good. We're trying to beat the stinky boss. Stinky boss. Stinky big old sushi. A big delicious bite of sushi. Our sous chef will stay down there and watch over the proceedings. Okay, now we're gonna kill this fish second try, which is practically a first try. I also like that he keeps all of his clothes on underwater. He's got a sword, he's got a shield, but he ain't falling down. The well is eating so many of your points. Ooh. That wasn't the plan. So can we only hit him one time? I could have swore that I hit him more than once before. There's 2 right there. All right. Not a very smart angler fish. Oh, whoa, don't pick on this boy. Can hit him while he's on the move, too. Interesting. That's what I should be doing. Even whenever he goes full Godzilla and he makes that horrible sound, I could still smack him. Okay, well, this changes things a little bit, you guys. We've already damaged him almost as much as last time. All right, this changes the boss fight a little bit, doesn't it? It does change it just a bit. Don't know if he's gonna get much opportunity to summon anything this time. That was a lot easier to do it that way. that was the way to do it, actually. Actually, now that I think about it. Okay, well, that worked well. That worked well. There we go. We got a heart container. Let's get out of here. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Splendid fish down, you guys. It went at the same time. Champion the Raven Queen and Captain Zanuck at the exact same time. First try, yeah. Mercs is proud. He stood no chance. He's toast. And now we've got a harp. Oh boy. Now everybody's, you shush and listen to this music. No, wait, during the song. Y'all shush. We're gonna listen to the surf harp together. Surf harp VPN. Such a beautiful sound. It's such beautiful music. Actually, it didn't sound that good. I'm glad that y'all covered it up. Bay. Your road goes into the bay. Thanks for the tip. Thanks for the tip. All right, to the bay. It sounds like a phone ringtone. Wait. Oh yeah, and we can swim everywhere now. Boom. Ta-da. We never have to worry about water again. Link, be careful, there's monsters around. Link. Goodness. Nintendo! More like Nintendo. Alright, anyway. Anyway, that doesn't seem like efficient swimming. I would agree. One should probably keep swimming forward if you want to get anywhere. Here we go. Oh wait, nope, that's a dead end. Please, Nintendo, don't. All right, now we can't get across here because we need a grapple hook. All right, let's keep moving along. Here we go. Where are we gonna go? I don't actually. Oh wait, we can go to the mermaid. And look, the fish people. This is the fish town. We're gonna go get some fresh sushi, dude. Did you see that Nickelodeon Smash Bros got announced? What? Super Sponge Smash Edition? I am Manbo, child of the sunfish. Have you got an ocarina? Yes. Aha, then I could teach you my song, bloop. When you said Nintendo, but Nintendo did. Nintendo did. Hi! What a jam! Look Look at that. We learned Mambo's Mambo. Mambo's Mambo. Mambo? Mambo's Mambo. That's how to say that. They tricked me. They tricked me into saying it wrong. They tricked me into saying Mambo. Mambo. Mambo's Mambo. When you get out of the water, play it. All right. When you play my Mambo, you can warp to a warp port. What? What? This is the teleportation song? That's the teleportation song that we just learned. I don't know if I ever learned that last time. Did I learn the Mambo's Mambo last time? I don't think that I did. Dude, I'm pretty sure that we just learned how to teleport around the map. That is excelente. Immaculate vibes. Mmm, yummy. Tasty vibes. I don't think that we've ever gotten this before. Wait, Akivik, did you say you can't wait to beat kids up as Patrick? They better make a smash attack where Patrick can pick you up and he can go like boom, 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 boom without touching you. And he just does it with his mind. That should be the finisher. Come on. Come on, Nickelodeon. You know what to do. You know what to do. So many bird noise. Yep. I actually had another bird noise that I almost made today's bird noise because I couldn't find that red bird at first. I'll play you the one that I decided to not use. That. It's so quiet. Yeah, that was what I was gonna use because I couldn't find the red bird at first. I thought that would be pretty good for spam though. But it's not as good. It's not even close to as good. That's much more important. You know that y'all are essentially ruining any hope for a good like YouTube playthrough series. You know that you're pretty much destroying any chances that I'd turn this into like that I'd recycle this content. I mean, it's not like I was gonna do it anyway. But you are removing all the chances with your sound effects all the time going, well. It would be impossible to edit this. There's no chance that I'm gonna recycle this content. Y'all are just making sure that it stays as live content, okay? Y'all are trying to make sure that I'm not recycling old stuff. On that note, please check out the VOD channel. Actually, last night, as the last thing in the VOD, I was like, the last thing that I said in the VOD last night was, I think I was just like, if you just watch this VOD and you're not subscribed to this channel, what's wrong with you? Or something like that. You saw that? Shaking my head. That's the end. I don't even laugh at myself. I just say it. I just say it. To say, if you're not subscribed, what are you doing with your life? And then it ends. All right. I can't believe this. Okay, so Alchemic saw it, Arisa saw it, Kim saw it. Well, we figured out who the 3 viewers are. I'm glad to know my audience. Oh, wait, can you attack in the water? Oh. Look at the ghost waiting so patiently. He's like, oh. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, you filthy animal. I gotta swim under the fish. Swim under the fish. Oh no! Electricity, I forgot about that. Where do we, oh, I see that heart piece. How do we get in this water though? We need to talk to the mermaid. We need to talk to Madame Mermaid. I gotta dodge these guys. The house, take me. The house at the bay. No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't wanna help you. I don't wanna help you, you're a menace. You're a menace. I'm not helping any. Okay. Dang it. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm not taking you anywhere. No road trip for you. You've been a bad boy. You've been a bad boy. I'm going to Fishtown. I'm going to Fishtown, Ghosty. You have no chance to be. Oh my gosh. The princess has turned into a fish. When I was swimming in the bay, the waves took away a very important necklace from around my neck. If you find it, I'll let you take a scale from my tail. That's like a princess giving a hero one little strand of her hair. That's kind of sweet. I like that her scales have monetary value too. She knows her value. This mermaid knows her value. I'm proud of her. The house, take me. Okay, fine, I'll take you to your stupid house. So the ghost just really follows me. Oh, it doesn't even hurt me. The ghost is actually friendly. It took you 4 tries to upload last night's food. It took you 4 tries to last night's food. YouTube kept failing at the process and you were awake until 7 a.m. making sure that it was finished? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, I am sorry that YouTube was a poop. That YouTube was an absolute poop. Oh, Megaroo, what's up? I'm here to apply for the vibes. You guys, could we please get some vibes in the chat? Do we have any could we get some good vibes? Some good some vibies? Get some vibes for Meg while I move over to this ghost house. And maybe I can teleport.
Yeah, boy!
Oh,
Alchemic
yeah!
Refuge gifted a tier 1 sub to Megaroo.
Thank you for the gifted
They have
sub!
given 1,239 gift subs in the
Alchemic,
channel.
thank you so much for the sub gifted to our friendo Meg. Aw, snap. I appreciate that. Can we get some hype in the chat? Arisa, what would you think about me animating this bird so that I can go, so that, this is what I was thinking of. Arisa, what if the bird is sitting like this? What if the bird sits like this and you can only see its little hair? And then I make it so that it floats up for the music and then it goes, wait. Then it goes back down. Wait. It goes back down. I can make it actually do that, I think. I think that I can. It might get janky with multiple because it'll like restart, I think. I think it would restart, which would be a little bit weird, but that's because y'all is so dang spammy, all right? All right? Just, y'all spam too much, what can I say? Oh wait, oops, I just messed up. I was gonna teleport. I wanted to do that, but I only had 5 minutes to draw. Oh, well, we can work on it. We'll make something cute. Okay, how do we get to this? I think that we have to go across the beach to the haunted house. Trying out the teleportation? Yeah, we schmoove. It's nice. Look at that. We can go all the way back to the village, easy peasy. That's the speedrun tactics. Speedrun tactics is hit that poor little fox. Also, I think that you can knock down the book in here, right? The hidden power of color. There's a new world of color under 5 gravestones. 3, 4, 5, 2, 1. 3, 4, 5, 2, 1. 3, 4, 5, 2. Can we have clips on the Discord, please? I still don't get what that would be. Is that worth having? I'm thinking about making a cooking channel, you guys. What if we made a cooking and a clips channel? Would that be good? Try with all your might to open the new path. Are you worthy to receive the power of color? Yeah, so that's the gravestone thing. Yeah, they're for the gravestones. You have to move the gravestones in that order, but the only thing that I'm confused about at the moment is how you're gonna know. Well, I mean, we'll look at them. Maybe they're numbered or something. Or maybe you have to move the same gravestone a bunch of times. Wait. Boost. Zoom. Speed run. I wonder what's the speed run for this game. I bet it's really fast. I bet it's insanely fast. I believe OT and Click have clip channels. It's worth a try. But, well, I don't know. I don't really compare. I don't really compare my channel or Discord to them because it's just so different. It's just such a different type of community. Here's your house. Here's your house. 1 minute, 21 seconds. Nice. That's probably the original game. I doubt that that's the remake. Because it's the same name. It probably has glitches inside of the original game that let you do that. Nostalgia. Unchanged. This is just a scene. You can't skip this. We're just vibing here, you guys. Boo. Yeah, we're stuck, dude. Enough. Cemetery. Take me my grave. Take me my grave? Is that you saying take me to my grave? You need to learn English, you stupid ghost. How long have you been dead for and you still haven't learned how to speak English? Goodness gracious. Is there a way? Yeah, let's go over here. Then we can make it to the grave easy. To Manbo's Pond. Wait, Manbo's Mamba? Wait, this is Manbo's Pond. This is his pond? He's way too big for this pond. He wouldn't fit in it anymore. He's grown too big. Sudspot has had too much soap to drink. Sudbot did not drink bleach. How dare you? Also, hi there, Centrifuge Destroyer. What's up? Okay, these gotta be the numbers, you guys. Okay, let's look at the screenshot that I took. Okay, so it's up, right up, right up, left down. Up, right up, left down. Okay. Up, right up, left down. Is it really here? Up. Nope. It's not here. Up, right up, left down. I wonder if we can move one tombstone like that. No, I think it's here now. Up. Right. Up. You must have both remarkable power and strength. Ways not for cowards? What? Upright. It's upright up, right? Well, it ain't this. You can't do it here either. Maybe it's one stone. I don't really know how this works. Get out of here. None of these have any words on them. Yeah, so you can't move that one up. Ooh. Also, can I kill these guys with maybe with magic powder? Nope. I don't get it. I don't get it yet. My grave. Okay, this one's probably it. With the with that. No, it's with the flowers. Dang it! You stupid ghost. You can't kill them. I was trying to move that grave. Get out of here. Where's the flowers? I don't see any flowers. Some more graves up here? No? What? Where's the flowers? There are no flowers. Ghosts already died. You can't kill them. But you can kill ghosts in other games. So where are the flowers? Where are the flippity flopping flowers? I don't see any flowers. I'm trimming the grass. I'm trimming the grass. It is... Oh my gosh, big boy! Big boy! Here lies ghost. Maybe it was this one. What did we do down here? Maybe nothing. Oh, we need to be down here anyway. We need to be down here anyway, because now we have a bomb. Now we have bomba. Now I have bomba, and we have pushies. Surely this doesn't look like a grave. Okay, so how would you make it across here? That's not a boost jump. Maybe that's a grapple hook. Maybe that's grapplers only. No, definitely not that. This is just how you get in there. Looks like a catacomb. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see any corpses down here. Can't blow up these with bombs. So, flowers. You even have the code, but that's not for this ghost anyway. I'm just trying to like move any of these that oh, come on, dude. You have been to it before? I see that. Yep. It's just probably the way in. Yeah, maybe I need a dig or something? Let's try moving these. That one moves. That's something. That one moves. Don't touch. Back off. That one moves too. What about this? No! Move! Go away! Go away! Oops! Excuse me? I saw that you were playing, I saw that you were playing games. How are you doing? Hello! Oi, oi, oi! It's Oopsty. You can kill them. You can kill ghosts. You can actually kill ghosts. Yes, hello. Yes, I have some spare vibes. I have some spare vibes if you want them. This is the vibe giver. The vibe giver is right here. Oops, if you need a vibe, Borb has your back. Borb has all of the vibes. So if you'd like some good vibes, here it is. Here it is. You can even double dip. You can have as many vibes as you want, my friend. Oi!
I love Borb.
The Borb was made by Arisa. That's Arisa's Borb. It's adorable. It was made in like 5 minutes, but it's so cute. Well. All right, so we can actually kill them. And Arisa, said for me to not say. Said that he was my biggest fan, but he said don't tell Arisa. Uh-oh. Get out of here. Did you just see him? He just tried to attack. He's trying to attack. He attacked, but he don't protect. They stinky. These ghosts are all stinky. It's all true. Alchemic confirms. Okay, we gotta figure out. We gotta figure this out. We gotta figure out this puzzle. Look, it said this. 3, 4, 5, 2, 1. So does it go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Like, do you push something down? Go back to the double gravestone and move the right one? Oh, I don't know if I can move that one, right? Oh, you're just guessing. Oh, you're not telling me? Okay. I thought that you were helping. I'm digging it up. I'm digging up all these graves. Can I tell you where it's not? Sure. No, I appreciate it. You're trying to help. Thank you for trying to help. It was actually very awesome of you to do that. Push them in order. Start with number 1 and then number 3. Yeah. It's not here. Oh, it's not here at the grave. It's not here at the cemetery. Really? Well, but grave with the flowers did. Oh, it's over there. Oh, it's the one in the woods. Oh, it's the one in the woods. There's a graveyard. There's like a little graveyard in the woods that had no meaning to me. There it is. Ah! Ah! Nothing. Dang it, it's over here. It's even got pink flowers for a pink ghost. Hey, Kareem, you return. Oh yeah, I should make the bird smaller. Sorry, the bird was too big. The bird was too big. Thank you. A jar for you. Put something inside. No, make it bigger. Can I squish it? There, now it's not blocking anything important. No game, only Borb. Now I can sleep in peace.
Oh, it has been some time since our paths crossed, lad. It's been like 10 minutes. You must enter into the waters of Martha's Bay to enter the catfish's maw. The closer you get to the windfish, the more restlessly he sleeps. Carry onward. Hoot! Hoot!
Martha's Bay, hey? All right, Martha's Bay, we can go there. It's all about Martha these days. Oh, yeah. Over here. Maybe, I think that there's a little surprise under here. Oh, the Vax has got you sleepy. Well, get some sleep. Orisa, get some sleepies. Rest, not rest in peace. Do not rest in peace. Rest and sleep. Rest and sleep. We'll see you later. Night, night. Thanks for the beautiful bird. Thanks for the beautiful bird. We'll see you later. We'll see you later, Orisa.
Rest in peace.
I'll rest in peace, thank you. No! Not that way. Let's teleport to the Animal Village, which has the best music in the game, you guys. The best music in the game is right here for your ears. Not this music. This is the boring music. Thank you. The final... before she leaves. This is the best music in the game. I love it. I wish that I could include that in stream somehow, but that's such a weird vibe. That's such a weird vibe. It would work for a Be Right Back screen, but I don't use a Be Right Back screen. Yeah, like that would be good for we'll be right back, and it's like meow 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 meow. Now we need the bomba. Did you see this? Did you see this up here? I saw it. I saw a little treasure up here. Give me that loot. Give me the loot. Oh. What is all of this? Oh my, it's like a whole chamber. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh dinosaur. I guess we go up here and then we can throw a bomb over the edge. Maybe we could throw a bomb over this fence. Fence bomber. Get dead. That was close. You gotta kill those bats just in case. Oh no, you have to have the grapple hook. Dang it. We gotta go get our grapple, you guys. We can't do crapple without our grapple. Those were some mean bats. Well, at least we don't have to hear that beep, 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 beep over and over. Goodness gracious. Just in case. Yes. Yes. Yeah, let's get out of here. Is it your favorite music because you're the most associated with it, Kareem? Is it your favorite because you've heard it the most? Because we have heard it a lot. So we need to go to Martha's Bay. Oh yeah, we can go through Animal Village. That was the plan all along. We gotta get the grapple hook. I love how the flippers you don't get from the water temple. You don't get the flippers from the water temple, you dum-dum. Of course not. Who needs to swim in the water temple? Zoom. All right, now I think that there's a surprise underneath here. Oh. This was a surprise. We can get caught by a fisherman. We're gonna break his boat. Hello? Catch me. Catch me. How do I... What are we doing down here? I don't understand what this is. Maybe it's for later. I don't know. Let's ignore it. Let's ignore it. Something confuses you, just leave it alone. We need to get that mermaid's scale, I think, and then if she gives us the scale, then we can put it on the... Oh, I don't remember what you do. You're supposed to go to Martha's Bay. How do you get up top here, though? Maybe that's... Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that the mermaid's necklace is over to the right at the waterfalls. I'm pretty sure. Slimy Salamander, what's up? How are you doing? Slimy Salamander is an excellent name, and I love to see it. How are you doing? What's up? Slimy Salamander, we're playing some Lonk.
Secrets are like water when it comes to bridges.
I know that there's a secret under there, but I don't get it yet. Look at that. Well, well, well. What do we got here? It's the Legend of Lonk. The Legend of Lonk. So, can we jump across? Maybe if that Zappy guy was out of the way, we could jump across. I don't think so, though. Think of it a follow, aka cats. No, you can't jump that. Not even nearly. So we need the grapple hook to make it to that statue? I thought that the statue was the way that you got into the Fish Town. I thought that going to Fish Town Supreme was all about putting the scale on that thing. Then you can like swim under the middle part. Link dies by electrocution. Unlocked any new areas because we can swim? What was that? Oh, the owl's talking to me. How shocking. No, don't do that. No puns. Also, hello, just came back from a little night out. Hey, welcome back, Alina. I hope you had fun.
Ooh, there are 2 shrines, one to the north and one to the south. First, head south to where the ancient ruins speak of the windfish. You will learn much there.
Okay, so we gotta go to south, apparently. Alina's here, Slimy's here, Meg's here, Kareem's here, Floggy's here. Oh boy, we got it. We got the whole squad. And everybody else, of course. Lilu, thank you for the link. I appreciate it. South. Oh, these guys. I don't remember what they do, but I think that you can... Oh, awaken. Oh, no. I have awakened him. That may have been a mistake. What do we do with these lads? Can we kill the lads? I think they're unkillable. They're too strong. They're too wise. Oh, we can definitely get them to move out of the way. See above? What if I told you that this is one of my favorite places to hang? Oh, my God. Darren, I wouldn't know what to say. Except for I would probably say, Darren, I don't know what to say. That's so sweet. I'm glad that you like it over here. I'm always surprised. I'm always surprised people talking like that. That's very sweet. I'm glad that you like it over here. I just try to goof off and have some fun. I just try to treat it like I'm just playing games with friends. That's all. Games with friends. Absolute shenanigans. Absolute shenanigans. I'm surprised that you can make money this way. It doesn't make any sense.
That owl is such a hoot. Want to hear a joke? Why don't ghosts go to gatherings? Cause they know they could never be the life of the party.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. 2 of them. How dare you? That owl is such a hoot. Come on. Goodness gracious. That's rough, dude. That's rough. I don't make me don't make me hear that. Don't make me read that. Goodness, Anne. Anne, have some class. Have some class, Anne. Don't embarrass everybody like that. Ooh. Oh, arrows. You picked up an arrow. Too bad you don't have a bow to deliver the O. Too bad you don't have a bow to deliver the owl. a bow to deliver the ow. An ow bow. Does a bow equals ow wow? Interesting. Whenever I see an O and a W, I think only one thing. Oh. Okay, I think we might have to. I remember this guy being super hard. I remember this guy sucking. What do we do? Not that. Not that. Not that. That did not work at all. Lonk, no. I don't think that we have what we need for this. But the door's closed. What do you do here? Look at him. He looks like he's invulnerable. Oh yeah, I'm gonna try bombs, but no, it doesn't work. What else do I have? I've got a shovel. That's not gonna do anything. We got magic. Sparkle, sparkle. No, I don't think that we can beat this guy. Maybe knock him into something. I remember this being so hard. I remember not knowing how to do it. Just dying over and over. Here we go. Stop. Is it eco-friendly sparkle? Is it biodegradable? Is that biodegradable sparkle? Because you better not be putting plastics down on the ground that are never gonna go away, Link. Link, run away. I don't think we can do... Dude, I don't think that we can do this. Do you have to be in the air whenever he lands? Yeah, to keep from being stunned. But being stunned is not that important. Yeah. I don't think that we have the... I think that we need a bow, and then we can shoot him in his eyeball. I think that we could shoot him in his eyeball after we have the bow. But why don't they give me the bow? Did I like unlock a new... Did I unlock new stuff in the shop or something? No matter how many times you lose to a boss, you can always try again. Don't forget to drink water. Also, I like your glasses. A slimy salamander. That is an absolute package of kindness. That is a package of kindness. We're going home. An arrow to the eye would be quite the ow. Yeah, I'm saying, if you look at his eyeball, it looks suspicious. He has like a little green eye, and then they gave me a bunch of arrows. Come on, there's got to be a bow, right? I mean, they wouldn't just give me arrows randomly and then give me a boss that you clearly can't damage. Also, can I get healed up while I'm in this village? I don't want to listen to this stinking beep beep the entire time. Oh, thank you for the alert, Kim.
I appreciate it. What do we got here? We looks like
Oh wait, what? $980? Holy moly. That's a lot of moosh. That's a lot of moosh, you guys. Goodness. I didn't even notice it at first. I was like, nope, no bow in here. Time to leave. But it was there. All right. You know what we got to do, you guys. Time to earn some cash. There we go. Quick stream question. Do you use Streamlabs or just regular OBS? I use OBS Live, which is essentially just OBS with stream elements hooked into it. It just is a little bit more convenient. The reason why I use OBS Live, quote unquote, the live part just makes it so that I have an activity feed that includes my tips. That's why I use it. But it's basically just 100% normal OBS. But it's got the plugin that lets me see tips. Because you can't see tips on your normal chat, so you wouldn't be able to see them except for in the alert box, which is a shame. I'd have to be like, who just donated? Or I'd have to keep stream elements on the side of the screen. I don't want to do that. You want to leave Streamlabs in the dust? I'd get out of there, buddy. I'd get out of there. Stream elements sucks. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, you want to leave Streamlabs in the dust. Is that... Okay, so which one is the Amazon Prime one? I didn't personally like that one very much. It's too simple, and it's hard to customize a lot. It's too simple. It looks too pretty. It looks too pretty, but it lacks functionality. Yeah, you can do all sorts of effects in normal OBS. In normal OBS, like, I have a blur filter that you can put on. I think you can do more stuff with stinger transitions. You can get extensions. I have something called Stream FX that has like a bunch of different video effects that you can't normally get. Doot, 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 doot. Okay, we're just earning a little bit of money. It's a super fast way to make cash. We should have enough after this. Oh, I just think I missed it. It's really easy to grab these. Let's see. Sounds like Streamlabs OBS. It's easy and streamlined, not super customizable. Yeah, it's also really kind of heavy, if I remember properly. I remember it stressing out my PC way more, and I got way more like performance out of my PC whenever I switched. Because all that pretty UI and everything is all backed up, dude. It backs up your PC. All right, I'm gonna try to grab this shell though. Oh. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah, first try. Oh, no. Dang it. That's what I get for my cheese. Dang, he needs to change the sensitivity. Oh, no, it's gone. You can't get it. You can't get it. Ah. Nice. Nice. Champion level claw machinery, dude. What a scoop. Scooped it up. Mmm, yum, yum. I'll take this shell. Thank you very much. All right. Now, hopefully I can grab my, delicious Nubo. Nubo. Zoom. Ow. I hit the door. All right. Yes, sir. Could you please give me this bow? And how much do these cost? $10? All right, I'll take them. Just heal me up. Get sick of this. Thank you. Thank you. Like a bird into a glass door? No, like a bird into a window. This bird's just sitting outside your window. Will you let him in? Will you let him in? This bird is outside of your window looking. Will you let him in?
I see you're making spaghetti. Could I please have some spaghetti? Oh.
It's cute. Wait. Oh, we got the ancient ruins. Okay. So what do... Oh, yeah, we got the bow. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. We have the bow. We got the bow and we got some hearts. Where's that fairy fountain at? Is it in here? No, I would not let him in. Spaghetti is mine. You're selfish, Anne. You're selfish. Spaghetti. You cannot tempt me with spaghetti. I will be eating waffles tonight. Tonight's waffle night. Finally. See if we can get another fairy. I think this is the fairy fountain, right? No, it is not. This is the furthest thing from a fairy fountain. This is Link dies by electrocution. But think of the garlic. You shush! I love garlic. I love garlic. Don't you talk like that. Yum. Garlic bread. Did somebody say garlic knots? I'd take some garlic knots. I saw that suspicious wall, by the way. I saw that wall over there. Uncooked garlic knots straight out of the fridge. Straight out of the fridge. Yum. Look, it's a plus. It's a plus because we just got one more heart. You can't see them because they're up in the corner and I'm totally blocking them. But look, we just got another row of them. Splendid. You don't like garlicky stuff or garlic? Anne's a vampire. Interesting. Empire. I'm getting worried. You stay away from my blood. Though you probably won't go anywhere near me because I eat garlic all the time. They call me Mr. Knots because I'm always eating the garlic. It makes literally any meal better. It's delicious. I love garlic. It's good. It's good. It's gooder than anything else. It's just very tasty. Yes, yes, more garlic for me. The first time that I made spaghetti sauce, I put way too much garlic. Way too much garlic, and I loved it. Did not mind it at all. Also, let's talk to this bear. It seems to be totally absorbed in Marin's song. I wonder if we can do shenanigans in the city while she's distracting the residents. Maybe we can steal from their homes?
Yes, I am Shuldonovich. The mermaid statue by the bay is my masterpiece. To tell you the truth, that work is not complete. The art is difficult to grasp, is it not?
Yes, yes. He's saying that the art that he made by the beach is not done because it still needs a scale. One more scale to be complete. And then in here is a bunny.
Have you heard of the flying rooster?
I wonder if it's true. Wait, what about? They say that it lived a long time ago. Oh yeah, there's the rooster that you can awaken at some point. So Marin has abandoned the villagers for the cute animals. I don't blame her, TBH. Yeah, she's like, I am one with the animals. Go back to doggo. Oh yeah, we need Borb. Borb. Here it is. We found the Borb in the game. It's not the red Borb though. Okay, we need flowers for her. Oh wait, but we have a pineapple. Maybe that will do. Maybe I just have to present her with a pineapple.
You don't know proper etiquette when dealing with a lady, do you? You should have brought flowers or something. Oh, yes, in my case.
Oh, yeah, hibiscus. She wants a hibiscus specifically. You're going to head out. Your eyes are aching a little bit, so you got to get some sleep. All right. A-Star, get some rest. Get some rest, my friend. It was fun to hang out with you. We will see you later. I heard a noise, but I don't think there's anything to do in here. I'm just trying to keep an eye on things. So there's a hibiscus that we need to get eventually. What about this? What's with the well that's all blocked up? What about this guy?
My ultimate plan is to open a branch in Maybe Village.
Who's still hungry? Oh, the guy up there? He wants victuals. That's right. He does need victuals up there. I forgot about that. Maybe there's somewhere that I remember that this tower is something that you do later. I don't know if we can do that right now. We could go take a look though. Let's go beat that boss with the bow and arrow. Then we should go up and we should give old Papa some noms. Papa Noms, my favorite alternative band. You're lagging like crazy. Floggy, have you tried pausing it and unpausing it? Sometimes that helps. That normally just helps for like actual lag, like when you're not seeing messages in order. Move. Tomorrow is Mar de Toten. I do not know what that means. Mar de Toten. I'm definitely saying that wrong. I don't know how to speak German. Cold War, I hope you're prepared, son boy. Call of Duty. Call of Duty. Oh, I'm as prepared as I need to be for Call of Duty, yes. Yes, as prepared as needed. Oh! Let me through. Let me through, boys. Come on. Boys! My boys! They killed me. They wouldn't let me pass, actually. Actually, they didn't let me go. Okay, we need to go kill that guy with that bow. Up here is where we're supposed to go. Oh! Dang it. Move it, you stupid goops. And let's set the bow as our top. Oh yeah, we could also blast these guys. Oh yeah, Wave Buster, you're right. You can shoot these guys in the eye, I bet. Look at me. Yep. Yep, Wave Buster. Sweet, sweet Wave Buster. For any of y'all who don't know, we played Metroid Prime. And the way that Metroid works is that as soon as you receive a weapon, That is always the solution. It's always the solution. So we got the Wave Buster beam, and that's whenever I realized, oh, literally all the solutions will now be this new beam. Which is what we're dealing with right now. We just got the bow, so all the solutions are bow related. We gotta shoot him in the eye, right? Maybe I gotta jump and shoot? Maybe I overly simplified this. Huh. See, it looks like you can shoot him in the face. Does he lower his shield? Huh. Yeah, I thought that would work too. Maybe we need something else for this guy. Let's see if we can try anything else. Maybe no, we can't use a bomb then an arrow. That wouldn't make any sense. Maybe I'm just messing this up. Oh, no. He's... Okay, that does work. Does work. You just shoot him in the back? Okay, well now we gotta die because I ran out of arrows. But you shoot him in the back? What's up with that, dude? So you dodge him and then you shoot him in the side, but the sword doesn't work on the side? That's weird. That's a weird solution. I kind of want to try stabbing him on the side now, just because I'm so weirded out by this solution. We get 2 arrows each time that we go in here. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're gonna need a lot of arrows for this fight. Yeah, so see, I was thinking shoot the fire might be a thing too. Maybe a slit in the armor? Yeah, but you should be able to stab it with a sword, right? Strange. But yeah, it looks like you can shoot him on his non-shield side. I do want to try stabbing him though. It's such a strange solution. You don't even shoot him in the back, and there's nothing to make his sides look vulnerable either. You'd think that they'd be like big and red. You thought that they'd be like glowing in red and oozing and dripping, and they'd be blinking and flashing, like hit here, like the angler's little dangly bit, his little face dangly bit, his little face dangle, his little droop. That was obvious, but this is just like, oh, you shoot him right in the armor. Aha! Oh, I see. Oh, you shoot him in his armor. That's what it is. It's colored the exact same as the rest. Yeah, sorry, you guys. I'm just riffing while I'm waiting for this. I'm just ranting. I'm ranting and raving because I'm annoyed that I'm having to do this over and over to cheese these stupid arrows that I'm probably gonna keep missing, and I might not even make it past this next one. Okay, we got 20. That's good enough. All right, let's see if we can shoot him in his side a few times. He does look cool, though. He looks like he'd be a hockey mascot, to be honest. Yeah, I'm missing. How precise does this have to be? What the heck? What? 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 I was hurting him earlier. Do you have to shoot him on his non-shield arm? No. Not his non-shield arm. How did I hurt him the other time? What the heck, dude? What did I... Dang it! I'm just gonna use all my arrows. I don't even realize what I did. What? What? I was hurting him earlier. What? What is this? What is this game? I don't get it. And now I'm out of arrows. He seems to have a set. He seems to be set on facing you, so you might have to shoot him in the back. I did try shooting him in his face while he landed. I shot him in his face while he landed, and I shot him in his back after he landed. I did both of those things. Already tried those both. It didn't work. Maybe I just missed. Y'all might still be right. Maybe I just did it badly. Maybe I just did it poorly. Well, I gotta die again. Gosh darn it! What is this? What is this stupid solution to this? I remember it being trouble last time, but I tried jumping and shooting. I tried shooting him in his arm. I tried both arms. I tried the non-shield arm and the shield arm. It said that I had to deal with this first. Can I earn arrows by killing these guys out here? That would be more fun. No, you just get the arrows back. It's kind of fun though. What am I doing wrong here? There's no hints either. Maybe I should go to the phone guy and get a hint from him. Cause I damaged him with the bow before. The solution to this is wait. That's the solution to all your problems. So, hey Tin, good morning. How are you doing? It's nice to see you. Hiya Tin. Good morning. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Happy Thursday, right? Isn't it Thursday now? He's not gonna give you a hint about this specific thing. Yeah, I don't think so. I wish he would. I wish he would, but I know that he won't. I know he won't. He'll just be like, there's an enemy in the desert. That's what he would say. Solution, be a bird and make bird noises. We'll only tell you about keys and dungeons. Yeah. Sure, he might mention this place, but he's not gonna tell you what to do. Maybe we need to get something else. I don't want to hit a wall elsewhere, but maybe we should. Maybe we should for science. Oh, I lost an arrow. Yeah, maybe we should try to ride the rapids. Let's see what going up does. Maybe we can go to the these guys die easy. Come on, guys. I like his. I just noticed Link's kind of goopy hair. His hair kind of looked like Play-Doh. Yeah, we're schmoovin'. We're schmoovin'. We're just gonna check out what's up north. Ow! My first time that I was hit. Lasted all. Yeah, let's go up here and see what it is. So that guy. So that guy. Oh, look, an owl.
The windfish slumbers long, the hero's life gone.
Oh dear. No, don't. Hero's life must not be gone. We must keep the hero alive. Okay, so we got a rock maze. I wonder if these are both holes. Oh, I thought that they were bamboozling me. Get that bomb out of here. Get that weak bomb out of here. Oh, look, a key. A key. We need to put a bomb here. Who knows? We could get some hearts anyway. This might be a fairy fountain. Oh, it is a fairy fountain. All right. Boom. Now we got 2 fairies. That's 2 full heals. Nice. I wonder if we're going to ever need any more things in a jar. Hopefully fairies are the only thing. All right. Now, I'm going to swim up here. Find out what's in this. Oh, excuse me. Back off, Buster. Back off, Buster. Somebody's texting me. All right. Let's swim along. Oh, yeah, there's a few other areas like this where there was a swimming part that I couldn't do before. Oh, this is a grapple hook, though, because you got to grapple from here to that block, and then you grapple from here to that block, and then you grab the heart. Oh, whoa! Where? Oh, whoa! Where? Oh, a new shack. Oh, I think that this is the Rapid Shack. Yeah, these are for the rapids. I think that you can get the mermaid necklace here. You get the mermaid necklace, and then you give it to the mermaid. Then the mermaid gives you a scale. Then the scale you activate at the mermaid's statue. But I think that we need the grapple hook to be able to get over there. But we could go ahead and grab some loot. Maybe we can get some arrows.
Oh, hey, dude.
You there? You want to go on a raft ride for $100? Oh my gosh, dude! Why is it so expensive? Oh no, I don't have the money. I don't have the money. I'm poor. Link's poor. Did you hear about this? Did you hear about how Link doesn't have any money? Did you hear about how Link had to go back to town to go get some more money? Dang it. Time to farm. No. There'll be no farming. If rather than farm, we'll just go straight back to the we can go straight back to town if that's what we're gonna do. But we could also try to get rations for old Stinky up here. If we were to do that, let's see what's in our way. Let's find out what's in our way for giving that guy his victuals. Because I'm pretty sure that now that we can swim, we should be able to get past everything. If it's a grapple hook, we're busted. Because that's basically the thing that's in our way right now. Everything's a grapple hook. That's the next wave buster. Oh, you're lurking, and good night. Oh, we'll see you later. Get some sleep. Talented White Tiger. It was nice to hang out with you. We'll see you later, White Tiger. Get some rest. Get some rest and enjoy your evening. Look at that chunky tree down there. I like that. All right, so let's see if we can feed this guy up here. He's probably starving. He's probably starving. We even got him victuals. Maybe he does want pineapple. That was close. It's dangerous. That was a dumb move. Oh, that's some good schmoves. That was some good schmovement. Let's see. Yo! Lane! Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Thank you for the raid. What's up? Hey, Lane and Friendos. Hey, we're chilling, we're just playing some sweet, sweet, delicious Legend of Zelda. How are you doing, Lane? Oh my gosh, thank you for the raid, my friend. I was just talking about you the other day. I was just talking about Lane. I was saying how impressed I was with your cameras. I'm impressed. I'm literally inspired to change up my setup a little bit. Everybody, hello. If you don't know me, my name's the Earl of Suds. I like playing video games like every single day, goofing around. Hope y'all having a wonderful day. I've got like a kind of, I guess, 80s look. I don't know. I don't normally wear glasses. I don't normally wear shirts like this or have my hair exactly how poofy this is. But you know, we're goofing off. We're goofing off. We're having a good time. But yeah, Lane, I'm super impressed by the stream. Stream quality, incredible. I've been watching a few streams of Lane. Lane, thanks for jumping over here with your friendos. I hope that you had a wonderful stream. Hope you had a wonderful time. Let me see, what were you playing? You were playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Oh snap! If only I had my Viking outfit on. If only the Viking aesthetics were over here. If only. Thanks for watching me. Of course, it's fun over there. Oh, you guys, if you just came in with the raid, thank you so much. I hope you're having a wonderful time. If you're gonna move out, I hope that you have a wonderful evening. Hope that you have a wonderful time. For anybody that's wondering, on Saturday, we're gonna be building a big Lego set. A big Lego set. In fact, I'm tempted to show it off right now because a bunch of people just jumped in. Because Lane's friends are here. Okay, I'm gonna show you the Lego set that I'm building. All right, I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it. Here's what we're building this Saturday. If you're interested, here's what we're doing. This is what we're doing on Saturday. Here's the Saturday job. I don't even think that we can build this entire thing. It's too big. It's too freaking big. It's got 4,000 pieces. So I don't think that we're gonna be able to do it. But we need to have a friend for this building over here. We need to make a city out of it. We gotta make a city out of it, you guys. We can't just stick with one big Lego set over there. We need some serious Legos. Also, hi there, Nura. How are you doing? what's up? And Ito, welcome, welcome. I hope that you're having a wonderful day. Hello. We're if anybody's wondering, we're playing this random Zelda game, not just you guys, not just because we enjoy it. But we're also playing it because there's a new Zelda game that's coming out on Friday. So I'm trying to finish this, okay? I'm trying to finish this, and then I'm going to then we'll be able to play the new game. It's Skyward Sword, which originally released for Wii, and then I think it made it over to Wii U, and then now they're finally remastering it, and I can finally actually play it. I tried to play it before, but I kind of couldn't stand it. But now I'm totally down for it. We got to get all the sets, TBH, all of the sets, or just all the Lego sets. Yeah, we could just get all the Lego sets if we wanted to. That sounds good to me. Let's just build them all. What the heck? Oh, we're up here. We made it to the guy. Can we give him a pineapple? Yeah, Papa got lost just like he said. Now I'm famished. I can't move. Can you give me some victuals? He does want the pineapple. I didn't know that. Let's make you a brick builder, streamer. Oh my gosh. Is this a customize your streamer? Is this a customize your streamer where I, depending on what you encourage me to do, I change into different streams. Hey Karen, how are you? Oh, what? My name's Kenny. How are you doing? What's up? That's Gucci? It's Gucci and Spotify, so it's Gucci-fi, something like that. How are you doing? Welcome back, my friend. I saw you the other day. Boom! You were interested in this game. You said that you'd played all your PlayStation games back in the day, but then now you got a Switch and you played Super Mario Odyssey and you loved it, and now you're interested in the Legend of Zelda. Well, bada bing, bada boom. We're still playing it. We're still playing it. We probably got like maybe a couple more days that we're gonna play this, and then we're gonna play Skyward Sword as soon as it releases. You remember everything. Of course I do. Of course I do. We talked. I remember all the things that are said. That is what I tried to do. So we can, now that we've got the hibiscus, we could go back to animal. Let's see. We can go back to the animal village. Let's, how do we get up to the top there? How do we get up there? I don't get it. Earl, have you heard about the Breath of the Wild sequel that's coming out? Yes, totally. Yeah, it was part of the Nintendo Direct. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. It's gonna be great, but they didn't show like anything in that trailer. All they did was they showed that you can like turn into goop. They showed that maybe you can reverse time. They showed that there's like sky buildings, which looks very cool, but they didn't show much else. So we're still kind of left in the dark as to what it's gonna be about. I mean, Zelda's in it, Link's in it. That's kind of all that we know. The enemy was shown. It's all very exciting. I mean, I'm excited. Oh yeah, we can go up here now because we can swim. It's too dang hot. I want to do stuff. Oh no. Do you need to go out and do things, Darren? Oh my gosh. Whenever it's hot, it just sucks all the energy straight out of me. Heat is such a bummer. Cold is like you can fight past cold. If it's too cold, then you can like get yourself excited and you can make it past it. If it's cold, then you can bundle up and you can survive. But when it's hot, it's just like death. Dang it. Oh, you actually, no. Oh, thank goodness. I thought that it was gonna dump me out somewhere really far. Let's go over to the right. Let's see what's over here first. Don't go down the waterfalls, Link. Do not go down there. You're actually cooled off today. Instead of 106, it's only 96. What a blessing. I've got the, let's see, it's 90 right now. It's 90 right now. I got up to like 95 today, but I've just stayed inside all day. I did go get some coffee, but I just stayed in my car, you know. Why are you so crystal clear looking? What, like my camera? Get out of here. Oh, I use a DSLR mirrorless camera. And then also the other thing is that I actually turned off the artificial sharpening that I normally use. So everything should look a little bit more blurry, actually. It should look a little less crispy. I don't know, I was looking at it earlier and I was like, ew, crispy. I removed it. So what do we move? What do we move now? What? Oh, we can move this one. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't get it. Too many degrees, yes. It's 90 Fahrenheit in your room. Darren, please open a window. Holy moly, better to have, is there a breeze outside? Dude, is there a breeze outside? Because any wind is better than that. Oh my gosh, 90 degrees is madness. You gotta be the sweatiest wizard in the world. Your windows are open, that's how hot it is outside. Oh my gosh. Darren, that's torture. Nobody lives in Canada for the heat. Goodness. I thought that you were supposed to have escaped it. Oh, thank you. That is absolutely broiled. Broiled wizard for dinner? I can't believe that actually what was inside the pot was the wizard all along. I mean, the cauldron, we got a cauldron full of wizard. Pre-warmed for your convenience. No need to defrost this wizard. Already defrosted. Oh, we got that. Oh, what? We ripped it. What? You could just pick it up? That's funny. I didn't know that you could do that. Oh, we'll see you later, Floggy. See ya later. It was nice to hang out with you.
You are near the eagle's tower. Beware of the bird.
The bird. But the bird's the word. I'm not worried about no bird. You took it home and then you hit it with it? Yeah, I took its house and then I crushed it with it. That's horrible. I actually can't believe that he did that. Zoom. That was a good strat. Until I died. That was the part whenever it stopped being good. Get out of here. What are we trying to do in this game? We're still looking for the instruments. So there's a collection of instruments over here. Whenever we play them, then we can awaken the windfish. The windfish has to hear beautiful music, and then it will awaken from its slumber. We have to go through different challenges, beat bosses, clear dungeons, all to get the instruments. The instruments that will appease the fish. Wait a second, have I been here before? Doesn't look like it. Get out of here. I just want to get out of here. I don't like it. Oh, this is for grapples. That's for grappling. We don't have the grapple hook yet, so we can't do that. Let's get out of here. You like dungeons? Well, then Legend of Zelda is for you, my friend. Legend of Zelda is all about dungeons. That's like the main focus of all the games. Even Breath of the Wild has dungeons. They're just not called such. They're called temples, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so maybe we just hit a dead end and we'll have to come back here later. Ignore this. No, I was trying to ignore the slimes. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. All right, getting some yum. Okay, so we're going to. Oh yeah, I was wondering if we should throw a bomb down here. I don't know. It didn't do anything. I was expecting it to blow up something. Okay. Well, we got the hibiscus. I guess it's time to go back. Yeah, look at that. You can yoink its house. Oh, man, that's brutal. That's actually hurtful. Okay, let's check that one last place. There's one more area that we haven't really looked at over here, and that's up this right here. And we're earning money, so that means that we should be able to afford the $100 rapid ride pretty soon. Boing, boing. Maybe you were the monster all along. Oh, you bet. Link was the monster all along. He said that he was killing monsters, but then he became the monster. So we can walk here. I'm expecting there to be some grapple nonsense. Oh, dang. Come on, man. Stupid bug. What kind of bug lives in a rock? That's ridiculous. That bug's living under a rock. It's truly the Patrick of insects. Yoink. Yeah, kill them with grass. Okay, there's a key over there that we can't do. It's like nothing over here. All right. I see how it is. Let's check out what's in the rooster house. Are you aware that I keep that you keep walking away from a bunch of rupees dropped by enemies? I mean, I'm trying to pick up most of them. I'm struggling, Blue Jay.
Chickens these days don't have the fighting spirit they used to. In the old days, they could fly, flap, flap. But now, see? Cluck, cluck.
Oh, do I have to inspire these chickens? I'm confused. Yeah, it's Luigi.
Mario. Super Mario. Oh no, Mario.
Yeah, so we need to encourage the fighting spirit of these chickens, but I don't know how to do that yet. Oh, look, there's a photo of him with a chicken on his bed, on the side of his bed. He's got a little heart. Looks like a bird almost, but he's got a picture of him with a chicken. And then a picture of 2 chickens. Look at that. There's pets. There's precious chickens. These are all of his precious chickens. This is why we can't steal them. And look, he's painted their eggs. He's got painted eggs. That's adorable. And he's got a wok. He's got a wok for cooking up those eggs into a delicious stir fry. Oh wait, I left the zoom thing on. So let's go back to the village, right?
He's the Easter Bunny.
No, he's not. No. We don't talk about him. We don't talk about Zipper on this channel. Chicken stir fry. No, Haka, not the chickens, just the eggs. Just the eggs. Haka, don't talk like that. Don't talk like that. How dare you? Also, hello there. How dare you? Also, welcome. Welcome to one of the cutest Legend of Zelda games in the entire world. You star Link, the boy with the floppy hair that looks kind of like Play-Doh. Look at it whenever he walk. Oh wait, you can't see it. Just look at gonna go. And hibiscus. We will give a hibiscus to Milady. Oh, you brought me a hibiscus. How sweet. Well, since you're such a gentleman, I have a request to make of you. Will you listen? Oh, I'll listen. But I won't help you. Would you, I would like you to take this letter to Mr. Wright, who lives on the border of the mysterious forest, please. The bird! Wait. The bird has arrived. It says, anything in these pots? I will smash your crockery. All right, so we've got a letter for a guy. She's a secret admirer. That's so sweet. So what's the fastest way over there? Looks like the fastest way might be to go straight through the forest again, honestly. And we can go deliver that letter. I wonder what you get for that. I don't actually remember. It's either some permanent upgrade or something like that. You could get more arrows and everything. We could just stock up. Try to clean up some of the things that I've made a mess of. We can make some money so that we can roll down the rapids. Could cheese some money. Cheese. Yes, sir. Give me the hearts. Thank you. Just heal me all the way up. I'll pay for it. Whoops! Oh, I messed up. Dang it! Just give me the stock. I'll take your entire stock. I want to save my fairies, and I don't want to bother with the fairy fountains. 10 arrows. But I don't see how many arrows. I got 22. How many bombs do I have? I got 13. Okay, well, let's go get some money. You can cheese a little bit of delicious money. Go down here, get 50 coins a pop. And we can go up to the guy past the mysterious village in a minute. First, make a little bit of cash. So we should be able to go on a rapid ride after 3 tries? Couple tries? 3 tries? This is kind of cheese, but do you really blame me? Do you really blame me? It's totally the fastest way of making money. Even the bird seems okay with it. Oh, what? What is that? I haven't seen that happen a single time. I haven't seen that happen. Are you kidding me, dude? Fell right out. You wasted my money, trendy game master. Yay, mini games. Listen, it's a game within a game. It's a perfect concept. Just when you thought that the game was over, they hit you with the mini game. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Goodness, thank you. Yeah, if it rolls, you're good. All right, you're off to one of those final shifts at your job. Wish me luck. All right, good luck. Good luck, Em. I hope that you have a good time. Hope you have a good time at work. Or at least things are boring. Better to be boring and not exciting and concerning. Good luck with the jobsies. We'll see you later. It was fun to hang out while we were just vibing. Playing some games. Playing some Lonk. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So are there any motion controls in this new Legend of Zelda game? I think I may have missed this one. My bad. But are there any motion controls? Because I kind of liked the motion controls a little bit. I just didn't like how advanced they got. I didn't like how sensitive they were and how not so good the controller was and how you had to calibrate it all the time. That was the worst. The calibration made me sad. But the motion controls were... I mean, they refined it in Breath of the Wild. I really feel like motion controls are helpful. And I did like the actual, like, diagonal slashes. That was cool. How it could tell, like, where you wave the sword. Am I just gonna have to, like, wheel my chair away? Oh, I really messed up that time. There's both motion controls for the sword swipes and gyroscopes for some puzzles. Ooh, I like that. I enjoy that. I enjoyed that in the 3DS version of Ocarina of Time, too. They had really good gyroscopic aiming for the arrows, and it's so nice to be able to, like, tweak your shots a little bit. Oops, I accidentally did that. That was my bad. But we could get maybe bombs. Ooh, bullseye. Bullseye. Saves us some money, I think. Actually, it might not because this is $10. You can also map the swipes to the R stick. If you don't care for the motion controls, but that's everyone's gripe in the reviews. Oh, everyone was griping that you had to, like, map it, that you had to, like, trick it to not use motion controls. But it's the motion control Legend of Zelda. It's literally the but that's its gimmick. That's its gimmick. Nobody knows of it as the flying platform Zelda game. Everyone knows it's the motion control Zelda game. Nice, we got it. Slimy salamander, we yoinked those rupees. Oh, did I just say no? Yeah, that's the game's entire gimmick. That's why it's so boring. I think that the reason that I didn't like Skyward Sword, if I had to give it one reason, was that the maps felt too big. I think that was my gripe. My gripe was that the maps felt too big, but that you weren't, like, free at all. It felt like you had to do way more walking, but with none of the freedom of Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is totally a different vibe. But the maps just felt so vast for no reason. And it was so hard to figure out exactly what to do. All right, I'm just gonna make sure that I have $200 so that we can go on the rapid ride twice. I want to be able to go twice, just in case that we'll probably miss whatever we really need on that ride, and we'll have at least a second chance now. Come on. Ooh. That's why they had the Wiimotes Motion Plus add-on bundled with some of the copies, or sold entirely new updated Wiimotes with it. Yeah. Yeah, that was the entire gimmick, because they were trying to sucker you into getting that Motion Plus. Back in the day where they were trying to peddle their sweet, sweet Motion Plus wares. That and I really do love Wii Sports Resort. That was a banging game. That was lots of fun. And the golden Wiimote was really cool for Legend of Zelda. That's got to be the coolest Wiimote. I think that one wins. So, do we have to bring, like, a chicken to sacrifice to the chicken gods? Maybe that would solve this problem. Yeah, let's sacrifice this bok for the chicken gods. Chicken gods, hear me. Never mind. Let's go deliver that letter. Wii Sports Resort is good. I almost want to rig up my almost want to rig it up so that I can play Wii Sports again just for fun. I could be like, Mario Golf? No thanks. Down, 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 down.
Get out of here. No, ouch.
The Wii games were so fun. I was so obsessed with Wii Play whenever I was younger. Anytime that I'd go over to a friend's house, like that would be the game that I would choose. Like they had real games. They had real games, but I wanted to play Wii Sports and Wii Play. No. You're surprised that I haven't busted out the Ring Fit for streams? That's because the Ring Fit is torturous. That's because the Ring Fit is an actual workout. And it freaking hurts, and I can barely keep doing it. I'm so bad at cardio. My cardio is weak as heck.
What's this? A letter for me? I'm so happy.
He opens it up and it says, "You suck."
And look, the letter came with a photograph.
What? What? Wait. No. What? This is the. Who would send the goat? The goat sent a picture of Peach? What? That's just not even who sent it. Why would a goat send a picture of Peach to this guy? That doesn't even make any sense. Why does she have a picture of Peach? It's not even autographed. So she sent like, is she Peach in human form? Oh yeah, look at the hoof mark. It's true. I think that she might be Peach in I think that it's Furry Peach. She's Furry Peach. Confirmed. Furry Peach. I didn't actually know that Peach was a furry. That's actually really cute. She's so beautiful. I must give you something for your trouble. Stop simping over the photograph, you weirdo, Mr. Wright. Also, Lupus is here. Hey, how are you doing? You come to say hi and bye. The train has some nasty connections. Oh, no. Oi, 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 oi. Lupus, it's hi, bye. Hi, bye. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. Thanks for saying hello. Bye-bye.
Looks like all I have is this broom. How will that be?
Oh, my God. He gave me a broom. Dude. Oh. What do we use a broom for now? Dang, they're just passing items, dude. Okay, so let me get this right. A goat sends a picture of Peach to a man who gives me a broom. And now I have to find out what to do with this broom. Why is Peach sending photos of herself to people other than Mario? She might have not sent that. Maybe Peach didn't send that. Okay, well, now we can swim. We know that. We can swim. We've got a bow. Mega Bayonet, thank you. We already went to the ghost house and we did that. Shore's already kind of been dealt with. We went down the well. Gave this to this guy. What? Who needs a broom? Maybe it's in the village? Maybe... Well, we could go on the rapids, that's for sure. We could go on the rapids. The castle. Is there anything in the castle? Who could possibly need a broom? Oh yeah, maybe the witch. Does the witch need a broom? The witch might need it. But she didn't express a need. She didn't express a need, so how was I supposed to know? No, stop! Stop, you stupid onion volcano. Perish. Yeah, you see, I just left that rupee behind because it was too hard. Yeah, maybe the goat is catfishing. Is that true? Yeah, the goat could be catfishing Mr. Right. Maybe it turns out that he's Mr. Wrong. And we've never been in here before, I don't think. Ooh, we need a grapple hook. A shame. Grapple hook. Everything that's like for the strength thing is always, it always turns into a grapple hook situation. Onion volcano, is that a technical term or an Earl term? I don't remember what those guys are called. They look like onion volcanoes. I forget what they're called. I'm sure somebody in the chat knows their actual name. So yeah, let's try going to the witch. Maybe she wants this broom so that she can zoom. The broom for zoom. Excuse me, ma'am. Would you like a broom?
Ah, it has a sleepy toadstool, it does. We'll mix it up in a jiffy, we will.
Look at her go!
Hey, here you go. Here's some magic dust.
She doesn't need a broom. I would have thought that she'd be dying for a broom.
Good job. Use it on your enemies and see what happens. Come back without a toadstool and I may make you... And you can pay a price for my leftovers. Toad's tongue, wasp's wings, insects, knees. I'll sell my magic powder for 50 rupees.
No thanks. No thanks. I'd rather destroy y'all pottery. Also, hi there, Riley. What's up? Look at that cute little squirrel. Wait a second. That's a cute squirrel. Well, the old lady doesn't need a broom. Who needs a broom? Somebody with a dirty floor. Some dirty floored denizen. Where are we gonna take this broom? Who has a messy house? Who's got a messy house? Maybe there's another old lady. I said I'm trying to think. We probably just need to go to the village. Probably just need to go to the village and see if we can find any people that are in need. See if we can find anybody in need. Stabby, stabby. Ooh, one hit. He's a one-hit wonder. You had no idea that this game even existed? Learn something new every day, I suppose. Yes, this is a remake. It's a remake of an older Zelda game, and it came out like 2 years ago, I guess. I guess it came out 2 years ago. I'm really interested in playing all of the Zelda games if I can, but some of them might be a little tricky to play because they're on old consoles that you can't stream off of, like like portables. Portables. So maybe we can emulate those. I even own the games, but I would have to cheese it. Yeah. So what does this lady need? Do you need a broom? What do you need? What's your story?
Hoo-hoo, my bow wow is proud of his fine fur coat.
His what? His fine fur coat. Link to the Past is on Nintendo Online. Ooh, yeah. Isn't 1 and 2 are on it, right? Oh yeah, this old man doesn't want to talk.
Hey, how to say, please call outside.
It seems that old man Orira he's a real shy guy. A furry chain chomp would be cursed.
Yahoo, yahoo, a new broom? For me, isn't it?
Of course, madam.
Yeah.
What a cute old lady.
Okay, in return you can have this fishing hook I found when I swept by the riverbank.
What? What will this fishing hook become? Fishing hook? Wait, am I gonna give that to the guy that's under the bridge? Or do I give it to this guy up here? Does this guy want the fishing hook?
How about some fishing, little buddy? I'll only charge you $10.
No. The only handheld one that would be an issue are Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass. What about, yeah, if we wanted to play Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask remastered, that would be a pain. But they're so good remastered. I don't really want to play the original ones. But we could. We sure could. I guess the OG ones would be best. So now we've got a fishing hook. We know that Under Martha's Bay is a fisherman, but I couldn't even speak to him because I couldn't get up on his boat. Yeah, the original ones are good, Riley. It's just that they clean up some stuff and they make a little bit more sense. Like the aiming's better, the cameras are better, the textures are better. But the original ones are great. They're totally worth playing. I'm not really trying to rip on them. I'm just saying. So I guess we should go over here and then go up to the raft. A fish hook. Who needs a fish hook? We've got the fishing guy up here. Fishing pond. What about you, kid? What's your problem? Hey, bro, about the dream shrine there. They say there's really good things inside. Yeah, I already got the dream shrine. You're on the right track about the hook? Yeah, I just don't know how to talk to that guy. Thought I remember there was some trick to that. Well, let's teleport over there, because we have to either do something with Martha's Bay, or we have to do something with ancient ruins. Yeah, let's try to see if we can figure out a way to pass Martha's Bay, because I would really like to not deal with that stupid dum-dum in the ancient ruins. Yeah, let's teleport really quick. And this is actually a very convenient teleport. It's exactly where we need to go. Right on the other side of the old haunted shack, where old Mrs. Grimgrow died. Old Miss Grimby. Let's also listen to the phone really quick, just in case it's got a little hint.
The fisherman in Maybe Village doesn't always cast his line there. He's sometimes under the bridge in Martha's Bay. I bet he'd like it if you went and talked to him there.
Okay, well, there you go. That's good enough. That's good enough for me. It literally just straight up tells you to do it. All right. Oh, dear. Yeah, they're just like,
You know what? You know who really needs a fish hook? That guy right over there. We'll tell you exactly where he is.
what's down here, though? Tell me about this underground village, though. Ah, I see. Swimming necessary. I thought as much. Look at that. What do we have here? Oh, whoa, what's this? A piece of heart. Splendid. Oh, and it fully heals you. That's awesome.
That's awesome. I'm glad to see you.
Okay, is this for the, Whoa, where am I? Link is getting zapped. Link to the zap. Where does this go? Oh, Satan. Satan! Oh, I'll make a deal with him.
Hey, kid, you woke me up from a fine nap. Thanks a lot, but now I'll get my revenge. Are you ready? Okay, I'll let you carry more bombs. Are you ready?
Yes, or no.
You deserve it. Now look at all that junk you have to carry. Take care. See you again.
Yeah. Again. Do it again. That was awesome. Now we get to hold more bombs. What a curse. Goodness, I can't believe it. No cursing on my stream. You sure showed us. I sure would hate if you did that again, sir. I sure would hate if you gave me, but whoops. I'm somewhat afraid of this transaction. I'm actually concerned about the seller of such wares. Making deals with the devil? Oh dear. A deal with the devil? But what if he does financing? Yes, how tragic. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Now we have to hold more junk. Also, hi there, Bean. You have glasses? I've been wearing contacts this entire time. Did I bamboozle you, Bean? I bamboozled you this whole time. Mooah-ha-ha-ha. He's been wearing fake glasses the entire time. He's had glasses stuck straight to his eyeballs. Dang it. Dang it. I knew that there was a swimmy spot, but I thought you had to activate it. I thought you had to activate it, dude. I didn't know that I could do it straight from the very beginning. Ah, Lady Go-Go, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How are you doing? What's up, Lady Go-Go? Darn. is starting to get tired, but you have 4 hours before you can go home. At least it's quiet here today. Oh, you're working? You're busy working right now? Oh dear. I hope that you're not. Don't be too tired. Don't be too tired. Stay up. Stay up, Kathy. You can do it. You can do it. I'll keep screaming. I'll keep screaming in pain as I figure out that the mechanics in this game are simpler than I imagined. The night shift. Night shift. You could do it. Stay strong. Stay strong. Stay strong. Kill, kill. These guys look kind of like the bombs that you throw in Ocarina of Time. You know those little guys that go like, and then they zoom forward? They look kind of like that. Don't you think? Don't you think? Ocarina of Time fans out there, you see what I kind of mean? They look like the little zoomy bombs. You like the vibes? All right, Lady Go-Go, we got some vibes. We got some vibes for you. We've got some Borb-related vibes, if you want some. I mean, I did say in the title, free vibes apply within. Well, we have some Borb vibes if you like one. If you'd like a vibe or two, I'm sure that the Borb could help you out. There you go. I'm gonna hide the Borb right down there. There we go. Sneaky. Sneaky Borb. I'm gonna make it slightly smaller here. There we go. A little tuffet. A little tuffet. We've got good Borbs. We got good friends. We got good discussions. Vibes. The bestest vibes. These are the vibes that I need in my life. Oh, it looks like it resets. It does. The jumping is a little bit janky in this game. But it works, it works, it works. Here we go. Okay. Oh, there's a secret in here. We probably have to kill every enemy. Oh, this guy fights back. The skeletons are fighting back. Just gotta stay further away from them. Okay, we killed all of those guys. Oh, we gotta move these into a shape. Let's see if I can guess the shape. Nope. Let's see. There's probably a solution. Okay, there it is. The solution is just far away from one another. That is that's a strange solution. Okay, but how do I break up these two? Can I move them down? Nope. How do I split them up? Oh no. Unfortunately, you must depart already. Oh, no worries. Riley, we'll see you later. We'll see you later, friendo. It was fun to hang out and play some Zoldom. Play some Legend of Zoldom. Okay, let's go look again. It's probably reversed or something. Yeah, because they're stuck together. We have to either move them up or down. So there's one block between them, really far away. Maybe... Time for a big brain. Yeah, how do we split up these boys? Let's push them from every direction and see if we can find out something. Nope. 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 Huh. Well, we can't split up those. Can you only push them once? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't notice that. Looks like you can only push them one time. This is a janky looking guy. He's janky looking. Yeah, maybe I gotta push them together. Yeah, because you only get to push them once. Could be that. Huh. What? What? What was the... What's this room for? What's this room for then? What? Is this just to trick you? No, this has got to be a solution for something else. This has got to just be a different solution. Okay. We got a picture of it. It's just got to not be this. All right, well, whatever. We got a key. We got a key. I'm happy. I'm happy. No complaints over here. Okay, that worked. Yep, that was all. You think it's just a reset door? No, it's gotta be a solution. It's gotta be. It's gotta be some hidden solution to some hidden puzzle somewhere. Use eyeballs. We got a key, so we can open up the first key door. can't believe we already made it to the water temple. The water temple in, what's it called? It was in, the Wind Waker. Now that. Oh, Lady Go-Go, yo, thanks for the prime. What's up? I can't believe we got a fresh sub right there with the delicious prime. Thank you so much for the tasty prime, those delicious Bezos bucks. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for choosing me to be your prime sub this month. Boom! Now you can enjoy all the emotes, and you can enjoy the ad-free viewing. You get a cute purple squirrel next to your name, and you can also watch movies with us. We're gonna be watching How to Train Your Dragon 3 on Sunday over on my Discord if you're interested. If you're interested, free movie. Free movie. Very tempting. Stop. Don't stab me. Stop it. Stop it. Tasty, tasty prime sub. Mmm, yum, yum. Yum, yum, it's good for me. Prime subs are, they're very nutritious. They're surprisingly nutritious. Get dead. Oh, no. Get dead. There we, oh, one hit. We do have a bunch of extra bombs. Okay, I just don't want to die. I don't want to die because I got only one heart left. I could heal myself with my fairy, but I'd rather not. I would. Oh, we got the beak. We've got the hint beak. Okay, I think that we're. Ooh. I think that we might only do this dungeon. We'll see. We'll see. This might be the last dungeon that we do. I'm not sure. Maybe if we figure out how many dungeons there are left, then we can figure that out. This might be the last dungeon of the evening. Get out. Get out. Get out. Hey, Monster's here. Is Link awake yet? I've been yelling for him this entire time. I've been telling Link, you gotta get up, Link. He keeps saying 5 more minutes. Big Monster, what's up? How are you doing? There's a crappy cover band playing a block away or so in a public space, so I can hear them clearly in my room. Oh my gosh. Darren, it's 90 degrees and there's a crappy cover band playing. It sounds like heck. There, whenever I was younger, we used to live next to a big public park, and they did sometimes have live performances out there, and they cranked that volume, and you could hear the lyrics in the house. You could hear the words in my room upstairs. You could actually hear them singing. I understood the song. It was horrible. Look at this. Look at this. Suspicious. Bye. I've got to go to bed. Have a good stream. Oh, we'll see you later. Hey, Floggy, get some rest. Get some rest. It was fun. It was fun. We shall see you later. Cover bands are literally like most of all sorts of covers, not just a single band. I was looking. I got an email. Let me look at this. I got an email for Gas Monkey Bar and Grill, and they were talking. They were like, concerts are back. Whoa. It says so many concerts. So we've got one band. We got one band. Okay, so we got 2 bands. Now we got cover band, cover band, cover band, cover band, cover band, cover band, real band, cover band, and then real band. Nice. I see who's desperate for money. I see who's desperate for money. It's those guys again. It's those guys that don't write their own songs again. What a lineup. I know. Yeah, and their real name is Cover Band. Oh, I see. So this is the first boss. This is the first little mini boss that you fight because it's only got 1. So we got to go over there whenever we've already fought 2 others. I see. So for this guy, do I got to get it? Oh, I was trying to. Oh my gosh, that was accidentally incredible. Got 60 bombs. Holy moly. So I charged him. I wanted to let him hit my shield one time, but it doesn't give me a, what? Oh, he hit past my shield because I didn't know that the hitbox would work like that. My bad. My bad. I didn't know that the hitbox was like that. Dang hitbox. He hit past my shield. So his sword actually has to hit my shield for it to be a proper a proper block. So I wonder if I need to shoot him with an arrow or... The hitbox works like that in other ways too. What? What, are you saying that stupid boss in the ruins that I couldn't figure out? Okay, well, he's all armored out. How did I even knock him to the side? Did I just charged him? That doesn't work if you can do that. Okay, so we can hit him in the back. What do I do now? Oh, hold B? Oh, yeah, you can hit past it. I forgot about that. So, now do we bomb him? Ah! I know, I'm saying Bomba. Maybe I was just too slow. Wait, the Earl has hair? Mr. Hallway, look at it! It's real hair. I can't believe it. The Earl said he grew it himself. I grew it myself. How you doing, Hallway? We need the Bomba. Look, I put that right under his skull. Ah, the Bomba is looking good. Looking very good. Oh, snap, boy. Now you're gonna get the Bomba. Now you're getting the Bomba. Rest in peace. Arrgh, I can't beat you. I'm out of here. All right, so he's gonna go to the next one. The Earl reminds me of an 80s rock star. Hey, Mads! Thanks so much for the sub for 8 months. Aw, snap!
Wahoo!
I appreciate that, Mads. Thank you so much for the big sub, for the big 8 months. Boom! I appreciate it. Bada bing, bada boom, Mads. Thanks for the continued support. You've been here for a long time, Fredo. Oh, yeah. I'm glad you're still vibing. I'm glad you're still vibing and enjoying the show. Enjoying the show. Ah, wah, wah, wah. I've got what's inside this box. Come and get it if you can. It says Master Skeleton. Is that Master Skull, or is that Master Skeleton? I'm telling you, Malice, by the way. Hello. Hello, Malice. I would love to get some sort of an 80s outfit. Like, really, really just go ahead and go for the aesthetic for fun. Big hair. He's got big hair, he just doesn't have flashy clothes. Needs some flashy clothes to go with this flashy hair. Don't touch me. Do you have a favorite Zelda game? Ooh, yes. Lady Go-Go, I'm very excited about. In fact, this goes smoothly into my the next thing that I was going to say is that this Zelda game, the reason that we're playing it is for fun. But the next one, Skyward Sword, I'm playing it because I never got to finish it because I was so annoyed by it. But you know what? We're gonna play my favorite Zelda game is my reward for finishing Skyward Sword. If I can actually stick it out and beat Skyward Sword, just normally beat it, not get every heart container or anything, but just beat the story. If I can do that, then I'll play my favorite Zelda game. That's my reward to myself if I push myself through. I make it past. I will play my favorite one, which is Ocarina of Time, baby. Oh, Lens. Oh, snap. Wow.
Happy 10 months.
Hey.
I wanted to make a pun, but I didn't want to punish chat. Anywho, 10 wows for the occasion. Wow.
Lens, thanks for that. Lens, thank you so much for the 10 months. For the 10 months of support. Wow. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, Lens. It's been that long. Oh. Oh my God. Get on me. Okay, wait. I gotta scroll up. I'm confused. What are you saying? What's being said? You have a very good George boy looking look there with the black leather jacket. Ooh, black leather jacket. George Michael, as in George Michael from the popular show Arrested Development. Ah, yes, George Michael. I never thought that I'd look quite like him. So what, a leather jacket? I mean, I just don't have a leather jacket right now. My sister said Goodwill, but I feel like Goodwills these days, they're always picked clean. They're always plucked clean. Like a chicken. But yes. Thank you for all the hype in the chat, you guys. Boom! We got all these people with these resubs. It's awesome. If you can't destroy a skeleton with a sword, try using a bomb. Well, thanks, Owl Boy. Appreciate it. So we've gone up, but we haven't gone down here yet. Let's go down here. Ooh, fish. All right, flawless victory. Flawless victory. Now we just gotta stay moving with these stupid fires. There we go. Now the fires will stop shooting at us, and you spent half an hour looking for the TTS command thing and you couldn't find the thing. Oh no! It is tricky. It is tricky to find the page. I think that Google hides it. I even have trouble finding it in DuckDuckGo. I think that it's called TTS spam for Papagas or something. That's how I found it. Dive under where the torchlight beams do cross. Okay, so we gotta dive whenever we swim. Oh, no. Yeah, Google knows that you're up to no good. Google is like, now Lens, should you really be looking at this? Google's like a crappy older sibling. Arrow? Huh? I thought that would be a look. It looks like an arrow. What a very suspicious looking. What suspicious looking accoutrement there? What is it? I do not believe that is just part of the architecture. I refuse to believe it. Hey, don't diss on Google. Yeah, they're listening. I'm sorry, Mr. Hallway. You're right. You're right. Google is great. Gotta be careful out here, you guys. You never know. There might be a Google close by. Okay, can we kill this? Oh no. Oh, it's time to pick up the kiddo. All right, we'll see you later, Malice. The Google overlords are listening, guaranteed. Guaranteed. One of y'all has got to have like a Google listener. The Google listening device. Oh, the accordion thing. I love this. You use the grapple hook on that, so I guess you get the grapple hook in this dungeon. Thank goodness. How do you kill this guy, though? A bomb? Crap. Not an arrow. Yeah, let's try a bomb. I haven't really tried to kill this guy yet. That was close. Not close enough. Ah, dang. Blow him up. No! Dang it. I don't know if you can defeat those fire dudes. But how does that door... But that door has to open. That's weird. Remember, Earl, I'm every hallway in the world and in time. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Also, Alchemic, I've tested out some of those TTS things and I couldn't get it to work. I couldn't get a couple of those to work. Oh, you found the Papaga one? Does it say 4 Papagas? I'm pretty sure that it says like TTS. It's like TTS commands for Papagas, and it's just like a Google form. Thank you so much, Edo. I appreciate it. I mean, if we can get some of them to work, it's great. Like the Brian TTS manual, where you can make them like stutter, you can make them sound like quieter or pronounce things differently, but not all of them work. I do not know why the TTS is a little bit jacked up on my end, because some of them don't work. So if you test them, it might disappoint you. All right, let's go back up here, because we already tried up here, but oh no, I found it too. I told you. You just gotta search for the right stuff. I'm up. Boy, that door's open as heck. He went around me. What a blessing. Don't throw that at me. Don't throw that spear at me, you sussy baka. Oh. Listen, Starboy. We'll have none of that. Get dead. All right. Now what do we do? Let me out. No, there's a stupid flame guy. How do I deal with him? Can I throw a pot at him? Ow! I don't think you kill him. Okay, we gotta kill the goops over here. Please don't kill me. I've only got 2 lives. I've only got 2 lives left. I want to live. I want to live. Time. What? It doesn't even refill all your health? Dude. Oh, this is 3. Oh, I thought that was 2. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm actually dumb. I forgot about that. I forgot about how I was dumb all along. Stop throwing your bones at me, Buster. You gotta die.
Guess who's dying tonight? You.
Oh, a map. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, jolly good. I didn't need the, I do not need the grapple. What I need is a nice map. A nice map. Great. This looks promising. Look at that. There's a chest over there. It's totally undiscovered. Hey, Deadlocked Kevlar. How are you doing? What's up? Kevlar. It's nice to see you, my friend. What's up? Whenever I read the words Kevlar, it immediately made me think of Pavlov. The VR shooter. The VR shooter. Boom. Oh, fiddlesticks, Batman. He got a map. Oh, fiddlesticks. It appears they've got a map. Oh, you gotta head out, but it was a fun stream. All right, we'll see you later, Lady Go-Go. I'll probably be playing this game tomorrow if you want to hang out. If you want to hang out. And I'll be here on Skyward Sword's release day. I'll be here as soon as possible. Yes. But we'll see you later. Thank you so much for the sub. I'm glad that you had a good time. We'll see you later. Come on, Lonk. Lonk, no, Lonk. Come on. Can you do it, Lonk? I believe in you. None of these move. What do we do? Where do we go? What do we do? It's everything looks like it's a grapple. That could be grappled for sure. That could be grappled. Gosh darn it! Knock me down the hole. Are you kidding me? Let me out of here. Okay, we can go right here. Yeah, this room. That's a new room. I bet that's the next boss. Lightning guys.
Go.
All right, yep, it's the next dude. Bonk. I love his empty clonk sound. Clonk. Is he smarter?
Still a dum-dum.
You're still a dummy. Dummy. Hey, dum-dum.
Bring me gum-gum.
Oh. You underestimate me for the last time, Skeleton Man. Oh, you must die now. And now you must die. I'm doing good. I was just trying to display each one of my Monster High dolls. Monster High? I don't know much about Monster High, but it sounds pretty great. Sounds like monsters in high school. I like that. Bonk him! He's getting bonked. He's getting the bonk, the band hammer. Kaboom. Easy peasy. He got bonked! Mr. Hallway, I didn't know that you were a ping pongster friendo. That's awesome, sure. Here we go, we got number 2. No! Now we die. Okay, let's go up to number 3.
Number 3, my lord. Pick number 3. My lord, no, you died.
Dang it. Pain. These dungeons. This is a big one. It's a big dungeon. All right, we got number 3 is up there. So we just need to go up straight from the water. Then we can, yep. Here we go. You have like 46? Oh my gosh. Yeah, basically, you've got Monster High dolls. So they're like, are they classic monsters? Is there like a Dracula boy and this like Frankenstein and his wife? But whenever they were in high school, before they knew each other too well, the thing from the Black Lagoon, he's the principal. The janitor is Killer Croc. No, get away from me. Actually, don't touch me. All right. I'm just gonna try to cheese it. Just get out of here. Just run. All right, you can stab me once. I forgive you. Gotta go grab some Wawa BRB. All right, fill up the water. Get yourself some water. I'm gonna kill this skeleton. So far, I've got to get the skeleton to attack me. Then I can, like, counterattack. That's all that's worked so far. I can hit past his shield, apparently, but it's difficult. Dang. I'm actually not that good at this. Is it my rotation? Do I need to rotate this way? Okay, that might work. I might be able to do that consistently. It's an animated show based on dolls of the same name made by Mattel back in 2010. Alright, I just want to live. I've just got to live through number 3. If we teleport back and then we can fight number 4 easier, that's fine. It's fine. I just have to survive this fight. Touched him. I actually just walked up and touched him. There we go. Okay, thank goodness we got him. We got him! BRB, all right. We'll see you in a minute, Kevlar. Nice. All right, nice. So we can now fight number 4. Whew. Thank goodness. We did it. We did it. Now we don't have to worry about walking all this way again. We could make a hasty escape on the side of entrance, though. Yeah. Lens with the hype. Ah, yeah. We did it, Lens. We've done it again. We've done it again. Now we just have to fight this mini boss for the 17th time. Then we got it. We got it in the bag. Maybe we get the, maybe he'll give us the grappling hook. He hasn't been brandishing one, so I don't know if he actually has one. What was that turnaround? It didn't go around the top. Stupid electric guy, dang it. Ah, well, I think that number 4 is right at the very beginning anyway, so. Yeah, it's right over, wait, where? Oh, it's over here. Oh, we gotta go, oh yes, it is. So we just go straight left. Just go straight to the left. To the left, to the left. Get out of here. Move to the left. Go down the entrance. Couple of rupees that I'm gonna ignore. Man, it's hard to jump over enemies. I really shouldn't be taking these risks. Oh, it's this again. All right. Now let's go kill that big bone boss. Big bone boss doesn't stand a chance. He's got his little goblin minions out here. Family stuff just got canceled, so you're back now? Welcome back! Riley, I'm sorry that it was all canceled. But I'm glad to see ya. Oh, yeah. I would have gotten away with it, too, if it wasn't for your meddling kids. Riley, welcome back. We're killing Skeletron Prime. Oh, that would have been good. Ooh, that would have been good. Beowulf, what's up? How are you doing? Beowulf is here. Ah, yeah, the party just got started. You were quite happy that it got canceled anyway. You hate watching movies? What? Riley, that's why I never see you at movie night. Which movie were y'all gonna watch? Skeletor! I've got you now, He-Man. Yeah. Skeletor says some questionable things. Skeletor says some things that he probably shouldn't. You had no idea? Nobody told you? Oh. Oh! He jumped. Can I fight him? That is scary as heck. Please don't make me. Oh, no! Now I have to walk back. Dang it! Oh, Skeletron, why? Skeletron, why are you so strong? Why are you such a strong, stinky skeleton? He stomped me. Yeah. No. Oh! This electric guy stinks. You can't kill them, dude. You cannot kill them. You just have to suffer. You just have to suffer. There's no escape. Oh, well, at least we ignored that. You weren't looking forward to it, though? Which movie was it? Which movie was it gonna be? I like some movies. And I don't like some movies.
I'm not good. I'm bad. I'm evil. Wait a second.
That death was baloney. That's what I'm saying. That death was ridiculous. This game actually cheated. I saw it typing in the console. It was typing "Kill Earl." I actually saw. I can't believe that they exposed their console commands like that. Cheat mode enabled. The game's using creative mode. You've been playing Slime Rancher? Ooh. Slime Rancher 2 is gonna be great. Slime Rancher 2. Yes, please. Okay, so is jumps the easiest thing to do? That's the easiest way to beat him. Here we go. Come here. It's like Bologna. That's the freaking strat, dude. That's the strat. I didn't know that. Dang, dude. Dang, dude. Here's the strat. He does a jump. Yeah. At least I can get hit a maximum of once. You've been playing Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 5? Oh my gosh, that's like the full... Actually, they're right next to one another, right? Boy, he didn't even have a grapple hook, but he dropped one. Nice. Hey, we got it. The hook shot. Its chain stretches long when you use it. Thank goodness. We just got the... I think that's the last item. Whoops. I think that's the last item. There it is. Oh, thank God. Now we can get everywhere. Boom. All of our puzzles are solved. We got it. Darren, we just got it. This is Pog. One of the classic Zelda items. Yes. It's got the Zelda games are all the same. They all have bomb, hook shot. The feather's the only thing that's kind of unusual. They always have a bow, hook shot, a bomb. I guess the rest of these are kind of baloney. There's always a fairy bottle. There's always some sort of a boosty boot. Some sort of a boost. Gotta be a boosty boot somewhere in there. Boom. Man, now I'm just looking forward to Aquarina. Not in Breath of the Wild, no hook shot? Oh, there's almost nothing there's almost nothing classic in Breath of the Wild. It's completely, it's completely new. So much of Breath of the Wild is unseen before. Yes, it is very, very unique. It is very not like any of the Zelda games. It does not have that linear progression, doesn't have the same storytelling, doesn't have the same items. Your weapons break, the combat is very different. Breath of the Wild is a standout Legend of Zelda game. I would understand if people liked classic Zelda and not Breath of the Wild, or if they only liked Breath of the Wild and not classic Zelda. It's just very different, you know? You hate the weapons breaking? I don't actually mind it. I like it. I think it makes it more interesting. It turns it into a little bit more of an RPG. Because I like RPGs where you level and stuff. And that feels kind of like leveling. Just a tiny bit. Like if you get to really difficult areas, you can get really good weapons. So it introduces like an element of progression, I guess, that doesn't exist in this game. The only progression here is by items. Okay, so you can stun them. That is awesome. Yeah, there's like no progression in this game except for the items. So combat, you just gotta get good. You just get good or you get dead. Yeah. Okay, so, oh, you can shoot diagonally. I didn't know that. Yoit! Okay, there are more enemies? Why is that door still closed? We'll see. Alchemic, welcome back. We got the hook shot. We did it. Look, he's shy. We took off his hat. Sorry, dude. Okay, so one of them takes off their hat, one of them stuns them. The phrase is trademarked. I like Breath of the Wild and Majora's Mask. Ooh, I want Majora's Mask. Mmm, yum, yum. Now I know what you look like without the war paint. Deadlock, is that true? Actually, this is what I normally look like. This is normal Kenny, but I cannot see anything. And I decided to just put on the glasses today, just for fun. Just for fun, okay? Because I need to order some Legend of Zelda clothes. Arisa wants me to dress up, so I guess we're gonna dress up. You're using new armor weapons is neat for sure. Yeah, it is. It is cool. Does introduce some fun elements. Majora's Mask, I've never beaten. Okay. That's a bummer.
I died.
But the Majora's Mask, I didn't get too far in it as a kid. I didn't understand it. Can I kill this? Oh, I still can't kill it. I just have to suffer. Suffer. Perish. There we go. Kill everything. Kill everything and keep all your hearts, please. It stuns everything. Got him. Bye-bye. See you later. Boom. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye, GG. See you later. Can I just do it? Kill everything. No witnesses. Nobody knows that I died last time. I don't want to go down here right now. Oh, I don't like it. Where is the... Maybe it's to the right? No, to the right's only the... It's only the level 2. We need to go up, which is really tricky. Okay, we did it. Nice. Okay, there's like a bunch of treasure around here. But we gotta go the long way around, I think. Oh, look, did you just see that guy move? What the heck? Did you see that huge movement? What was that? That's some baloney. Stop, hit shield. Thank you. All right, here we go. Zoom. This. Oh. Leela, how are you doing? What's up? Leela's here. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a party now. Oh, we just got Leela in this. You read it as Lynn's Awakening, and now I agree, because we're going to have a celebration stream. Oh, yeah. What are you awakening to, Lynn? What have you awakened to? What's happening? Lynn, it's nice to see you. Leela's here as well. Goodness gracious. We got a bunch of friendos just jumping in. Nice. Nice. Bomba. De bomba. Link, literally the only square that you're not allowed to stand in. Now, how do we get over here, though? What? No. No. Oh. What? How do we get over here? We can't. Oh, we can't hit the chest, huh? Interesting. But this is the way to return. No, you can't. I was thought that you could maybe hook shot in the air. You can't. Okay, so I can't hit that, huh? Weird. Huh. I kind of expected you to be able to push this over so that you could grab. Oh, I'm stupid. Dum dum. Oh, I can't believe it.
What have I become, my sweetest friend? Everyone I know goes away in the end, and you could have it all. My empire of dirt, I will make you hurt.
We got a bunch of keys though. Where do we go next? Oh, this looks like a winning area. This looks like a winning area because we can probably grapple across here and then we could probably open this door. So there's only one solution. There's only one smart thing to do. Oh, whoops! Oh no! Oh no, I died! Oh, what am I gonna do now? Oh no! How did that happen? How did this happen? How did these things keep happening to me? Horrible. No, no. No, no, I just teleported back to the beginning for a convenient entrance. A tragedy indeed. Yes, a Greek tragedy. I don't know what makes it so Greek, but
All right, we're gonna go up here. We gotta go up here and find out what's up top. Here we go.
Yep, this was it. This was it. You know, the other day I was hearing that Darren was saying that Alberta is the Texas of Canada. And, you know, I took real offense because he was talking bad about Alberta and then he was talking bad about Texas at the same time. And I was like, this is the most efficient way to make everybody in the United States. Oh my gosh. He just shot me in the face. Dude, what on earth are these things? Why, they're friendly little bees. Oh, he charged me, dude. Don't touch me. I told you 1,000 times. Don't touch me with those silky claws. No bad mouthing at all. Darren. I can't believe it. The only reason that I thought of that was because I was doing my fake Texas accent. No. No, it didn't. I didn't. Darren, you're so sweet. Darren, I was only teasing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you nervous. No. I was joking. It was funny. It was funny. Oh, God. I was laughing. It was good. We were having a hoot. Oh, he aimed at me. I didn't know that he aimed. Oh my gosh, he kept his eyes closed to charge me. Lupus, welcome back. Welcome back, Lupus. Come on, I got one heart left. Yeah. Oh. Gloria. Thank goodness. That was gonna be a long walk. Oh, Lemonberry here? Oh yeah, Lemon's here. Lemonberry. Welcome back. Oh, Lemon Bayard, what? Oh my gosh, hey, I was just oohing and awing about something else, but then boom, Lemon Bayard with the raid. How are you doing? Hi there, you're finally back. Lemon Bay, what's up? Hiya, Lemon Bay. Hiya, friendos of Lemon Bay. Welcome to the stream. How was Overwatch? I hope that y'all won all of the games. Also, welcome to playing a little bit of Legend of Zelda. Hope you have a fantastic time. Hi, everybody. My name's Earl Suds. I'm vibing over here, playing some games with my friends. We're playing this kind of in anticipation of the fresh, delicious new Zelda game that's coming soon that I'm excited about for weird reasons. For weird reasons, I am excited, but excited nonetheless. How was the stream? Did you get any dubs? Did you get any play of the games? Any sweet, delicious pogs? Speaking of delicious pogs, how? Okay, so this is the treasure area. So that's the area that you go to pick up the instrument that we're trying to find. Down here, we got the boss. It's probably fish related. You probably need to use the grapple hook the whole time. But this is not connected, so that means that we have to go down somewhere. We gotta go down. This one goes where? Okay, so we gotta find a walkway, and then past that, then it's probably gonna be something that requires the grapple hook. It was great, thanks. I didn't get any plays of the game, but I managed to keep my rank and have fun with a friend, so that's all that matters. Oh, most certainly. Oh, most certainly. What's your? Oh, so you were playing ranked? Oh snap! Oh snap! Happy to see you stream after all this time. Lemon Bay, how long has it been? Oh my gosh! Now you're freaking me out. Now you're scaring me. Actually, just then, you scared me. Okay, where are we going? Yeah, I'm still streaming. I'm making it work. Making it work out here. Where can we go? Where do we go? Down? I know that there's a walkway down here. I'm still surviving out here. I'm surviving. I'm thriving. Hey, Fifi, I'm dead.
5 months of awesome entertainment streams from the wonderful, talented, amazing Kenny the Sweets Bean.
Fifi, you Fifi is so sweet. Oi! Thank you for the 5 months of support. I appreciate it. Can we put some hype in the chat for my friend Fifi? You know what? I'm drinking the rest of this cold coffee in your name. Thank you. Thank you very much for the sub. For the delicious sub. My goodness gracious. My goodness. You guys, we're still holding 500 subs right now. I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed with you guys. This community's just too much. This community's too much. I can't believe it. I can't. In fact, I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased. I'm letting it peak. I'm letting the bird peak again. All right. The bird was resting, but you know what? This is just too much support. I have to give you the bird. I'm sorry. All right. All right. So where are we going? We're gonna go to the far left. To the far left. Wait. Thank you. Wait. Very nice. Hey, Vio's here. Yeah! Vio's here. Oh, that's Baba Booey, you guys. Now that's Pog right there. You know that. You would know that Vio. Everybody knows that Vio. Top marks, one of the finest chatters we have. One of the chatters that I'm most proud of right there. Vio. Yes. How are you doing? How are you doing? Kenny, this is a reminder of how awesome and amazing you are. Oh my gosh. Scott, you're so sweet. Scott, you're so sweet. It's nice to see you. I hope you're having a good day, friendo. I hope you're having a jolly good day. It's always nice to see you. If you're a busy bean, then I wish you luck with what you're doing. Thank you for your kind words. I appreciate it. It's very sweet. It's very sweet. Whenever people compliment the Earl too much. Yo, too many people to greet. Yep, Vio, that's the whenever I go to people's chats and there's too many greetings, I'll just say, hello all. That's my too many can't read. My too many people cannot greet you all. I don't want to spam up the chat. No, you! No, you! No, you, Scott. No, you, Kenny. No, you, Scott. No, you, Kenny. So how do we get in here? Interesting. Is there anything that I'm not thinking of that's unusual on this map? So this goes here. All right. So we got one knocked out. Maybe we'll just go ahead and go through this one so that we can like assure ourselves where this goes. Ouch! My legs. Oh wait. Oh, we have to go all the way through here to find out. Okay, so wait a second. So this goes here. This goes here. So does this go there? Can we even find out? I don't even think that we can find out right now. We're not allowed down there. It's banned. Unless we can skirt. No! Almost. Are we not allowed down there? Oh man, come on. Don't make me walk through every single door. Don't make me walk through every single door in this whole stupid game, man. I was just gonna die, so let me go back to the beginning. I'm gonna die. The hero mode got me like, I wanna die. There we go. Yep. That's the most convenient way back to the beginning of the dungeon. What can I say? This game is broken. They don't give you any hearts. I have no reason to fight my way back through there. I've got no reason. They don't give me any reason to fight through that. There's no reason to do that. It's better to just go back. You like that noise? How dare you? It's the void you go, Link. Whoa! Also, I need to scroll up really quick. Lemon-based, totally got buried by this. It was great. You said, I think I was here like at least a couple of months ago. Oh, what? Lemon Bay, do you know how long I've been streaming? I've been streaming full time for more than a year. 2 months. 2 months, shake my head. Get got, skeleton thugs. Ow! I'm out. And I'm out. I'm not ever gonna stop streaming.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you.
Oh, no. Dang it. We've gone everywhere now. We've already searched the entire dungeon. We searched the entire dungeon, sir. We cannot find the exit. We do not know. We do not know where the exit is. Oh, this is very unfortunate. Very unfortunate, sir. Herb. Maybe we shall speak to the great bird.
Ooh, dive where the torchlight beams do cross.
Oh, dang it! Torchlight beams, diving. I forgot about that. I forgot all about the hint.
The hint?
The diving. There we go. Thank goodness. Okay, we gotta find the torchlight. We gotta dive. We gotta dive, you guys. Not die. Don't confuse me. Dive with a V.
With a V.
With a V. With a V. It's probably right here, eh? It's probably right here, hey? Is that an Aussie thing to say? Is it Aussie to add in a little extra hey after you say things? Because I've been accidentally doing it this entire stream. No, no, no. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm too fabulous for this. Ow! Back off. Back off, goop boy. All right. We gotta go. Ouch. We gotta dive. Okay. Here's our chance for glory. Dang it. No. No. Don't give him a chance. Don't give him a chance. I don't know if it's an Aussie thing, but it is a choice. A choice? I'm confused. You're saying that it's a choice to stop saying it? I'm sorry. Don't touch it. No! Dang it! Hit my glasses on it. No, to say it. It's a choice. How do I get up there the easiest way? Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. This hero mode sure is stinky. Alright, die. Thank you. Who saw that coming? Listen, I'm trying, alright? It's a tricky game. Maybe I just need to go slower. Go slow and be smart. Save my lives. There we go. All right, look, I'm gonna take it easy, all right? We're gonna take it easy. We're gonna kill all the enemies, or we're gonna dodge them splendidly. I missed. That was unfortunate. That was so close. Wait, this isn't a speed run? Dude, the speed run's like 1 minute. I don't even know if there's a speedrun category for this specific game. For this, like, version of it. Our burgers be sizzling. What, Lupus, you're cooking burgers? Is it burg time? I didn't even know that. Yum, yum. It's 3 a.m., but so I gotta go. Oh, Lemon Bay, get some rest. Holy moly, I didn't know it was so late. Didn't know that it's so late for you. Get some rest. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid. It was great to see you. Oh. Bye-bye, Lemon Bay. Get some rest. Get some rest. Hope we see you sometime. It's assisted, most likely. Yeah, it could be a tool-assisted run. I bet it's tool-assisted, and I bet that it is a not for this game either. There we go. We go down. We go down. Bloopers. There's bloopers in this game. I didn't know that. It's for the Game Boy one? Yeah. It's either glitched or assisted. Something like that. Yeah, because they have the instrument one is more sensible. But wasn't the instrument one like a minute 30? I mean like an hour or something. All right, I killed the Goomba. Bloopers and Goomba. I killed them both, but we didn't get any goodies. All right, this is the key, you guys. This is the key to fight the boss. And I bet that the boss is pretty gimmicky. I bet he's gimmicky because we just got the hook shot. So I would imagine that it's something simple that's based on just hook shotting something. which is good, because I like easy bosses. Here we go. I'm back with dino nuggets and a raspberry yogurt bar thing. Oh my gosh, deadlocked. That is absolutely pog. Yum, yum. Yum, yum, dino nuggets. Now I want a chicken nugget. Now I want a chicken nugget. We need to go through it on the stairs, so we can't do this. We could go down here. I think I see the, gosh darn it, every time I go through the door. Look, this time I'm not gonna get hit. 1 hour and 4 minutes? Yeah, that sounds more realistic. That sounds more like a speed run. That sounds like it might be speed fun. Time this. Now if we go, oh wait, what? Oh, I just went down the wrong way. Dumb. Dum-dum. Help. Help. Dum-dum in need of owner. No goops. No goops. Bad goops. All right, we're gonna fight this boss with like 3 lives. Actually, I can heal up because I have a fairy bottle, and I don't even feel bad about using them. Normally, fairy bottles are too valuable to waste. Dang it. Because they'll revive you. They'll bring you back to life. But not these fairy bottles. They just charge up your health. So they're unimportant. They're not important. Confirmed. Yogurt bar is good. That's a Roger. We've got a tasty bar here. Boing. Okay. Let's heal up, and we'll put back on our hook shot, and we're gonna beat the boss first try. Because we're that good at this game. And then we're gonna switch games. We're gonna play, maybe we'll clean the, I shall eat you. Maybe we'll do some power washing. Jumping. Uh-oh, that's too much hard. Oh no. I don't know about this one. No, touch me. Oh! Oh, okay, so it drags. Dang it. Where can I hide? Hey, Cannon, how are you doing? So I can hide right here. He opens his mouth and we put a bomb in his mouth? That almost worked. He didn't need it. So it's hook shot, remember? So what do we hook shot here? Oh, like that. Okay. It's hook shot. Okay, so we just gotta yoink him out. We yoink him out and then we attack his sensitive side. You want ramen, but it's too late in the evening to be eating ramen? What? 9 p.m.? Linz, what kind of healthy lifestyle do you live? Goodness, I eat super late. Too late for ramen. I eat like all of my meals at 1 a.m. Not all of them, I just mean, I eat dinner at like 1 a.m. normally. It's never too late for ramen. Ramen's calling your name. Don't leave ramen on red. Maybe it won't go through the same hole twice. I haven't seen it go through that other one again. Come on, buddy. I'm scared of your tail. Stop. No. There's no rhyme or reason for why he's spawning like he is. I don't have the lives for this dead. There we go. Oh, I touched him. Incredible. But no, I thought that I could give a little bit extra. Please beat this boss for me. What? Is that true? Dude. What the heck was that? What the heck was that? With no warning. I was ready. Without warning. It switched stages. In a way that I couldn't predict. In a way that I couldn't defend from. What a sorry sucker. What an absolute sucker, dude. Let's see. This one goes over here. So what we need to do is teleport and go through there. That's what we need to do. What we need to do is get our stanky buns right back to the beginning and teleport. TP. TP Zelda style. It shows when it's going to do that at least. Oh, it does. Is that true, Blue Jay? Maybe I'm just Big Debbie. No, get off me. These goops, whenever they're small, they're a little bit annoying, but they're kind of cute. They're kind of cute. I'm not going to lie. I don't hate them when they look like that. We're back to the boss. We got 6 lives. Why are Goombas in Zelda? Because it's a broken game. Oh my gosh, it started immediately. Small Kiwi, it's a specific game. The remake has a lot of Mario stuff in it. It's very cute. It's very cute. How are you doing, Small Kiwi? Haven't seen you around here in like one day. It's been like an entire day. Yeah, there's Goombas, there's Bloopers, there's... What else is there? There's Peach, there's Mario, there's Luigi, there's all sorts of Mario characters. Mario characters and enemies and stuff. Yeah, I definitely can't zoom for that. What am I gonna... They tricked me. I kind of thought that the tail might move in a way that you can always grab the mouth, but it appears not. Yeah, maybe I should just kind of walk around until the tail gets loose. For more chances, more chances. Come on. Where are you? Where? Oh, no, I can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that either. Just gotta wait for the perfect timing. Come on. There it is. Standing further back would probably be smart. Because you can yoink his neck further. Alright, I'm just gonna keep chasing this. Here we go. No! Ah, I got greedy! I didn't even try properly. Oh boy. Where's he gonna... Oh! Alright, that was a good grab. Suffer! Ooh, even got an extra hit there that I did not wish. Okay, so yeah, his eyes are black whenever he's about to do that weird attack. I kind of noticed that, but I ignored it like a dummy. I'm gonna just let him go. Pop off. I wonder if you're supposed to bomb him? He just exploded. He exploded, but he lived. Oh my god. All right, let's kill this boss. No! This is alter ego. It's a scary alter ego that can live on its own without support from the tail. No! Oh, I'm risking my life out here. No! Oh, that was it. That was it. Come on. This could be it. This could be it. Kill it! Oh! Tisk, tisk, you don't seem to know what kind of island this is. What a fool! He's scarier. He was scarier than the clown. I'm impressed. I thought that he was about to do another stage. That was so creepy. Oh, and you're gonna be going down. Nighty night. Was fun hanging out. Hope that you have a good dream. Bye bye. Good night. Oh, I'll see you later. And nighty night. Go to sleep. Get some good slap. And until we see you again, yeah. May the birds haunt your sleep. I sure hope that they do. Yes, there you go. Well. That's my good night to you, Anne. Good night. Go to bed. All right, now be quiet. Everybody be quiet and listen to the marimba. No bird noises. Listen. You got it at the end. You're too slow, Joe. You were too slow, Joe. We heard that marumba.
Shrine! Shrine. The island secret in the shrine. In the shrine. The shrine. Lunk.
Lonk. One large lonk, please. Oh yeah, we're supposed to end here. So how many instruments do we have? Let's find out.
Let's find out, you guys.
Cause I'm still kind of feeling it, you guys. I'm still kind of feeling this Zelda game, you know? I'm still feeling like we could keep playing, you know? Right, Martha's Bay. Yeah, let's go pay a little visit to that fisherman and see if we can give him that hook. And this lady will help in a minute. I have 3 instruments left? Holy crap. I can't put it. Yeah. Is the secret of the cemetery a requirement? Is that an instrument or is that extra? I can't remember. But that's a real pain in the neck if I remember properly. Whee! All right, let's go under here and see if we can talk to this guy. Last time I couldn't get up into his boat, but maybe he'll, yeah, because look, he doesn't have a hook. He's hookless. He's a hookless lad. Oh, it's optional? I thought it was optional. I can't talk to him. Maybe I can just bob on the surface and talk to him? Oh. The background was confusing. I thought that was a solid object. Oh, I thought that was a solid object. I didn't think that this was a background element. This looked like a foreground element to me. Oh man, I thought that this was a big old rock on the front, and I wasn't able to go there.
Oh, what's that you have in your hand? It's not a fishing hook, is it? You had better let me have it. I'll give my next catch to you if you let me have it.
Sure.
Keep your eyes open and watch a pro at work.
I thought that was a foreground element.
My, that's a big one.
The fishing hook became a necklace? Lucky. Nice. This is for the mermaid, so we can get the scale. We can get the scale so that we can measure. All right, Madame Mermaid. I have your treasure. It's for Ariel, is that true? Yes, for Ariel. I can show you the world. That's it. That's my necklace. Give it back. Oh my gosh. Ooh woo. Give me my necklace back. She blush. She blush. I will give you my scale as I said. As I said. Are you speaking English? Are you not? Are you Google Translated? Promise you'll only take one. Okay, this is turning a little weird. Link is like, I'm about to scale you like a fish for dinner. I'm about to descale you and cook you up. Just one. Just one. Don't scare to steal all my scales. I need them for slick water travel. All right, now we can worship the statue of the mermaid. Yes, the scale, we shall complete it. Is that where the scale was from? Is that the same location? All right, we did it. Oh my gosh. What do we got? We've got a treasure center. I'm going to just assume that they made that scale because it's the most obvious one. It was an aesthetic choice, all right? It wasn't story related. Magnifying glass? Oh, this is a pretty classic Zelda item as well. Oh wait, magnifying. Reveal many things that you couldn't see before. Yep, that's a classic Zelda item. Classic Zelda item. It was an Ocarina of Time. You had like a sneaky lens You had a sneaky lens that you could figure out what was going on in the dark dungeon. Whatever it's called, the Dungeon of Darkness. The dogs at work do take chunks of skin off of you? What? That's true. That's disgusting. Okay, that's how you kill those guys. Lupus, I think you're reading too far into this game. BRB, I gotta go paint. All right, Deadlock Kevlar, good luck with the painting, my friend. We'd love to see whatever you make. If it's family friendly and you want to share it, I'd love to see it. That's how you kill them, by the way. His eyes whenever he drowned. Holy moly. The panic, the sheer terror. Oh my gosh. The terror. Can I hit him with, poor thing, he deserves better. Killing bugs and drowning little, oh. Hold on. We can throw them in the water. We can make them drown. Watch this. You're gonna love this. Oh, that's good. Bye-bye. See you later. Those didn't have the bulging eyes. What the heck? Expected for their eyes to bulge. I wanted to see the fear in those eyes. So do we have any extra items? We have a Chow Chow figure. A Chow Chow figure that you won in the trendy game. I think I know where this goes. Chamber Stone. Mysterious stones that give you an eerie feeling. I don't know what that is. We've gotten a lot of new secret shells. So I wonder if we need to. Well, we certainly need to ride the rapids. So the rapids are right up here. And we can probably go really fast over to there using our grapple hook, right? I think that the grapple hook is your way to get over there. Banana, 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 banana. Banana, banana, banana. Yeah, this will be the zoom. Yeah, let's go on at least one. We'll go on one river rapid adventure. We're going on a trip. Yeah, that's the way to get over here. That's absolute schmoofment, and there's probably a bunch of extra hearts that we can get now that we have our hook shot. All right, mister, I've got your $100. So expensive. Okay. The other way is the river rapid race where you try to get to the end as fast as you can. Which course are you setting? We're gonna go on Rapids Raid. Yeah, we're gonna go on the raid first so that we can pick up some items. The environment was fine, then you showed up and started murdering everything. Oh, what? Those monkeys were angry. The monkeys weren't pleased with how things were going. All right, so how do I spy what I want to retrieve? Oh, you could jump. It's awesome. Boyong. 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 I want that, but I can't have it. You can't have what you want in this game. Against the rules. Hey, that's illegal. There's a chest that I want. It's all left or right, hey? It's too bad. Can we get up there? No, right? No, now we're busted. No, I'm just missing everything. I'm missing all the treasure. Whee! Well, we're gonna get some items, that's for sure. We're gonna get heckin' items. We gotta be greedy one way or another. No! All right, great. We got none of the special things, and I don't know how to get them. You gotta stay to the left, I guess. Ooh, that's some treasure. How am I supposed to get over there? No more grabbing stuff. The rapid raid is over. You want another go? Yes. Again. There are two ways. Let's do the raid again. This time I think I know what to do. I think I get it.
We're gonna go this way.
Just kidding. All right. Slingshotting? Oh, that's a good point. Maybe you can. Yeah, looks like you can. Oh yeah, with these old pieces of wood. Why, these silly old pieces of wood will do splendidly. Nice. I hadn't even thought about that stupid old wave buster. I forgot about the wave buster. The wave buster effect is in full swing right now. Nice, we can just do everything instead. Insert tangy Pika mode here. Hey, Kareem, you're back.
You are far from any secrets.
All right. Thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the heads up, Owlet. Easy money. Look at all this freaking money we got. Yeah, I'm just gonna like grab all this money. Yeah, the corner grab's really good. Oops. I might have been a little bit greedy this time. Let's try to stay. Yeah. I want to go to that island. That island right there. Lonk, you can do it. I believe in you. What is this? What is this very suspicious platform here? Aha! I thought as much. All right, and back to our hook shot. Keeping my eyes peeled. Ooh. Well, where's the entrance to that? I haven't seen it. Haven't seen anything like that, honestly. Where is that? Nice. Close. No! Yes! No!
No, I want to go over there. Yes. Yes, give in to your greed. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. No.
All right, fine. Fine, I got almost everything. No. Okay, now what am I gonna do with the? I guess the race. What about the race? Oh, you're back from D&D. Hey, Zelda Bits, welcome back. Hello. I've been here, LOL, but apparently my body went sleep and I woke up craving ice cream. Huzzah! Ooh, ice cream time. Your rogue is kicking butt. Oh snap! Snap, you're tough as heck. Zelda Bits, please protect me. Please protect. I am but a mere tiny adventurer. Your rogue must protect us all. Wow, the frame rate went up all of a sudden. Nice. What do you say, the fastest? Oh, are you kidding me? Down, down, down. No, we're going so slow. Yes, yes, yes. Down. No, 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 no. I don't actually know the fastest route. This seems to be pretty quick. Except for that beginning that I messed up. This is like the opposite of what the other one is. The other one is like, take as much time as you can. This one's like, go, zoom. 41. Oars up, the race is over. Looks like that's a new record for you. Your time was 43 minutes. I guess you got hung up somewhere. You won a piece of heart. Ooh. I wonder if you only get one. I bet you get one and you get a seashell. He said, I bet you got hung up somewhere. So I'm guessing that's not the, oops, aw, crap. Oh, crap. I've done it now. I've done it now. I really don't know if there's a way to, I really don't know if there's a way to take advantage of the stinking, the, like, pathway down there. You know, the little staircase. I don't know how to get the staircase. At least grab a little bit of money. Yeah, we got a piece of heart. A big, delicious piece of heart. Still beating. Delicious. Up. Stay up here. Come on. Do it, Lonk. Lonk! Lonk, you dum-dum. You big dummy. I don't even want to be on this river rapid race anymore. I'm done. I'm done. We failed, all right? All right, I get it. I get it. I couldn't find the entrance. Okay, I tried my best. Up there? We've already been there, right? Yeah, there's 2 things. I remember there being... I bet that this is later. I bet that you have to find this entrance somewhere else. That's what I would suppose. Is that it's not part of the river rapid race. We're not going to make $100 worth, that's for sure. But we'll get a little bit. Yum, yum, yum. There we go. Well, at least we'll be full of items and stuff. Alright, I'm gonna be done. That's enough for me. It's enough for me, old man. Oh, we get to keep the raft. Nice. Let's see. So there should be some secrets that require hookshot now. I wonder if we can fight that big bully now. I'd like to show that bully who's boss. Oh my god. Dang it. Dang it. No. No. Darn. Fool. Fool that I was. A fool, I tell you. Darn it. Rock in the way. How do we blow up that rock? I forget. Do you have to throw a bomb down that down this pipe here? Down this pipe right here? You got to throw a bomb down there? Yeah. Wow. Oh my gosh, it just gives you a shell? Since when? Since when does it give you a shell? I already did that before and it didn't give me a shell. You can't cook bombs in this game, unfortunately. So like, and besides, it doesn't blow up these blocks anyway. It doesn't blow up these blocks, and you can't cook it. There must be another way down there. There's a bomb slot here, but excuse me, could you move? Could you actually that actually moved? The tunnel next to the anglerfish dungeon allows you to push that rock. Yeah, it's true. I think that might just be a way out. All right, that one didn't even make a bomb sound. That one didn't even have a bomb inside. Well, we've got the grapple hook, which I thought was right here. There we go. It's just a zoom point. It's just for you to get mega zoom. I believe it. You know, we haven't been to the castle in a little while. Nothing stood out as being an obvious treat that you could pick up. Oh, we've never swam in this river. We've never swam in the moat. Is there a crocodilian in this moat? But there's something on the other side. Ah, frame drops. Lovely. Thank you for the follow. Is that, let's see, Polandre? Polandre, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. Zoom. How many pieces of heart do I have? I've got, yeah, I'm sorry that I'm kind of covering them up, but it's up here in the corner. It's 2. So I've got a full set in 2, so that's 2, 4. wait. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I got 12 hearts, and I need one more piece. All right. We should be able to go all the way around and grab that heart container. If we have time, we'll try to get most of the things in this game, but I don't think that we're gonna have time for that. Because that new Zelda game's coming out real soon. It's coming out real soon. Not gonna have time. Skyward Sword will be here any minute. It's a suspicious little area. You should go back from before with your slingshot. I don't even have a slingshot in this game. All right, grab. There's a all very suspicious. There we go. Perfecto. That's a whole nother heart. Nice. Now I've got 3 extra. New Zelda? Well, it's not technically new. I don't mean to confuse. I've never been over here before. We should go over there. Yeah, it's Skyward Sword HD. It's just a re-release, but it's a new Zelda for me. I never finished Skyward Sword. I got like out of the sky. There's like a sky palace that you're in. Then you fall down to Earth. And then you do like 1 temple on Earth, and that's about as far as I got. So there's still probably like a lot for me to play. But yeah, it's just a re-release. The next real Zelda entry is going to be Breath of the Wild 2. Breath of the Wild 2 is apparently going to come out, what, next year? It's a cool prequel story, quote unquote. Yes. Yes, it's interesting. I mean, it's still a Zelda game. It's still a mainline Zelda game. You can't be sleeping on Skyward all the time. You can't be sleeping on it the entire time. You gotta try it, right? I gotta beat it, right? Let's go down this hole down here and see what's down there. What do we got? Yeah, it's next year, allegedly. If it comes out next year, it's gonna be at the very end of next year. But even then, doubts, big time doubts. I would rather them put the game off and put the game off and put the game off until it's the best. I want them to take their time. Please take your time, Nintendo. Don't rush it. Don't rush it. Make a masterpiece. I would take a masterpiece anytime over a cyberpunk. I mean, a like half-baked game. Oh, there's a teleportation spot up there. I would love to have that right there. I see it. See that teleportation spot right there? Me likey. Is there any more on the let's look for them on the map where we can actually zoom in. See any other spots? We got that. Try to spy some so that we can move around this map really easily. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Nope. Okay, so there's nothing on the right side. The right side just has to, suck it. It just stinks. Nothing down here. Dang, this must be the last one. It's the only one that I can see. So how do we get up here? Looks like there's rocks. Rocks that are blocking the way, and there's like a doorway here. This is all one side. We can climb up to here, and there's an owl, but it's right there. I don't get how you get up there. I think that's later. I don't think that you can get up there. Absolutely nothing went wrong with the Cyberpunk release. Not a single thing. Nothing like a AAA publisher getting their game refunded. Yikes. Yikes. It reminds me of like crappy Steam asset flips. Woo! How much longer do you think you'll be streaming tonight? Oh, is it too much, Zelda? I'm sorry. I've been streaming too long. I can end the stream pretty soon if you want me to. We should go to a phone place and see what they say. Oh, not at all. Oh, I was confused. I'm just kidding. Don't you leave me, Lupus. You're gonna sleep. You're gonna sleep. You've been working too long. It's only like almost 9. Your first stream is yesterday? Oh, Bugs! Was it great? Oh, also, hi there, Sleeping Dogfish. Just want to say that you look dashing as heck. Oh! Dogfish. Oh, it takes one to know one. Thank you so much. Dogfish, how are you doing? I hope you've been enjoying, your streams, my friends. Oi, 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 oi. Dogfish, we're building a giant Lego set on Saturday. Dogfish, you have to see it. You have to see it. I don't know if you're a man-child like me. And you like Legos, but if you do, you gotta see this Lego set on Saturday. I don't want to advertise to friends, but it's gonna be cool. I'm just trying to share fun. You had one. I had one chat. It was bot spamming. Oof, Bugs. You gotta delete those sorry suckers. I got bugs today, and they went. Bots today, and they went boom, boom, boom. It was 3 bots in a row. The nasty buggers. Gotta ban them. Gotta ban them. I need to go to bed soon. Don't attack me for working too much. Oh, no. It's almost as if they lied to their consumer base about the product being unfinished. Oh, no. Alchemic! Alchemic, don't say that. Have you been to the Face Shrine? It's north of the Animal Village. Very interesting ruin, Face Shrine. Okay. You're gonna be back? Oh, go get some food. Yeah, Zelda, if you're thinking about waiting to eat, eat. Just eat. Don't wait for me. Don't wait for this guy. Nobody knows how long I'm gonna stream, all right? It's been a weird week. I feel that sleeping dogfish. I've been having a weird month. Get out of here. Get out of here. Perish, dude. Yeah, I feel like this is such a strange time to be alive, sleeping dogfish. It's just weird. World's weird, man. World is just weird right now. Everything feels off. It feels off. I like everything being in lockdown better. Listen, I wouldn't want to go back to it. I don't want to go back to lockdown. Oops. Yeah, I don't want to go back to lockdown, you guys, but it made more sense, okay? I understood what was going on. Now I don't get it. Now I'm very confused. It's like we're living in we're pseudo living right now. Strange, I don't like it. I all or nothing. I'm an all or nothing kind of guy.
Try again from the start!
Shut up. Don't tell me what to do. Hey, thanks for the follow, Cran. I appreciate it. Is that Cranfo? I was scared for a second that I was gonna say a bad word accidentally. Cranfo, that better not be a bad word. Hi there, Rosera. But lockdown is fun. Lockdown's fun if you have a lockdown partner, but I was all alone. Someday I won't be alone. Oh well. But yeah, I feel you, dogfish. Things have been strange. It ought to pick up soon enough. It'll slowly recover. Slow recovery. Someday we'll be able to like hang out with people and go places. Oh, my username is very bad. Cranfo. Am I saying the bad word? Somebody tell me. Cranfo. It just makes me think of info about Kratos. Info about Kratos is known. Gotta go. Not trying to self-promote, but I gotta go stream again. All right, we'll see you later, bugs. See you later. Try again from the start. I wasn't even trying, dude. Sounded like he just said sore, which is a word. I thought that Link was a mute protagonist. Sounded like he said sore, which means that. Interesting. I think he just said a word. Try again from the start. Start of what? Where do we start? What do you mean? All right, I need to run, but I'll shoot you a message later. All right, sounds good, Sleepy Dogfish. You can talk to me whenever you want. Whenever you want. My inbox is open, my friend. But take care, my friend. We'll see you later. We will see you later. Try again from the start. Link's first words. Link's first words were ma. Link was born and he woke up and he said, Zelda. He said, booey. Dab. He said dab. It was his first word. Where's the start? What's the cute red verb at the bottom? Satyr Cascade, and it's so glad you asked. This was drawn by Arisa. It was drawn by Arisa. It's the... Wait, where's the... It's the red bird. He dead. You killed him. You killed him. I can't believe it. Yeah, I'll make him small again. There we go. He's slick. He's slick. Actually, he's way better whenever he's squished like this. That's his best form. He's looking good. Yeah, that was... I literally messaged... My message to Arisa was, you want a fun... What did I say? What did I say? How do I sucker Arisa into making cute drawings? I said, Would you like a speed sketch challenge? That's what I said. That's how you get her every time, if you were wondering. That's how you get her. You want a speed sketch challenge? You want a challenge? Well, draw a bird from the front. Draw a bird from the front. That's how you do it. Okay, wait. Where's the start? I'm getting upset. I'm sorry. Sorry, I was angry. Start here. Go this way. Then what? You hit each sign? I don't want to go in that hole. How do I know where to go? I don't get it. Okay, so it says start here, go this way. Now I think we gotta just grab him, right? Zoot. Zoot. It's not this way, it's this way, right? Look, we got stuck here, where does this go? Ah! I'm jumping down the hole. Nope, that didn't work. Never mind. Never freaking mind. This ain't it. This ain't it, sis. Try again from the start? What are you talking about, try again from the start? It doesn't explain what to do. Go this way. All right. Look at me go. There's writing on the other side. Oh, wait, what? So what, dude? I went this way. Now where do I go? What? What is this place called? Heck? Practically. Wow, Link's second word, he said, well. There are so many signs, I know this. All the signs say, you suck. You suck, go back to go. Do not pass, go. Do not pass $200, go to jail. They all say stinky things. Yeah, see, that sounded like I said, sort of. Check the other side, I did. What's this? Try again from the start. How do you like that? All right, this is like a, here's a paradox. Go this way. Okay, I went this way. What does it say? The writing is on the other side. Okay, it says, go, wait, oh. Oh. Dude, how was I supposed to know that this is how these stupid signs work? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. They change what's written on them depending on... Dude, they change what's written on them. That's ridiculous. That doesn't... Come on, you guys. This is like an impossibility. This is complete dog water, dude. This is dog water. This is like that one game. I've played games like this that they break your brain on purpose. Like they'll give you two hallways. You walk down one hallway and there's nothing. And you can look across in the glass and you see that there's nothing in the other hallway. But then you walk through the other one and you look into the other side and you see something different. Like it breaks your brain on purpose. This is purposefully not making any sense. Doesn't make any sense. How are these signs changing what's written on them? This is it, we made it. No, we gotta keep going. Oh, wait. Which one is it? Is it by the rock? I hope it's this one. Oh, yeah. It was that one all along. Now we just gotta get that out of here. And go this way. Oh, my gosh. Great, you did it. Your reward is this way. Oh! How did the signs know what kind of dark magic was on all of this? Lupus is right. Directions are hard to follow if you don't want to follow them. It's true. We did it. How have you not slashed all the grass? I can never hold myself back. It's because the stupid old grass, it grows again. It grows back. King Daddy Froge. Dude. Is this my reward? Is this what I earned?
Rabbit, I'm Mamu on vocals, but you don't...
Lupus!
Here's your reward.
There's your reward, Earl. One
Lupus
gift to
Dream
serve,
gifted
Lupus.
a tier 1 sub to Awkward
Oi!
Earl. They
Thanks
have
for
given
this.
174 gift subs
You
in
get
the
a
channel.
sub for agreeing with me? Lupus, I'll agree with you anytime. I'll agree with you anytime. Thank you Thank you for the gifted sub. Oh yeah. Can we get some hype in the chat? Oi.
Ribbit, I'm Mammal on vocals, but I don't need to tell you that, do I? Everyone knows me. Wanna hang out and listen to us jam? For 300 rupees, we'll let you listen to a previously unreleased cut. What do you say?
I'll pay.
Give it to me.
Give it to me, Frogman. I don't know what I expected. What was that? What are we playing? Balland Wonderland? What the heck is this? Dude, are you feeling now, Mr. Krabs? No, I didn't like his floppy, creepy lips. His lips were way too floppy.
You've been a wonderful audience. No encores, croak.
Great, we learned. You learned the Frong Song of Soul. It's a very moving tune. It can liven up even unlively things.
If you play this song, you'll make everything around you feel more alive.
That's very vague. That is the most vague song I've ever heard, dude. That's the most vague explanation of a song I've ever heard.
It'll make everything livened up. You'll bring the dead back to life.
He laughs like Mr. Krabs. He does.
SpongeBob, me boy.
Mr. Krabs. I'll steal that Krabby Patty secret formula.
I'm just trying out all my voices, all right? That's my best. I just gave you my best. What are you gonna give me?
Squidward. Squidward. Wah, wah, wah. SpongeBob. SpongeBob, I want canned bread. Give us a kiss.
I don't have a Squidward voice. I don't have one, all right? Have you seen the face shrine? It's north of the anal, right?
What's the secret formula, SpongeBob?
Perfection. That's not Squidward. You hear like the real Squidward voice. That's not Squidward. I said give me Squidward. And it's my voice. Perfection. The best. Canned bread? You don't know my boy Squidward if you don't know about canned bread. I'm sorry, Mangled Marionette. I'm sorry to be hateful like this. But if you don't know canned bread, you don't know Squidward. It sounds like when SpongeBob tried to be Squidward. He's yeah, it does. It sounds like Squidward's SpongeBob Squidward impression. You don't know my boy Squidward, man. You gotta know Squiddy. Gotta know Squiddy. Squiddy sent. Okay, so it's this shrine. This is where we need to go. Also, is it illuminated? Is that illuminated? Is that Illumination Entertainment? Is that actually the Minions movie right there? Did you see that? Look at that. Look at that. Interesting. Huh. It's almost like we need to go over there. That's crazy. It's almost like that's what's next. It's weird. I don't know why it's like that. Anyway. I'll just pretend to know literally anything about SpongeBob. Don't bother. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You don't have to pretend like you know SpongeBob. SpongeBob's just a silly old cartoon that's extremely popular. It's just a silly old cartoon that children and adults like. Yes. I will steal your children. Thank you for giving me your children, Bug Lady. Now heal my wounds. Give us a kiss. Have you seen those SpongeBob theory videos? No, I loathe theories. I loathe media theories. I cannot stand them. If there's one thing that makes me madder than anything, is to read something where they're like,
is Mario actually the bad guy?
wait a second.
What if all of the dinosaurs in Land Before Time were dead and they're in purgatory?
I can't stand it.
Where are we? Just keep going, right? Yeah.
What if Littlefoot is actually an assassin for the Russians? Little did you know that actually Woody the toy was made in Russia and he's a plant for Soviet spies?
Don't touch me!
Wait a second. Do the toys have souls? Can Link swim?
Ah! No, hang on. There we go. Oh, Linz, are you gonna go to bed? What'd you say? Oh, you said, it's bedtime. Good night, friends. All right, we'll see you later, Linz. Get some rest. Get some rest. We'll see you later. Thanks for being an awesome sauce mod. I appreciate it. Burger King foot lettuce. The SpongeBob video is actually based on a lot of evidence that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, see, the only thing is that, I just don't really... Evidence? You can make evidence for anything. Listen, there's evidence, quote unquote, for like Bigfoot. Like, give me a break. Like, come on, Bigfoot ain't real. Like I ain't seen Bigfoot. He ain't real. Come on. Like, if, like, there's no solid evidence. Like, the only evidence that matters, it's a fictional product. This is literally not an evidence because there's not a real thing. Like, you can't find evidence of, listen, you can't find evidence of a fictional product because literally you can just say it. It takes one person actually saying it. One person, if one person that was on the creative team of SpongeBob just said, this is how it works, then that makes it real. But there's literally, you can't figure out a fictional universe because it's not real. It's not real, so there is no reality. It's all dependent on the artists. The artists are 100% in control because there's no reality to SpongeBob. It's not a real, tangible thing. If it was tangible, we could figure out things about it. We could experiment with it. We could figure out things about the universe. But all we can do is just see exactly what they give us and what they tell us. And theories are always based on bad evidence that could be, and I call bad evidence anything that can be construed a different way. You know, it's not evidence that's beyond a shadow of a doubt. Instead, it is a shadow. You're breaking my heart, streamer. My life is a lie. Oh wait, we go right back here. Nice. Get out of here. Okay, I'll give you the real. Here's the real facts. I just spouted a lot of garbage, you guys. Here's the real facts. I just don't care for them. That's all. That's all that it really is. I just don't care for them. All right, now hopefully we can yoink this guy's armor off. I bet you that's what it is. I bet we rip his shield off and then he's in trouble. Do we have the juice? Do we have the juice now? well. You're getting story facts over here. Dude, nice. I'm so upset. I'm very upset, actually. This guy sucks, dude. You can't grab him. I don't know how to deal with this guy. I don't know how. I don't know. I don't get it. I've damaged him before, but I can't do it again. I just don't know how to do it. I just don't get it. I've been trying to do this for the entire time that we've been playing today. And I don't understand it. I've done damage on him like one time and I can't get it now. I'm trying to hit him from the back. I can't figure it out. I've been like shooting him from the back like, oh my gosh, it worked! You really gotta get behind him. Holy moly. Ah, stop! Stop slamming down! You're right, he's what? He's lost his shield! Oh my god! That was so easy. What? How was it that easy? I was trying so hard. Was I just not hitting him in the back last time? Dude, what? Sadness. We made it though, thank goodness. I know I tried. I immediately tried to hit him in the back, but I didn't do it well enough. I did it crappy. That was my problem.
To the finder of the Isle of Koholint is... Wait. To the finder, the Isle of Koholint is but an illusion. Human monster, sea sky. A scene on the lid of a sleeper's eye.
Stop it. Stop. I'm trying to be it. I'm trying to be... Bird? Where's the bird? Bird? You shush.
Awaken the dreamer, and Koholint will vanish, much like the bubble on a needle. Castaway, you should know the truth.
What? Illusion? Nani? Baka?
I'm out of here. That was worthless. We killed a dude, but we didn't get anything for it. I'm trying to get you to spend all your points. It's working!
Well.
Oh, the owl. Old Owly Poo.
Ooh, I see you have read the relief. While it does say that the island is but a dream of the windfish, no one is really sure. Just as you cannot know if a chest holds a treasure until you open it, so you cannot tell if it's a dream until you've awoken.
That's not true. You can totally tell it's a dream sometimes. Dude, owl, what are you on right now? Like, seriously? Like, you can't tell if you're dreaming or awake? Are you crazy?
The only one who knows for sure is the windfish. Trust your feelings. Someday you will discover the answer.
Someday. Don't sound like it's so far away. Hey, you should say you're just around the corner. Okay, you're back from your meeting? Aha! Lynn, welcome home. I mean, back. I mean, maybe home. Wait, do we... Oh, the key. The key to success. It's over here. That's where we're supposed to go right there. That's probably the next dungeon. That's probably the next dungeon. But I don't think that we're gonna do it tonight. I think that we might start the bonus stream like right. Grab that coin. He just grabbed that coin. Should we well, for once teleport out here and do another thing. I'm out. We're going to the animal village. This is where we're going. You miss Kenny not being able to work out some puzzles. Excuse me. Also, Anaya Falcon. Oh, snap. Anaya Falcon. Thank you for that raid. What the heck? Oi, oi, oi. Anaya and friendos. Oh, yeah. The Falcons have raided. The Falcons have raided. Whoa, 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 whoa. Anaya Falcon. Nice to see you. Hi there, Suli Cat. Hi there, Mr. Nicholas. I hope that y'all are having a lovely day. Hello. We're in a cute village chopping the grass right now. I hope that y'all having a great day. You're playing Rise of the Tomb Raider? Ooh. Intense. Intense 3D platformer. Wait a second. Rise of the Tomb Raider? That's pretty new, right? I haven't even got to see that
how
one.
Did we get to 15
Anaya,
months?
15 months. Oh my God. 15 months. I can't believe that I'm 15 months old. Holy moly. Anaya, thank you so much for the 15 months of support. Absolute OG friendo over here. Look at that VIP badge. Anaya, we used to hang out all the time, but I'm glad that you're streaming now. Ow, 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 ow. I'm proud of you. I hope that you guys had a great time with my friendo Anaya. We've been playing a little bit of this Zelda game. Looking forward to Skyward Sword. I think we're about to switch games though. We might do a little bit of power washing. We might do a little bit of, we might power wash a, we've been waiting. We've been waiting, you guys. We were patient, but we want to do a, what is it? It's the tree house. We want to clean a tree house, you guys, but it's getting late. I don't know. Are y'all down for some power washing? I'm just saying, it's getting up there, you guys. It's getting late. You wanna do some power washing? Clean up a little house really quick. We'll probably finish this game tomorrow. Tomorrow, maybe. Shall we? Let's see. It's Wednesday, so we'll almost finish it tomorrow. Oh, wait, we have to finish it tomorrow. Wait a second. Can we do this? Today we've only gotten the harp and the xylophone. We might have to kick it into overdrive tomorrow, you guys. We might not get a bonus game tomorrow. We might have to schmoove on this game because we gotta beat it. We gotta beat it because tomorrow comes out or the next day comes out the new Zelda game. Ooh. You lurk a lot? Oh my gosh, you're so sweet. Anaya! Oh, thank you for the lurks. You're gonna need to zoom to the last 3, or maybe we should do one more. Ah, these dungeons are big though. They're big. Should we make it a little bit easier on ourselves tomorrow and just do one more dungeon? We could do one more. How easy is it to get up? I think you just walk. Oh my gosh, he murdered me. I was murdered by a flying mushroom. You son of a gun. That's a game over. Actually, we're just gonna appear like right here. You gotta get up at 7 hours for work. Lupus! Go to bed! Go to bed! Face Shrine isn't that bad. Wait, this isn't the way. This is not the way. We need to get over here. Oh, I think I've gotten over here before. Okay, let's kill these eyeball guys for sure. Lupus got home an hour ago and don't want to go to bed. Lupus, I not only understand that, but I also think that that's a bad idea. Not only should you not think that, but I would think the exact same thing. I hated going to bed right after work. It's so frustrating. It's like, no, my fun time. This is my fun time. My fun time. You can't take it from me. But I enjoy my evenings. All right, here we go. You know the way. The way. Zelda's so adorable. Just kidding. I know that's Link. LOL. I mean, you're not wrong. He is adorable. But also, all of the characters are cute in this game. Even the old people are cute. The old lady was like, oh, thank you for my broom. Thank you for my broom. My sweet, sweet lunch. My sweet, sweet lunch. You'll go to bed soon-ish. That's my favorite time of the day. Soon-ish. All right, let's go to the temple and let's see what happens in here. Who knows, you guys? We've got a magnifying glass, so we'll be able to see things that are unseen. Unseen. You're almost done with the trading quest, though? The trading quest of... Oh, look at that. There's only one more key, too. Ha! One more key. The trading quest. Yeah, what's the last thing that we got? Oh. What do we have that's part of the trading quest? Chow Chow? It's not Chow Chow. That's for sure. Lynn, we love you too. I speak for everyone whenever I say. Ow! Oh, gotta stun him? What are we doing? Oh, hey! Lupus! Thank you for the gifted sub! Oi, 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 oi! I appreciate it.
Lucas Stream gifted a tier 1 sub to Lynn,
so
get
sweet.
330.
Oi, 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 oi.
Given
Thank you so much.
175 gift subs in the channel.
You guys, please put some hype in the chat for the gifted sub. Oh, yeah. Wait. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Lupus, for that gifted sub for Lynn. Boom. Now Lynn's got all the emotes. Lynn has got a nice, delicious, beautiful badge right next to their name. And you also are invited to movie night if you want to be part of it. Oh, yes. The elephants. Ow. Oh. Listen to the music. Goodness, how... Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh, what? No. Not the floor tiles. My worst enemy. Tiling. No. The grout is attacking. The grout. Look out. Look out for grout. There we go. There we go. Nice. Oh, we'll see you later, Deadlock Kevlar. You gonna get some sleep? All right, get out of here. Get out of here, Kevlar. Get some good sleep. We'll see you later. Oof, this looks heavier than heavy. Your current strength won't cut it. What, I gotta beef up? Do I need a barbarian beef up shake? Yeah, so we need to be able to pick up these elephant statues. So we have to become stronger than strong somehow. I can't believe that these are just pots. They sure are intricate pots. It must be to the left. I know that there's Okay, so for one, there's these stinky ghosts. I don't know how to deal with them. But I know that we're gonna get some sort of an item in here.
There, we're superpowered.
We got superpowers now. Now we can shmoo. Aw, Shy Guy. Cute. You dead? Dead. Okay, so we can't lift that yet. We're weak as heck. We're too weak. But that's the pot that we gotta... Oh, maybe we can we bring back a pot? Aw, look at that. You can't bring items between. That's a shame. Well, we are almost dead. All right, let's blow up this wall. It's gotta be something, right? What is this? Oh, well, I lit, well, they're both lit at the same time, and then there's an elephant. Maybe there's a pattern in there that I don't know yet. Ooh, I think that door might be held closed by that pot. Look at that. What's the movie for this movie night? It's How to Train Your Dragon 3. Because we just watched the second one. Y'all voted for the second one, so we're gonna watch the third one. We gotta flip the switch. I bet you I could hit that with something, right? There you go. The music's kind of creepy. It's creeping me out. I don't like it. I actually do not like it. And we need to keep the feather on my Y, because that's what I'm always using to jump. Oh, come on, dude! These guys suck! What, do you just stun them? Come on, man. Making me suffer, man. Making me suffer with your stupid magic attacks. Oh my gosh. I'm guessing that the flip doesn't say switch. Ooh. By the way, we're playing on hero mode, which means that we get like no hearts. We get no hearts. Oops! Oh, what? Was that you? Anaya, how dare you? Anaya, I'm gonna blame you for that one. That one was on Anaya. I saw her. I saw her. She tripped the Earl. She tripped him. Okay, this is the first time that we can actually... Get out of here. First time that we've broken a pot door. Pot door, pot door, pot door. Oh. Stupid dummy. You silly dum-dum. Don't treat me like that. Okay, let's... I stuck out my leg and he... Whoopsies. I'm sorry, Earl. I didn't know that you did trip you. I thought that you were good at standing. Oh yeah, this is a weird dungeon. I remember this being weird, very, very strange, very hard to understand. Requires pots. We don't have pot power yet. We don't have the power of pot. We need stronger arms. We've got weak arms. Our legs are super strong, but we skipped arm day. It do be tricky. How do I... Is it now time for me to figure out how to kill these guys? At least they're standing in one spot. I do know that you can stun them, but that's the only thing that I've learned so far. But what do you do? Oh, you can hit them. I'm guessing that you can hit them with other things. So we don't have our map yet, but that doesn't mean that we can't check it. Obviously, we can look around here. It just doesn't show us the rooms that we haven't seen yet. Health looking rough. Let's see. Let's just leave the switch flipped, and maybe we'll unlock a new area like this. We've been over here? No, we haven't. This is free chest. It's free treasure! It's a beak. That's not treasure. That's taxidermy. It's poor man's treasure. Can I make a suggestion? Give up! Give up, streamer! Dang it! Whoops. No, don't quit. But you can save, that's fine. 102 deaths? Oh my gosh. That's a lot of dying. That's a lot of dying. It'll make this place 100 times easier. Oh, go for it. Go for it, what is it? 100 times easier. Do I need to activate something? Do 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 do. Da, 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 da. That one wasn't me. It was Alchemic Refuge. Oh! Get the boomerang? Wait, what? The what? The boomerang? The boomerang? Wait, so we gotta do something else first? Oh, I don't think there's a boomerang in there. I think we gotta go find that boomerang then. Okay, so you're just saying I don't have the item for it. All right. Finish the trading quest. We'll give you the boomerang. The trading quest. What do I have? What's the most recent thing that I have here on the trading quest? Because the last thing that we got was the broom, right? And then the broom gave you the chamber stone. I wonder who needs a chamber stone. A chamber stone, like just a rock. Magnifying glass is the next thing. It is. It says a strange glass that shows you things that couldn't be seen before. Yeah, but I ain't seen crap, dude. I ain't seen anything that was new. Everything looks old. We also have a cool song. Well, I wonder what's new. So what? Should I just search around the map and see if I see anything new? See if I spy anything fresh. I kind of want to go over here. We haven't figured out what's in this wasteland. Maybe there's nothing. Oh well. There's a heart piece right there. Got a spicy, delicious heart piece. That's good. And get out of here. And it healed us up. Thank goodness. We haven't figured out the cemetery yet. I think that's all extra. Yeah, I don't want to deal with the repercussions of awakening the dead right now. Let's see if we want to go to the hint phone. Looks like there might be one down here. I forget. Is this a dead end? It's kind of a dead end. This leads into there. Boyong, 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 boyong. Let's go to the left so that we don't have to deal with that stinking pond. All right, pig boy. I'm just gonna charge your friend here. Sorry about that. Oh, I see how it is. Get out! Don't hurt me. Your brother 3D printed an ocarina for your sister-in-law, and she's teaching my... What? That's awesome! 3D printed ocarina. That's true nerd. That's true nerd status. That's awesome. Money! You just acquired money. I've been tempted to get a 3D printer, but I think I'd go for a sticker printer first, to be honest. I'll probably spring for that first, but 3D printing is so cool. It's so cool. I just don't really have a use for it right now. Maybe someday. I could make fake Lego bricks. Fake Lego. Lego my ego. All right, let's go talk to Old Man Phone Face. Wait, is there one there? Yep. Old Man Phone Face. You spent $80 on an ocarina recently at a festival. You'll never learn how to play it, but it's a nice display item at least. Hey, I mean, well, it's a collectible. It looks cool. That's a value.
Bring. Oriah here. Have you been to the Face Shrine? It's north of the Animal Village.
Have you been to the Face Shrine? Have you been to the... Shut up! Boo! Let's see. I'll think about it. So we got this guy right here. We already talked to him. We traded up at this guy.
Oh boy, letter writing is such a great hobby.
Writing letters is not a hobby. That's not a hobby. Also, hi there, Kuri! Oh! Kuri!
Hello there.
How are you doing? Kuri, what are you yelling at me for? Nice specs! I'm not nerd! What? Does he have... He has glasses? Is it true?
Is it true? He's blind. Yes, I am indeed blind. I've been blind this whole time, but I fooled you all by putting little lenses on my eyeballs. I had little lenses that were so thin that you couldn't see them, and they weren't colored or anything. They were completely invisible, and they were on my face, helping me see the entire time, and you never even knew about it. What a surprise. Also, what about the bird? Is the bird the word I have heard? Yeah, what about this statue right here? There's something to do here. I think you have to, like, pray to the chicken gods. Oh! Awaken the dead? What? That didn't awaken the dead? Dude. The flying rooster here sleeps? Sleeps. He's sleeping. He needs to be awoken. Okay, well, he ain't gonna care about that fish song. How do you wake up a fish? I mean, a bird. I don't know how to wake him up. I don't know how to wake up the great bird. I don't know. Maybe a little bomb will wake him up. Good morning. Good morning, sweetie. I made us bombs for breakfast.
Oh, honey, you always know how to prepare the bomb just right. Oh, honey, you know not to, you don't overcook the bomb, but you don't undercook it. It's perfect.
Look at little Chow Chow. Look at Chow Chow. What a yip. Proving once and for all that chain chomps are literally just dogs.
Row, 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 row.
Chow Chow with her little bow. She does look rather ravishing. What is this here? It's a stand. It says Bow Wow. Look at this. We've got a Chow Chow figure. Where do we put that, though? We put that in our house? Do I put that in my home? Should I go back to the family home? I haven't been here in forever. I think it goes here, right? It says Piranha Plant. It says Goomba. Man, this trophy's for everything. You can kill everything. This game's great. There's probably nothing new in here. We already checked the shop, though, so... gotta get out of here before Kuri freaks out. Crane game! We got old lady Sweepums has actually gone over to Animal Valley. She was only hanging out with her husband Teddy in here because she didn't have her broom. But now that she has her broom, she's left her husband for a better life. We already talked to the lady in there. We already went down the well. We already went to the museum or whatever this thing is. We already did this. Santa makes the worst husbando. He's not the husbando dream that we were expecting. Down at Taranabo Shores, there's like a crocodile. What about the haunted house? Did we ever figure out what the deal with the haunted house was? Maybe she wants a stone. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Kuri. I will animate the bird. I will animate the bird just for you. Where is it? Wait. Birdo. There we go. Forward-facing bird sits there. I already did the haunted house. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I thought we were done. I thought that we were done. I'm confused. Just in general, I mean. In general, I'm confused. There's, like, no other people. Maybe it's up here.
I don't understand. I am confused. In peace may you rest.
I don't know where to go. There's a castle. No, it's not in the castle, I don't think. Maybe there's a tile in the castle. We could go back to the shell shack. Go to the shell town. The shores might be a good place to look. Really? The shores? Really? Really? What the heck would be on the shores? All right.
Bye-bye. Boom, 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 boom. You unfortunately have to go to the doctor's appointment. See you guys later. Oh, you gotta go? Oh, well, all right. Good luck with the appointment. I hope it goes well. We will see you later. Bye-bye, Awkward. Good luck. Good luck, friendo. I'm sure all things will be going well. Thank you, Beans, for keeping me company tonight. You helped me stay focused and being alone in this house a lot less creepy. Hooray! Kathy! I'm so glad that we can help in whatever little way. Hooray! Kathy, I'm glad that we were here for you. Are you finished? Are you finished? Did you succeed? Nice. Nice. Yeah, so there's these seeds. Maybe we can do something with these seeds. Yeah, there's gotta be something suspicious with these seeds. Oh no, is there something going on? Is it not time? Well, I don't see anything down here. Is the monkey? Maybe the monkey wants a magnifying glass. No doubt. No doubt, it's what all monkeys desire. Alright, we got old Sail over here. Thanks again, that was yummy. We're done with this guy. He's finished. Maybe there's somebody in the village. Is there somebody in the village? Yeah, I don't see any. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, I see that. I see that right there. What? Is that not a thing? It looks... Oh, come on, dude. Come on. You can't be putting a shell right there. That is the model for the collectible shell. What? That's the model. They use the same model. Are you kidding me? Look to the wall to the left. Oh, was there an explosive wall? Oh yeah, there is an explosive wall right here. Nice. I didn't even notice. I'm so busy looking at these shells on the ground everywhere. Oh, it's a dog. It's Bluto. Or it looks like a dog from Mickey Mouse.
I found a good item washed up on the beach. I'll trade for what you have in your extra Y button. If you don't want to trade, press extra Y. Oh wait, if you want to trade, press extra Y. Yeah, okay, whatever.
What about, can I put this on my Y? Can I get rid of that? What should we trade away? I guess we should trade our... I don't know what we can get rid of. I don't want to get rid of any of this stuff. Oh, well, we'll see you later. Anaya, thanks so much again for the raid. It was nice to see you. Huzzah! You'll get out of here. Go take care of your evening stuff. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Get some rest. Get some rest. Night, night. We'll see you later at night.
Hey, wait, whoops, my bad.
Shovel? I mean, we can buy another shovel, that's for sure.
Okay, let's do it. If you want the item that you traded me again, come back.
He's got the boomerang. What? How is this have anything to do with... Oh, is that what the magnifying glass was? To reveal this wall? What? This wall wasn't there? Dude. How random is that there's just one wall that shows up? How are you supposed to know that? What would make you think that? What would lead you to believe that? You can only see... Oh, you can only see him. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Because you'd see the bomb wall while you were playing. And then you'd be like, well, there must be something here. Oh, now we can see things that are unseen. Well, must be that weird room that I definitely found earlier. Okay, so now we've got the boomerang, which apparently is supposed to help us. And the wall's always breakable. Yeah, that makes sense. That right there, now that makes sense. Okay, let's head over to the face shrine. Face shrine. Let's zoom. I'd love to finish this shrine. I would actually love that. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. That actually would be great. Too bad we can't teleport straight to that shrine, though. We've also got plenty of all of our items. So we should be ready for business. We are ready for business. I'm guessing that the speedrun has a lot to do with going zoom. Got a blast. Excuse me, buddy. Sorry about that. Noom. I imagine so. And not hitting the wall. If you like hit a wall, then you're like, I just threw the whole run. One hit, game over. Right. Awaken, my masters. Farewell. Oh, I could have grabbed that extra. Could have got that extra right there. All right, we'll go back to this. Hey, Zelda Bits, welcome back. Did you get your food? How was the food? I hope it was delicious. Go back to the face shrine, and let's see what we can do with the boomerang. I'm guessing that you can either stun these guys, or you can just straight up kill these guys. Find out now. Let's ignore the elephant. And I'm actually going to remove the jump for a minute, which is totally going to mess with me. Okay, that definitely killed him. Looks like we don't need the grapple to stun him, so I'm going to put this back to jump. Wow, you just straight up need the boomerang to kill them. That's great. That's absolutely great. I'm so glad to see that you could just kill them with the boomerang all by itself. That's really good. That's really good and really nice to see. You could just beat him to death with a boomerang for no reason. What component of this boomerang makes it perfect for killing them? What? You can kill them with a boomerang too? What is this boomerang made out of? Throw it anywhere you want. It always comes back. It doesn't say the magic boomerang of... Oh my gosh, it just literally kills everything. Why? Why? I don't get it. I don't get why this boomerang would be so powerful. It just kills all the enemies that you couldn't kill before. It's poisonous wood. It's poison wood, of course. That's what it's made out of. It's made out of the strongest woods on Earth. It kills everything. Everything that you were wondering how to kill. Just use a boomerang, you silly. All right, speak to me, Meek. Into the space where the eyes have walls. The eyes have what? Oh, I wonder if you can hit those eyeball statues with this boomerang. Interesting. That's how Deku Nuts surprised me in Ocarina of Time against Dark Link. Like what? Those actually do something? Look at that. Murdered. Murder. Wait, so do we have to go this way? What? I'm confused. How do we get out of... Oh. How do we get out of dodge? Nice. Yeah, there's also... There's a puzzle in Ocarina of Time that requires you to get a stick and roll, I believe. I think that you light the stick on fire and then you roll with it over a spider web. That bamboozled me for a long time. I think I had to look that up. That was too confusing for Kid Kenny. Oh, look, can you kill him? Yeah, in the tree, I think you have to roll, but I think that you can cheese it a different way, but I did it the roly way. All right, there's the map. So we got the map. I know, Zelda, I'm gonna play the game. I'm playing the game. That's why we're about to play Skyward Sword, because I decided that'll be my reward. If I can finish Skyward Sword, then I will reward myself with playing Ocarina of Time for the first time on stream. Because it's my favorite. You played it on the 3DS? Me too. I loved it on the 3DS. I think that is honestly quite superior. It's only 3DS and original Nintendo 64, that's it. What about these owls up here? Strange. I guess this is to let you around. What? Shiny, did you just wake up? Shiny! Good morning. Did you just wake up? Wait, no. You couldn't have woke up. No, it's not late enough for that. Oi, oh, we'll see you later, Ito. Yo, you're gonna head out, all right? We'll see you later, my friend. Thanks for vibing with us. Hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Kill these guys. And you can kill everything that you didn't know how to kill. Ooh, got him. Mangled Marionette with the cute spork emotes. Oh, yeah. We love spork. Where we gonna go? We got a key, so we can open up something. All this walking won't be for nothing. This is one of the more confusing of the dungeons. Easy to get turned around, and there's so many switches and stuff. You always had to look up for a guide for inside of Jabu's belly. I think that I originally had to look up how to get Jabu to show up. But I figured out the dungeon by myself. The flippin', like, you take a fish in a jar, spoiler alert, and then you put it in front of his face, and then he eats it. I didn't get that as a kid. I must have been a dumb kid, all right? I must have been dumb, because I really didn't get it. I guess I didn't. I guess I've always ignored NPCs. That's probably my biggest struggle, is that I ignore what they say. I'm like, NPCs talking about stuff? Not necessary. Don't need to listen to these townsfolk. I never learned to actually listen to the residents. Oh, we'll see you later, Rosera. Gotta go, cutie. Sorry for not being here much. Oh, what? Do not apologize. Goodness gracious. Rosera, how dare you? We'll see you later, Rosera. Night. Night. Gotta flip the switch somehow. Can I hit that from here? It looks kind of like you could. Maybe it's because you have extra time? No, you don't have enough time for that. I hit that angle, man. Oh, that would have been it. That would have been it right there. If I hadn't missed it. Oh, wait, what? Wait, is that the way that it was supposed to be? I don't think so. No, I need the orange to be down. So the blue's got to be up. Oh, that was the struggle. What did I just do? The blue needs to be up. Nah, I don't think you can do that. Oh, maybe you can just use a bomb. Yes. Okay, you can use a bomb. I hadn't even thought of that. Now, let's switch back to Boomerang, since that kills everything. And we can go... Where shall we go? We can't go up there because we can't pick up the elephants yet. Can't go in here because I guess you have to solve this puzzle first. It doesn't seem like there's a secret in this room. Oh, this is a one-way door. That's what it is. I think it's a one-way door. Okay, there's a key over here. Let's just go back. We'll go back. There's a key door. And ignore these guys. Ignored. Hashtag ignored. You too. I'm ignoring all of y'all. Don't touch me. Boyong, boyong. Beep, 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 beep. Get used to that, Mangled Marionette. It's the gift that keeps on giving. We've got 3 lives now, but it's still considered too low. I could use a, pretty confident, you guys. Pretty confident. So we got a bomb to use on this wall, and that's literally like the only thing that's going on here. I wonder if I should start switching out my feather for stuff. I don't want to keep pulling up the menu all the time. Oh no! Oh, he's gonna throw. Is he gonna throw that at me? Hey! Look at him flop! I love him. You're great. So, bomb? I I've encountered people like this before. Is this, bow? Right in the eyeball? Right in the eyeball! Maybe we gotta yoink it. He's very cute. He wants to play ball. Okay, oh, you can lift it. Oh, you can lift it, all right. I know he wants to play. Oh, now he's nervous. Oh, cute. He knows he's in danger. Time for you to get to bed for real this time. All right, Kareem. We'll see you later. Enjoy your sleep. It was nice to hang out with you. Oh, now he knows who's the boss. I'm the boss. Why do all the cute ones have to die? No. All cuties go down the same way. Rest in peace. But we'll see you later, Kareem. Get some sleep. Poor little manta guy. I know I couldn't save him. I couldn't save him from himself. There's the enemies. No, he wanted to kill us. He didn't want to play. Oh, it's a puzzle. Oh. It's a puzzle. So I guess we go up then down. No? Go up. Kenny, do you watch Loki? I do not. All right, there we go. But we can't lift the elephants yet. There's only one wall to break here. I don't see another wall here. It's teleportation, but we killed the guy and he didn't give us anything. We don't have a key anymore. We still can't lift the elephants. Maybe it's up here. Now that we have the boomerang, we could probably kill the enemies that are in this room and then the door opens, I guess. But we had to kill that guy eventually. But we probably should have done it after we were strong. We should be able to face all enemies from now on without getting hit, as long as I am careful. We can kill like everything. There we go. All right, so yeah, let's go back up to that room and find out. It's a nasty old stinky door. Go to the top and let's kill everything in that room and see if that gives us what we need. I'd rather take the safe way if I can. Help! I'm tired of. I've said this a couple of times, Zelda. That's why I didn't immediately just go into rant mode. But I've seen so many superhero movies. I just do not care about superheroes right now. I watched a million of them, and I watched so many of them in like theaters. I was so hyped for them. But after I watched Infinity War, I've been snoozing. I'm not interested in any superhero movies. I'm just tired of the genre right now. The last one that I watched that I enjoyed was Thor Ragnarok. I liked that, and I liked Infinity War, but I couldn't even make it through Endgame. I fell asleep during Endgame. I was too tired. Too tired of the same movies over and over. They're just too predictable right now for me. I might be able to get back into the genre eventually. Okay, so maybe is it this chamber that's something? Because this looks like a little stick man. We went there and we never got. Oh, look at that. You can walk down here. That's on a walkway. But have we been up there before? But yeah, I definitely have watched a lot of Marvel movies, and I enjoyed them. So going down here would be good, but I don't think that we can right now. Yeah, I'm just burned out for sure. For sure. And yeah, I really don't care about Marvel Universe right now. I don't care about any of the characters. Get out of here. I also don't watch a lot of TV, honestly. I especially don't watch much American TV. I do watch a fair bit of anime, but not even a ton of that. really get what to do. I want to go back in here. See, like, what is this walkway? Look at the center there. Okay, the center, it's got 2 pieces. And then this hallway goes down here, 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 here. There must be some sort of a way in there, because it doesn't go the other way, I don't think. Here, let's listen to this guy. What does he say? I forgot. Enter the space where the eyes have walls. Enter the space. Space. Enter the space where the eyes have walls. Enter the space. The eyes have walls. Eyes. Walls. Space. All of these words, they mean nothing to me. There's this that we haven't figured out. I mean, I gotta assume that it's just you gotta lift up this big pot. That's my assumption. Oh, we just had to kill everything. Whoops. My bad. Well. All right, well, this big cute goops. Big cutie goops. Do you watch at Acorn, Kenny? Huh? Acorn? What? What is that? Watch at Acorn. What's an acorn? Oh, look, he's stuck. He's stuck. Oh, he's getting stuck up there. He's getting stuck up there. Acorn TV? What is that?
I do not know what that is. You're gonna have to explain to me what Acorn TV is.
I have never... I do not know what that means. I'm just gonna kill these guys for fun. All the British shows that your sister likes? Oh, it's like a British movie watching service or TV watching service? No, I don't know what that is. I don't really like live action shows that much. If I'm being honest, I haven't watched much TV or movies recently. It's been all games. It's been all games all the time. I've been really enjoying Final Fantasy 14 and Minecraft. Those have been the 2 games that I've been playing a lot. And besides those, I've been watching a lot of YouTube. Been enjoying, started watching a YouTube channel called, it's somebody reviews. I'm trying to remember what his name is. He doesn't talk about his name very much. Something reviews. All right, let's open this up.
Hello! What is this? The Mega Band of Strength! The powerful bracelet. Now we can throw.
Now I can throw this whole game.
Boom! Nice. Now we're super powered. Now we can't be stopped. With the power of 1,000 links, we can lift the elephant statue.
La 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 la. Kaboom! Now I can break all of the things. Destroy everything. Oh, jeez. Unstoppable. We got it. We just unlocked the whole dungeon. We just did the whole dungeon. We do now have like all the items, I think, or near to all the items. So we should be able to kind of just move through puzzles. It's all puzzling, y'all. It's all about the puzzles, y'all. Yeah, so let's go through this secret door. He's so excited for the new Final Fantasy 14 X pack in November. I don't know what that is, but that sounds great. That sounds amazing. Get out of here. Get out of here. All puzzles, all the time. It's the Puzzle Channel on Acorn TV. Sword Art Online. Oh, I've watched Sword Art Online. Also, hi there, Pizza Dudette. Oi, oi, oi! Pizza Dudette, it's good to see you. I like real puzzles. I like real puzzles. Not these silly video game puzzles. Just kidding, these are fun. Pizza, do not eat our friends. You are not allowed to eat the Pizza Dudette or anybody else with pizza in their name. The Pizza Demon, the Pizza Dude, the Pizza Slice, the Final Fantasy 14 pack that comes out in November. You said that you've been playing Final Fantasy 14 in Minecraft. I have been. That doesn't mean that I keep up to date with all the news on what's getting released and in what month, and what its names are, and what its contents are. Hop on top of the crystal to move forward. But hop on top of the. Hop on top of the. Oh, interesting. Give me treasure. Give me fuel. Give me fire. Give me gel. Secret medicine. Apply to see what happens. Do it. It says Tracy's special medicine guaranteed to kickstart your health. Oh no. You're fine, Zelda. I mean, I have been playing 14, but I'm also a noob. Look at that. You can mark things on the map. I didn't even notice that. That's a Breath of the Wild moment, you guys. I like that. I actually like that. That's great. Yeah, let's kill this dude. Ah! By that, I mean, please don't die. I mean, please don't perish. Pizza people. And I thought the pineapple was controversial. Oi, 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 oi. Lady Pink Monster, welcome back. Hello. Welcome back. You've made it. You've made it back. Boyong, 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 boyong. Kill. Open treasure. Ooh, that water splash is cool. Look at that. It's beautiful. Huh? What class and race am I am? Alchemic can answer that better than I can. Class, I'm Lancer, Dragoon. Okay, we got the key. What do we got up here? Oh, that's a... Let's see, gotta go through all of this. So, over here. This is next? Oh yeah, this is probably, you probably break this with the pot. So we gotta walk all the way back. Nice. Nice. Yeah, we might as well just return to the front of the dungeon, which means that we can stop this stinking beeping noise that's driving me crazy. Boyong, boyong, boyong. Yeah, I'm a cat girl. I'm a cat girl lancer. I'm a cat girl with a spear. I hope that I can become a bunny. I actually have the bunny DLC for me to become a bunny girl. I hope that I can turn into a bunny soon. Hopefully they will allow me to retry. Kill me. Thank you. Thank you. Now I won't have to hear that beep beep. Oh no! I've been awoken. No. Oh my gosh. Okay, that was actually scary. Oh great, we gotta make it all the way to the top. All the way to the top. We got it though. Here we go. Ah, close. Smacked. We got all the zoom in the entire world. All the zoom. And I do have, yeah, I have the first DLC. I bought the first one. I didn't just buy the starter pack. I bought the first Final Fantasy. Bought the DLC. I didn't realize. I thought that they would have locked the classes behind the Endwalkers. Isn't that the name of it? Shadowbringer, Endwalker is the other one. I do have one of them. I paid the, because the starter pack was on sale, quote unquote, but you had to buy it with one of the DLC. So I got the, I got a deal. Because the starter pack wasn't on sale by itself. We got a, oh yeah, these guys are like the horses of the apocalypse. This is a pale horse. I forget how they work. Is it exactly the way that you would expect with these guys? Okay, they rotated to only, oh my gosh. So that guy, get out of the way. So what kind of L do they create? Okay, I think I see how to do this. So right here. Yes. And then this one is the opposite. So you got to do it here. No, you got to stand right. Too close. Right. Oh, that was a bad angle. Bad angle. My fault. Okay, there we go. Puzzles and stuff, you guys. Puzzles and stuff.
treasures and stuff. Oh! Money.
You're happy, it says. Okay, fine, game. You've told me what I am. Oh.
Yeah, I knew this. There's some baloney.
I knew that was some baloney.
I love puzzles.
Oh! It's a puzzle game and a story game? Oh my gosh. This is Alchemic's dream. The Earl's playing a puzzle and a story game at the same time. I guess this isn't really a story game, is it? So we just did, oh, we got a key. We got a key out of that. So we can do nothing. We give up. No, we got to go to right here, which requires us to break something with the oh, die. Thank you. Push. Now we gotta get in here somehow. How the heck do we get in here? There's no more steps that we haven't been on. Well, we've been up there. That leads to like zip. That's like nothing. Oh, okay, serious now. Gotta work. Okay. Oh, you gotta work. Lynn, is it time to get serious? Is it time to get for cereal and get some work done? Nope. These guys, I forgot about them. I forgot about these McNasties. Excuse me, I'd like a large McNasty with small fry. Oh wait, you're not even supposed to do it this way. Why am I switching that? Thanks for making me smile, Kenny, and the Earldom. Oh my gosh. Yes, sweet baby. Lynn, it was fun to hang out with you. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. Toodaloo. Bye-bye. Fries. Don't think about it, Mingle Man. Don't think about it. Let's... Ooh. Yeah, so this is switched. This is what we need. This is what we're at. So we've got to throw a bomb. That was bad. That was a bad toss. All right, we're good. Boing, boing. Yeah, it's something about eyeballs and walls. I'm trying to remember where this leads. Oh, I don't remember, and I don't want to go through here. You've been wanting waffle fries all day, to be honest? Ooh, from where? Or from your, oh wait, I can break this now. You've been waiting for waffle fries straight from the freezer? You gonna go get some Christian nuggets? I guess it's not too late, right? I think you could get Christian nuggets if you wanted to. It's all lit up. The elephant's out of the way, which makes me think that we'd be able to push something into the space that the elephant was in. But I don't actually see anything to push in here. Maybe we don't need to move anything. Did you just say Christian nuggies? No, I said Christian nuggets. That's what I call food from a Chick-fil-A. Let me see. Or Christian nuggets, or maybe a Christian sandwich. I personally like the Christian sandwich much more. Yes. Let's go through. No? Question mark? I don't know what this is. I'm kind of lost. Lost and insecure. You found me. You found me. No, it's not too late. I just really shouldn't. I mean, fries are the healthiest option. So we went through to the right. Went through there. That was a dead end, dead end. Maybe it's... but... How do you get up here, though? I don't get it. Don't get it. We've been almost everywhere. You've never had it before? Oh, you're from Utah? Oh, it's pretty good chicken. It's pretty dang good chicken. They cook it in peanut oil. It's really tasty. Oh, we'll see you later, Lynn. We'll see you later. But yeah, Chick-fil-A legit is just really good chicken. It's really good chicken. And from what I've understood, they have decided to be much less stinky. Much less stinky. Go back to the room with the elephants. That's literally, yeah, I want to do that. It's like, these elephants are suspicious. Suspicious. Oh boy. Oh boy, there's a lot of them. We already did all this. Yeah, is this the walls eyes room? Is this is this the room with the walls and the eyes? Wait, there was an owl on the wall back there. I mean, there's these owls right here. Yeah. There's 2 rooms that have 2 elephants. Oh, there are they? Oh, I see. Okay, then I gotta smash the other elephants. This one, yeah. This one, and it even locks the door behind you. Ah, I was suspicious, and then I went back to the wrong room. They bamboozled me. They bamboozled me. You gotta listen for that door, though. You gotta listen for that door shutting behind you. Wow! Oh! So have an amazing night. I gotta get up in 6 hours for work. Oh, we'll see you later, Lupus. Are you going to bed? Are you going to go to schlep? You'll get some good schlep. Hope you take good care of your new plants. New plants. New plants. Oi, 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 oi.
Lupus, get some sleep. Get some sleep.
Yes. Everything's going great. Oh, everything was going great till I ruined my key. This elephant doesn't look like a key, but it is a key. Also, it looks like it's got guns for feet. It's got 2 little holes on their feet. Look like guns. So we gotta bounce one out of the way. I think that this one goes like this. And this one goes like this. Nice. Boom. Hey, thanks for the raid. What the heck? Yo, Rena Random. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Also, oi, Olivia, you want some free vibes? Boom. We got you some free vibes. Look at this bird. Look at this bird. This is all the vibes that you need. Thanks so much for the raid. Hey, we're goofing around doing a little bit of Zelda. Hope you guys were enjoying your game. Oh, not even a game. You were streaming art. How was the art? Rena Random. It's nice to see you. How are you doing? I mean, check it out. Oh yeah, we got the vibes. Olivia, are these the vibes that you're looking for? Longbird vibes. Ah yes, I believe these were the vibes that you ordered. Thanks for the follow, Serious Man Bot. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Hope you enjoyed. If you just came from the stream, then I hope that you enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Rena Random, do I know you? Excuse me, do I know you? Also, hi there in the zone. What's up? It's getting late. I'm glad that I'm here. I'm glad that I'm here for you. I hope you are well. Oh, these are definitely exactly what I ordered. These are the vibes that I need to wake up to. What? Did you just wake up? Olivia. What? Ouch. That hurts. One Eye Thwomps. Exactly. Everything in this game is just a lovely ripoff of Mario. I love it. Doing great. You got your second vaccine. You're about to head up the town or whatever people do these days. Oh, snap. Nice. I'm glad for you, my friend. I just got my second vaccine as well. Now I just gotta wait. Now it's just a waiting game. Oh, wow. You can kill bunnies with bunnies. That's sad. Stop attacking the bunnies. Actually, they look like mouse bunnies. Now they're dead bunnies. Like 20 minutes ago? Well, good morning, Olivia. Good morning. Everybody say good morning, Olivia. Good morning, Olivia. Oh, hello. Hello, lads. Hello there, laddies. Would you like some lunch? Oops, I messed up. Come here. Come on. Good morning, Olivia. Good morning. It's 11 p.m. Morning time. Thankfully, I worked out my right arm the night before the vaccine. Definitely makes your arm sore. Yep, I found it pretty unavoidable. I found the soreness unavoidable, but it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. Rena, did you just say that this was a completely random raid? Did you just pick this game because it's what you like? Well, I'm just glad that you found us. If you need to go get some stuff done because you just finished your stream, I totally understand. But if you want, you can vibe with us, goof off for a little while, beat some Zelda. Actually, we're probably not gonna beat this game, but we gotta get close because Skyward Sword releases in a couple of days, and I want to play it. We gotta get. Oh, you followed me a while. Oh, you followed me a while ago. Ooh. Well, I'm glad that you found me. Pop. I know they do really go boom. There you go. Goodness, it's kind of tricky to. You got to throw it right in their mouth. It wasn't too bad, but my boyfriend was super sick, had a fever and everything. It was only like 36 hours in. Then was totally fine. Yeah, the second vaccine wasn't as bad as the first for me. For me, I didn't mind. Where's this? Oh, we've already been there. You're gonna lurk and head off? All right, sounds good. Rena, thank you so much for the lurk. We'll see you later. Enjoy the rest of your evening or afternoon, whatever's going on. I hope that you have a good one. Thanks so much. The creatures are some of the scariest things I've seen in a Zelda game, and that's saying so. Whoops, I just fell down because I was reading. Yes, they are very disturbing. I don't like them. What is that bird? It's the bird. Calico. Hiya! Whoa. Take a chill pill. I didn't have my boomerang ready. Dang it. That's why you never switch from the boomer. That's why you never switch from being a boomer. The boomerang. Shouts out to all the boomers in the chat. Give me the bombs. Give me the bomba. Thank you. I'll take it. The boomerang. Oh yeah, the old man Windbender. Old man Windbender is boomerang.
Back in my day, that was the only avatar. Now there's avatars everywhere.
Chess. Oh wait, wrong one. We gotta throw this chess. Whoops, not that way. Take it. That. There we go. Then we gotta do it like this.
Kaboom. Get out of the way.
Ah, do I have to throw it this way? Ooh, interesting. Fascinating. You like the style of this game and how it's an overhead style of the original, but the 3D art, it is so cute. I know, and everything looks like a little miniature. It's adorable. It's what sold me on the game first, is just how adorable it looks. It is a very, very cute. Very cute game. It's fun, too. Okay, we could cross. No, we can't. We don't have the key. We're one key short. We need the key for this. Huh. Yeah, we don't have it. So maybe the key. Where's the? Huh. The key can't be in that chest, right? Well, I mean, we'll take a look. Maybe that key is to get to the boss area, and I'm just confused. I'm short a key? I don't think so. There's no way that they let you soft lock this game, right? Right, you guys, right? Right? Oh God, no. Okay, it must be one of the rooms has a secret in it that we just haven't gotten yet. It's one of the rooms that like the doors lock, you know, where you walk in and then the door locks and they're like, go ahead, trying to find out what happened. My brain is short a key. Uh-oh. This room has a secret, for example, but you can't get up there. Okay, we just got to keep our eyes out for secret rooms because there's a key somewhere, and it doesn't mark the rooms that have secrets in it. Yeah, nah, you can't soft lock it. Oh no way. These are finely designed. These are incredibly designed games. You couldn't break it if you tried. Okay, so there's gotta be something. It's not in this room. We already killed all these suckers. Can I? Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. Bye-bye. Nothing in here. Let's go down. Bro, those are the stick bug things on the water in Super Mario 64 or in Mario. I wanna talk to Sal. Or in Mario Sunshine. Little stick bugs. Yeah, everything is like Mario themed. Hop on top of the crystals to move forward. Hop on top of the crystals. Huh. Can't tell if I've actually already done that. Gotta look for rooms with bomb walls. Yeah, we gotta look for secrets. There's gotta be a secret around here. Chain Chomp? Yeah, that was in Mario 64. Yes, indeed. I don't think there's any secrets in here, but we could break both of them just for fun. Just for giggles. You did do that already. What? I did what? Everything? I already did everything already. This game's already over. Well, keeping our eyes peeled. Keeping our eyes peeled like an orange. This music is, I've always found it creepy. What about this door, though? Oh, the jumping on the crystal thing? Yeah, I thought we already got that. This room. What about this room? Why is there a platform over here? There's a chest on one side and a not chest on the other? Interesting. This one goes up. There's definitely nothing there. The stick man. We already got the stick man reward, right? Killing the elephants for fun, you monster! This is Animal Planet gone wrong. Yeah. That's where the power bracelet was. Okay. Scary chess. Scary chess. Is this the same crystal? The space where the walls have eyes. Already probably did that. Boing, boing, boing. So, we got one. There's probably like one last thing. Well, there might be a couple of things. We've been here, been there, been... What? 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 But we already... Huh. But I've been here. Why didn't I continue downward? Did I just get suckered into walking into one of these? Did I get suckered? I think I got suckered, dude. The other platform had a pot? Oh. It's a boring old pot. You guys, look. There's a thing? There's another... When did I go over there? It's not this way, right? No. I've got to go into like one of these stairs. So there's stairs in this room. I don't think that they lead anywhere good. Maybe didn't have the power bracelet. It's true. It's true. I feel like I was stuck on this one for a minute. Yeah, it's slightly confusing. But we'll get it. And by get it, I mean we've got to die first. Woohoo! Woohoo! I don't feel like a hero right now. Aw, what? No PP. This is the power bracelet, though. We don't have to go through here.
Oh, Goomba. There's Goombas everywhere. Are you sure that this is The Legend of Zelda? I think that you might be playing a Mario game. You might be slightly confused when I see Mario characters. I think you may be playing Mario.
So there are stairs over here. I bet you those are the stairs we gotta go to. We've got to go to where the stair... Ooh! That little wiggly worm almost ended me. Death by worm. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Let us go to the elephants. Elephant. And we got some bombs. Not too bad. Whoa! Do not die. Do not die, Zelda. I mean, Mario. All right, this has got to be it. This is literally it. Oh my god. Yep. Finally, we got it, you guys. Ooh. This does not look very friendly. I do not like this. We have to kill it. Kill it with fire. Kill it with... Kill it with boomerang. Kill it with the power of the Australians. Oh, we just yoinked something out of there. I think we just got some rupees. Okay, we got a black hole here. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. There we go, yeah. Yeah, take bomb. How do you feel about that? Get bomb. What do we use? Some music? We gotta play music for it? put out the fires? What do we do in this room? We're stuck! Dang it, they're like, we're going to teach you how to deal with this black hole one way or another. What? Oh, what? You guys, you cannot do that. You cannot do that. That's actually very tacky. You cannot do this to me. Do you have an ocarina? You do. Yeah, you get a bunch of instruments in this game, and one of them is an ocarina. It's very meta. Boyong, boyong. Okay, well, there's a secret in here. Let's let all the tiles go. Come on, let it go. I'm a master of the tiles. Ooh, a key. Nice. One key, please. Oh, IRL? No, I do not have an ocarina IRL. I do not. I do not. So, I'm thinking. Oh, Chamberstone. Maybe we can't beat this right now. And maybe this is just a trap. Maybe this is a trap for chumps. Maybe this is an area for chumps. Check it. Hey, this is a trick. Dum-dums. Dum-dums only. Dum-dums only. Yeah, there's a door here, but it's locked. We're not allowed in there.
That's illegal.
You're not allowed to go in there. We've already used everything. The baddies just have to die in the room. That's it. Where are the baddies? Oh, they're goops. Oh, they're goops. Ah, they were hidden goops. I see. The staff only door. You're not allowed back there. That's for Chuck E. Cheese personnel only. Sorry, kid. That's where the pizza gets made. You can't see that. Because you never come back. Perish. Oh, he died a painful death. Oh, that's unfortunate. Wait, what? Why am I here? What? Why am I here? I want to go back to the beginning. Mom, take me back to the beginning. Take me back to the beginning. I don't want to die. I don't want to live. I mean, take me back. Take me home. Take me home. Country road to a place I belong. West Virginia. Mountain Mama. Take me home. Country road. Now take me back to the beginning. The music is, yes, it's very serene. It's like, you are dead, but it's okay. You are dead. I don't care at all. You are dead. Happy and dead. Little Zelda. Great, do I gotta walk all the way back? Yeah, the door went outside, I know, but we have to walk all the way back. It's a nightmare. No! Don't kill me, dummy. You don't kill me, I kill you! Ooh, back to monkey. We can hold 60 bombs? Holy moly. You playing Bomberman Reloaded? Bomberman Reloaded 2021? I'm walking all the way back. Walking all the way back home. Walking all the way back home. I don't care if I die. Because I'm going to die on purpose in a minute. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to leave. Go back in so that this is now officially the spawn point. And then we continue. We've only got 4 lives, but we should be good. We should be good. Don't you worry about that. We should be good. You got 10 acorns now. You're out of money. Michael Marionette, you've been varying too much. All right, let's move. Go, Link. Oh, Link's dead. No. This way. Go.
Let me out. I want to be free. I want to break free.
Oh, this guy.
This little dummy.
All right, give it to me.
Nice.
Oh, snap, he just keeps shooting. Oi, doggin, how are you doing? I hope that you're well, friendo. Oi, oi, oi. Nice to see you, doggin the doggo. Oh, gosh, the timing, though. Holy moly. He shot me right in the... Oh my gosh, maybe we gotta use my shield, dude. Oh, I gotta... Oh, at least we went back to the beginning, no worries. No worries, now we got full health, we got full health. It's been a while, something happened, but you went on a short 3-day vacation. That's good stuff, doggin. I'm glad that you're taking care of yourself. I'm sorry that things be complicated. I hope you enjoyed your vacation. I'm glad to see you again.
I am glad to see you again.
Oh, speaking of see you again, there's Kim right there. Kim, are you done drawing? You found the perfect sound to stabilize your acorn economy. Finally, something for people to pay for. And whenever it's animated on the screen, it'll be ever so tempting. Ever so tempting. What's next? What's next in the Mario franchise? Zelda? Zelda as a resource. Resource Zelda.
Sneaky.
What is this? Oh, whoa, what's this? Very sus. Yes, I think that they are sus. Wait, we don't have the key. No, it's too late for this, dude. Oh, no. Oh, we gotta go all the way back. Oh, wait. Oh, wait a second. Look at these fires, though. Lit. You're allowed through here? No, Link, you cannot get through there. What about this? Run away. Don't let him shoot you. Don't let the eyeball brap you.
You just got the 5,000 keys. Now it is time to get the 5,739th key. And then I will be able to play my trap card, and we will be able to gain the achievement for all the keys in the entire game. Little did they know that I studied 70s culture for all of my life. So it's easy for me to find out that you just had to drive backwards to solve the puzzle. It was truly simple for me.
You're doing great, sweetie. Keep it up. We're proud of you.
Sweetie, keep trying. And then I used my giant brain to pass the second grade.
Huh? Wait, what?
I'll have you know that I passed the first grade, and at the top of my class. I was voted in my preschool class as the most likely to be successful. Judged as the greatest by a jury of my peers.
All right. I think this is what... Oh, flip flap. This isn't how you do this. You gotta go through a dang old... You gotta go through a dang old step stair. You gotta step on the stairs. Oh, man. How do we go back? I might finish the drawing later because I wasn't too happy with it yet. Ah, yes. Always refining. Never satisfied. You do sound like a real artist. It's true, Kim. I think you might be a real artist. Not ever pleased with your work? It's a good sign. It's a good sign. You were in preschool for 2 years, so you've been going to school since you were 3? Wow. Okay, so steps there. Steps there. We already went through those. These lead to... oh, I think that we might still have to use them, right? What do I do? Do I do this? Do I do the little goofy man room? Is it the silly man room? Oh wait, we gotta die. We actually have to die. I forgot about that. I forgot about the die strat. The divey strat. Get good, lad. Get good, lad, by dying, lad. Yes. Very nice. Now we will be fully healthed as we go back to the entrance, which is what we're already at. Cashman Gaming with the raid. Yo, Cashman, thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Or man, woman. I don't actually know. Cashman, thanks so much for them. Thank you so much for the raid. Oi! And one sassy cat is here too. Aw, snap. Aw, snap. We got some friendos in the chat. How are you doing? Welcome. We're playing some late night Zelda, trying to make sure that I can beat this game tomorrow because there's still a lot to go. We're trying to beat this game. We gotta beat this game in time for the new one that's coming out. We're on a Zelda rush. Because the new Zelda game comes out very soon. Yes. This was so fun, sassy cat. This one's a real good one. Oh, Zelda, you're gonna head to bed? All right, get some rest. Get some rest, Zelda. It's been fun talking with you, my friend. We shall see you on the other side as that car zooms by. You need to pick this one up. It's really good. I bet you can find it used somewhere. I bet that it's time. Don't touch me. But yes, it's a very good one. It's nice. I kind of wish that A Link Between Worlds was on the Switch, but this is a good replacement. Aw, get good. What? We haven't been here in forever. It is just a pot on the side. It was. It's just a pot all along. Okay, so this goes to there. So let's see. There's this one. It's this one. And crap. Where do we go? Sadness. Excuse me. Where am I supposed to purchase my sadness then? Hey, I need more sadness. Can I find it up here? Oh, yes. Yes, I can feel it. Oh, I can feel it. Sadness is nearby. Oh, wait, what? You said you need to go to sleep as well, but you're going to leave for now. I'll definitely check back at some point next time that you stream. Oh, sweet. Awesome sauce. Yeah, serious man pot. I'm here like pretty much every single day. And this is way later than I normally stream, like an hour and a half later. So this is an unusual stream. We're really trying to crush this game. I'm on a little bit earlier most of the time. But it was nice to hang out with you, man bot. We'll see you later. Alligator. Mario. Is this the way to go? I don't like it. It smells like failure. No, there's nothing over here. No. We're not doing that. Also, hi there, Cosmic Awakening. I didn't know that you were here. Well. Nice to see you. I'm selfishly glad that you're running late. Well, we've got to beat this game. Olivia, we got to do it. I am selfishly glad that I'm also up late enough to see Olivia now that they have woken up and I knew that you would wake up at this time. This room sucks. Why am I over here? This is not it. I'm going crazy. I'm gonna go crazy. I hate this so much. Where do we go? What do we do? We already went through that one. What is this? What leads to this? The music's making me go even crazier. It sounds like music that you would hear in an old movie or something. It's so stressful. No! The violin continues as my sanity spirals. Where do we go? Oh my gosh. Let me in there. Some secret entrance that I don't remember. There's some door that you break. Die. Think we'll die. You know the room that you had to go way down? No. No, I don't. Don't know what you mean. The room that they had the way to go down. What did the room look like that you went down in? Don't remember. Looks like you gotta go through there, right? Yeah, there's a way to get there, that's for sure. It's the one with the flying tiles? What? The flying tile room has a way down? Oh dear. Flying tiles, hey? Where are the tiles flying? Please take me home to the area where the tiles fly. I know that there's flying tiles this direction, to the right. Yeah, I know that there's ones over here. Well, I mean, there's this, but I already did that. Yeah, there are 2 rooms with flying tiles. So there's one of them that reveals a bunch of holes in the ground, and then it gives you keys. Or it gives you a key. Ignore these guys if you go fast enough. Nice. Not this. This is where we've already been. That. Ooh. Ooh! Don't do that. Yeah, so maybe it's lower. Maybe it's down. Shoddy, are you down? Oh, this one here? These have flying tiles. Can you really go down in this room? Oh my gosh. I would not have remembered this probably. I probably would have run around for another hour. I didn't remember that this has a exit. If it does. It doesn't. It doesn't. There's no exit. There's no way out. Yeah, now there's this. Go left from there. Oh, I mean here? Elephant Land. There's these guys. I wish you could break these. That would be great. That would make me real happy. Going left. Kill these guys. Kill these sneaky guys. Just for fun. Oh, it grabbed the power up. Nice. Oh, smacked in the face. Come on. It's on the way to the nightmare room. Nightmare room? Oh, over here? On the way? On the way to it? The flying tile room where you got the silver key in. It's on the way to the nightmare room. Yeah, I don't know where it is, though. That's the struggle. So this is... Jeffrey, the Raven Queen. Thank you for the... Wait. The power of the wait. So we've already been all through this, you guys. We already been through this. We don't need to go right. We don't need to go left. We need to go right. Yeah, we've got to take an entrance or something. We've got to go through a door or something. I'm not in the right spot right now. I think we got to go down the elephant steps to get over to the furthest right. I've already been over here a bunch of times today. I feel like we would have gotten it if it was here, right? Yeah, because we just did these jumps a while ago. This one has the flying tiles. Yeah. Okay, so I did go to a different room. Now we got this room. Oh, okay. Nice. Thank goodness. Now I understand. Ah, my brain has grown, I think. Up? Oh, we go up? Oh, I see. I see. We're like going backwards. Going backwards to the way. Yeah. I get it now, I think. I hope. Ooh, thank you. Enigma loves mystery. What's up? If you are Enigma, and mystery is what you're looking for, there's the mystery that I'm trying to figure out right now is how long is it gonna take me to beat this child's game? There we go. Ah, Kimmick, you saved my bun-buns. You saved my bun-buns. Nice. Now we can get out of here with the beep, 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 beep. The warning bells are still sounding. Okay. Now we go across. Nice. We're on the victory lap. To the boss. To the boss. I will not die. I have to make it to the boss. Give me the boss key. What? What do you have to say for yourself, Owlie?
To open the treasure chest, use pots around it.
Oh. Use the pots? You mean break them all? I can do that.
By use, I hope you mean abuse, because I'm going to destroy all of these pots.
Oh. You probably had to smack them. Yeah, we gotta smack them.
Ha ha ha! The key! The key! The nightmare key!
We've gotten it! Hello, I'd like to apply for free vibes. Ooh! You guys, can we get some vibes? Can we get some vibes for Lime? Hello, Lime. There's some free vibes just for you. Lime! Lime! Limey! Hello! How are you doing? We got Redbird memes in the chat? Unbelievable. The burp stretch? Look at that big bird. That big bird is wishing you the best vibes. I don't know what to make of this. Listen, it's a red bird. It's a meme. Have you not seen the meme? Lime, there's memes all over. Wait a second. Oh poop. Oh wait. I think I know what to do. You can use Mambo to get back to the start of the dungeon? Really? Mambo? Do a little dance? I must be behind on that meme. I can play it later if you want. Oh, Mambo, not that one. Yeah, I can play the meme at the end just for funsies. It's getting late. Warped entrance. Oh, I should have just died. Boing, boing. I played some Redbird memes earlier. I'll play another. Oh, good night, Calico. We'll see you later. It is very, very late. It's very, very late. Enjoy your sleep, Calico. Hope you rest well. Hope you have some good dreams. Good dreams, just like Link whenever he died. Right there. Did you see how Link died? He'll never become adult Link with this attitude. He just keeps dying. What to do if your hero keeps dying on you? Ooh, no, injuries. He sustained a small injury by jumping onto those spikes. We're surprised that he's still alive, but we're very pleased. Whee! All right. Go, 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 go. A-doo-doo-doo-doo. Give me my bombs. I'm out. We gotta go to the nightmare room. It's time to beat the boss. Time to go beat up that big dummy. Oh, wait. Time to go beat up that big dummy. The only meme I know currently is, have you tried our expanding free trial of our new critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? You can play through the entirety of the Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Word expansion for level 60 for free with no restrictions on playtime. Lime! I'm already playing Final Fantasy XIV. You're selling to the... Already sold. You're selling to the choir, right? Let's go here. Zoom. Oh! Don't kill the boy! No, I just jumped in the hole. That one, it's my fault. To the boss. To the boss, to the boss, to the boss, boss, boss. To the boss, to the boss, to the boss, boss, boss. We got no fairies in this jar. We gotta beat him with 2 hearts. Here we go. 2 hearts, 2 hearts, 2 hearts.
Hey, dummy. Need a hint? My weak point is... Whoops, there I go talking too much again.
Facade. Fate. We must kill the facade. He didn't tell me what his weakness was. This sucks, dude. This guy's a real jokester. This guy's a real cheeky jokester, I see. Whoa! Now
I'm dead. Okay, well, we needed more hearts anyway. I guess we gotta dodge all those tiles. Dang it. Poop. Poop. All right, boss. Now you're in trouble. Now you don't stand a chance. Link's almost fully healed. And he's ready to deal some damage. Boing. Here we go. All right. Boing. 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 Forward. Forward, Lonk. You got this. Oh, Kathy, you managed to stay live for the entire duration of my night shift. It's been so comforting to have somebody talking in the background while my clients were sleeping. I left the light shift open. Collapse the bed soon. All right, we'll see you later, Kathy. Get some rest. Get some sleep. I'm glad that we can hang out with you during your night shift, Kathy. Now you get some good sleep. Night night. It was lots of fun. We're doing it again sometime after I die. Dang it. But nighty night, Kathy. Good luck going home. Okay, the eyeball. The eye. Cannot shoot me, dude. Have to leave me alone. Okay, now we're gonna face the boss again. Okay, I'm not gonna pick up pots. I'm gonna try to dodge the floor. I don't like his disturbed. I don't like his expression. Oh, I just switched my jump. Dang it. Hero mode is too hard. I don't remember how to beat the bosses. Hero mode's supposed to be whenever you know how to defeat all the bosses. Ooh-ah. Ooh-ah. Ooh-ah, ooh-ah, ooh-ah. Ooh-ah, 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 ooh-ah. Ooh-ah, ooh-ah, ooh-ah. Oh. Holes. Oh. Maybe I should throw a bomb at him. Oh, all right. Nice. Kaboom. That hurts him. That hurts him. I like it whenever he screams. I like his pained expression. It brings me joy. It brings me joy. No limit to the joy. It's always time for bomba. It's always time for the bomba. Wow, Mario! Kaboom! You never counted on Wario having a bomba! Oh, wow! Oh, look, he made a little music note. He can draw! How adorable. I wonder if there's another stage. Well, this is all of it. Okay, listen up. If the windfish wakes up, everything on this island will be gone forever. And I do mean everything. We beat him! We did it! That was an easy boss. If only I'd noticed that you can use bomba. I should have noticed that you could use bomba. Nice! We slaughtered it. We slaughtered that face on that floor, that floor face. We really got him, and now we got the is that a triangle? Is that a triangle? Oh, jeez. Is that a real instrument?
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
That sounds horrible. That sounds horrible. That's the worst. That's the worst one so far. Mountain.
Something calls from the mountains. Interesting.
Something's calling me to end the stream. This is goodness. Goodness alive. We've done it. We've done it. Another one down. That means that there's like 2 or 3 dungeons left. We're moving.
Hoot! How many monsters on this island fear that the windfish is about to awaken? The monster's power is real. They may conquer the island and destroy their foes.
The monster's power? They may conquer the island and destroy...
Now, go to the mountain tower. Fly like a bird. Hoot hoot.
Like a bird? But I didn't even unlock any new items. How am I gonna get up there, huh? You got any solutions for me, Buster? I suppose we'll have to figure it out tomorrow, you guys. We're gonna figure it out tomorrow. But let's go to the Bow Wow Village to end the stream because I want to hear that Bow Wow music. But yes, it's late. I'm glad that we got this far. I am very confident that we can now play Skyward Sword on the release day. Now we're gonna be able to make it, you guys. I bought a little bit of time by staying up late. Is that cheating? Certainly. Certainly. Here we go. Now we can listen to the cute music. Hooray! Perfect outro music. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. Let's find somebody to raid. Let's find somebody to say hello to. Yes, we gotta jump in on a friendo and say hi. Let's see who's on. What? Sleeping Dogfish is playing Magic the Gathering? I say that we go say hi to my friend Sleeping Dogfish. What do you say? We haven't rated him in a while, right? Have we not rated him in a while? He's a sweet bean. He even jumped in the chat. He's playing a card game. What the heck? Let me see what this looks like. It's cards. Cards? I mean, we could... Do y'all like cards? do y'all like card games? Thank you for the stream. Of course, Olivia, I'm glad that you got to get to the end of it. Oh, yeah. Here's to the degenerate sleep schedules. I mean, listen, obviously, you've had a strange day. But I slept till like 1 in the afternoon, which is not a lot for me. So from one degenerate sleep scheduler to another one. You prefer Pokemon cards to the games, you think? Oh, Pokemon cards. We're gonna open up some more of those soon. I've got some new stuff. I got some new stuff for my cameras, so that means that I can have like a top-down view of the table whenever I bring the table in here. So that means that I can like hang a camera above whenever we do Pokemon cards so that I can open them up easier. So the streams in the future will be extra good with Pokemon cards. This weekend we're not going to be opening up Pokemon cards though. We're going to be opening up big Lego set. We're going to be opening up a big Lego set on Saturday, and then on Sunday we'll see. I might be playing a game with friends on their channel, but I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Friday we're going to be playing Skyward Sword from the very beginning, like as soon as possible. I'll probably start early, maybe at like maybe 1 or 2, maybe 2 is what we're gonna have to do. So anyway, we're gonna go say hi to my friendo Dogfish. It's super late, so I'm not gonna do a long outro or anything. We're just gonna go say hi to Dogfish. I'm gonna say yeah. Alchemic, you said that is Shark Week? Yeah, we could say Shark Week, baby. Maybe we could say Shark Week. More like Dogfish Week. How about that? More like Dogfish Week. That's a really long title. That's really more tyke. Come on, Kenny, you can type. This music is intoxicating. Goodness. Okay, is that right? Did that work? Shark Week, more like Dogfish Week. There you go. Okay, you guys, we're gonna go say hi to Dogfish. Thanks for hanging out. Hope y'all had a wonderful time. We're gonna be back at it again tomorrow. I'd love to see you guys there. It was lots of fun. Thanks for being here. Much love. Good night, everybody. Hope you had a fantastic time. Thank you, Alchemic, for watching over the chat. I appreciate it. Linz was here. Jedi is a sweet bean that watches over the chat. Ariza was here as well. And Die 101. Haven't seen him in a couple of days, but we love Divey. Thank you very much, mods, for watching over. Also, VIPs, Lemonberry, Kuri, Lime Meringue, Malice, Obst, and Shiny are all here. Thanks so much. Hope you all have a lovely day. Bye-bye. A lovely day, evening, noon, night, whatever's going on. Love my QT kids. It was nice to meet you. Thanks for the follow earlier today and for checking out the channel. Ahsoka, see you later. Kim, I'm glad that you could hang out while you were doing some drawing. King of Squirrel, always love having you here. Tayaki, I love your art so much. In fact, we still got the art right here. We're not starting soon. We're ending soon. All right. Good night, you guys. Much love. Have fun with the raid. Here's a couple more messages. Boom. 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 All right. Bye-bye. Let's go. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's get it. And we're all the way done. Oh, wait. This is a VOD, right? Thanks for watching the stream. Subscribe if you really enjoyed it.